either way if Kent takes some early wickets this morning, because Gloucestershire lead by 191. So the only way really that this game is going to move along is actually if Gloucestershire start losing wickets. So we'll see. We'll see what the neutral wants that to happen, the Kent supporter wants that to happen, and possibly the aggressive Gloucestershire fan wants that to happen as well.
Yeah, there's sort of watery sunshine here at the moment. The gloom of about an hour ago has passed away. It's gone out to the north. Herne Bay can have it. Canterbury can have the lovely sunshine, and Kashif Ali looks like he's going to take us away for the first morning from the pavilion end. Gloucestershire resuming on 112 for 2, as Ed just pointed out, leading by 191 runs. Ollie Price is on 21. Miles Hammond is on 9. And Bancroft and Charlesworth, the men out. Charlesworth got a very nice 50 actually before inexplicably chipping one to cover off the bowling of Jack Leaning. Chipped it to Zach Crawley, and Bancroft was LBW to one that kept a little low, I thought.
Yes, definitely. And well, I mean, yes, there's been the odd one that's done that, but the pitch in general has been flattening over these 4 days. Kashif Ali over the wicket in first ball of the morning to Hammond. It's a good length ball, and Hammond plays it down into the offside, and there is no run. I did speak to Ben Charlesworth last night, and I did get the impression that overall Gloucestershire were not, even if the evening session had taken place, and of course that was completely wiped out due to bad light and some drizzle anyway, there was absolutely no possibility really once they went off that we were going to get back on. The cloud was completely set in and clearly too dark to play cricket without the floodlights taking over. As Kashif Ali runs in now, he bowls, and Hammond inside edges that one into the onside backward of square. They'll come through for 2 as he's, I'm sure, deliberately placed it in the gap between the two fielders on the leg side. It's 114 for 2. Hammond moves up to 11. But I think especially with the thoughts of Kent's successful chase against Middlesex, I don't get the impression that Gloucestershire would have been thinking about dangling the carrot, as people like to say.
No, although the ultra-positive Adam Hollyoake this morning told me that they were going to bowl them out and then go and knock the runs off. He said, we're not beggars, mate.
114 for 2. 2 slips in place, and Kashif Ali loses his run-up. So, yes, Charlesworth also sort of pointing out really that losing that evening session anyway, it was a bit too early even to think in terms of, well, we'd want 400 or we'd even think about getting towards 450, that sort of thing. But there was certainly no thought, I don't think, ever of setting Kent somewhere around 350. Kashif Ali in. This is clipped down to fine leg for 4 by Miles Hammond. Crosses the boundary rope. And Kashif Ali just straying into the pads. And Hammond flicking it away. 118 for 2. Hammond on to 15.
If these two bat for an hour, though, the rate they score, you know, will Gloucestershire possibly set up something like 350 in 2 sessions? They'll be wary, though, that Kent chased down 316 in 2 sessions last Sunday against Middlesex. So, but I just think that with 8 points for a draw now, it's a lot to gamble with, isn't it? Especially at this stage of the season.
And the problem is that you need time to bowl a side out as well. Kashif Ali in now to Hammond. Bowls. Hammond cuts through point, cover point really, and that's going to slow up actually as it gets towards the boundary. The outfielders maybe just slowed up a fraction with some of the moisture that we've had overnight, and 2 runs are taken, 120 for 2. But I just think if you're thinking about a short sort of high run rate chase, the problem is that it's just so easy for the batting side to pull out. So you're almost on the defensive straight away as the bowling side in that respect.
Yeah, I've got to do an update for BBC Radio Kent in a minute.
This Listening to the weather here. Patchy rain moving in from the west. Round the wicket, Kashi Valley bowls, let go by Hammond as that skips through to the keeper behind the stump. Still looks like Chris Benjamin out there. And, well, it's been a game of injuries, unfortunately, with Grant Stewart also. And Marchant de Lange, who was out there this morning warming up. I say warming up. He was mostly standing there watching the players with their kick volley warm-up routine. Last ball of the over is in, and Hammond works it to mid-on for no runs. So 8 runs from the opening over, as Gloucestershire 120 for 2, lead of 199. So I don't know whether he's just being particularly cautious. I suspect, given that he hasn't gone anywhere, that's at least something of a good sign that they don't think that it's massively serious. But equally, we'll try and get the latest from the camp at the end of the game, and
time will only tell.
Yeah, hopefully be able to hear that at some point on Radio Bristol and Radio Gloucestershire.
Yeah, good morning, Leo. And 6 runs have been added this morning to 8 runs, sorry, to Gloucestershire's overnight. 112 for 2. They're 120 for 2. The weather here is watery sunshine. The gloom of this morning, that sea fret that set in, seems to have gone out to sea. So the weather's a little bit better. But really, I think this one's possibly headed for a draw. The only thing is, can Nathan Gilchrist, he's on 99 wickets for Kent. Can he pick up his 100th for Kent? But really, I think this game's headed for a draw. But you can listen to ball-by-ball commentary of this game, which is available via the BBC app and the BBC website. But meanwhile, from Canterbury, Gloucestershire are 120 for 2. Gilchrist in. So we've continued to get some feed in our ears from BBC Radio Kent. If you can hear music in the background. As Gilchrist comes in. And Ollie Price just nurdles that one to mid-on.
It's not very good for those of us who are struggling to multitask, which is usually me. But I must say, as a soundtrack to a day's county championship cricket where we're expecting it to go to a draw, I think this is pretty good. I'm enjoying this.
Well, we're male-led. Of course we're going to struggle to multitask. Although I am ambidextrous. I can drink red or white wine, you know, so.
Yeah, at the same time.
Gilchrist searching for that 100th wicket. As Price plays this out to point.
Yeah, well, Dan, we'll just go and see if we can do something about this. Rather, upbeat music, I think, for this final day. But it is fairly gloomy. The floodlight's on even from the start, although we've got a patchwork of blue sky up above still as Gilchrist runs in over the wicket bowls, and Price flicks this away to deep square. And there is a single, 121 for 2. So Price gets his first run of the morning. It's been a rather busy game for Ollie Price, not just with bat but also with ball. He got through 23 overs for only 47 runs and picked up the key wicket of Grant Stewart. But his game, I'm sure, will mostly be remembered for that astonishing catch down at fine leg.
Gilchrist in, and that's played pleasantly by Hammond. They'll run away down the hill for 4 runs. Lovely shot takes Gloucestershire on to 125 for 2. Had a good chat with Mark Elaine this morning, the Gloucestershire head coach, and he's a man who's won a lot of silverware, both as a player and now as a coach last year in the Vitality Blast, and grew up with Mark, played against him back in North London cricket in the day, played for Tottenham, and was also part of the Haringey Cricket College, for those of you who remember that, which is similar to the SACA now, or the ACE programme. And it came out of the ashes of the Broadwater Farm riots, when, you know, Tottenham wasn't maybe the gentrified place that it is now, perhaps, back in the mid-80s. And it produced some fine cricketers. I'll come on to it after this ball from Kashif Ali.
Here he comes, starting his second over of the morning. Price crouches and goes up into his full height and blocks it away to mid-off.
But it produced, Mark went to the professional game. Keith Piper from Warwickshire. Stephen Bastian at Glamorgan. DJ Foster, Adrian Rollins, who was at Essex and then went to Derbyshire. And yeah, produced a lot of good cricketers. And if you didn't make it as a professional cricketer, it's taught you other skills like how to be a grounds person, for instance, or
Curator.
Curator, mate, curator. So yeah, it gave a lot of people a lot of skills.
Kashif Ali approaching. He's still approaching, and now he bowls, and that's left alone.
Sadly, it ran out of money after a few years. And let's hope the ACE programme or the SACA, I don't think it will go down the same route, because I think people sort of have a look at more sort of longevity, a long-term view these days, don't they? But it was a wonderful programme for how long it lasted. Played against Mark, and he took us for 120 and 98 in the 2 games that I played against him.
No surprise.
And yeah, unfortunately I did drop him in one of those games when he had 6.
Kashif Ali in bowls, left alone, wide of off stump. Well, yeah, I suppose that he has repaid you since for that.
Well, when I've spoken to him about it, he tells me that it sounds like I've never really got over it, even to this day.
Yes, I did remember him saying that.
Yes, but no, he's a good man, Mark, and yeah, it's. But what we want to know from the public is, have you played against a professional when you've been playing club cricket? I'll come on to it.
And if so, how many of your stumps went out of the ground? No, this is clipped away by Price, wide of mid-on. They'll take 1, and that'll be the sum of it, as just Singh slides and then sends a throw way over the head of Benjamin, but the slip corner backing up 126 for 2.
That's exactly what we want to know. We want to know how that professional ruined the game, how badly he wrecked your bowling average. Because I remember a North London side being down in Kent on tour. I think they were down Dover way, somewhere like that. And they had the opposition 0 for 2, outwalked the number 4, and everyone's gone, oh my God, it's John Inverarity. And soon
in those exact words.
Yes, and soon 0 for 2 became 200 for 2.
Kashif Ali round the wicket into Hammond, who's struck high up on the pad. He's done that usual thing that Hammond does now, where he's taken a hand completely off the bat and looks almost just to flap it into the onside, but misses it. There's no run.
So we want to know if you've played against a ringer, a professional, or someone like that. Drop us a line, drop Ed and I a line to bbckentcricket@gmail.com and let us know how a professional cricketer has ruined your game of cricket at club level. I'm not saying that Mark Elaine did, because he was still a young lad then.
Here's Kashif Ali running in, bowling, and Hammond is forward and taking a quick single to mid-on, as he's placed that one nicely, and it is 127 for 2. Hammond has 22. Interesting, you mentioned actually the longevity of SACA, because I did mention this last game as well, but of course we've got half a different audience, potentially more.
Yeah.
I was reading an article the other day about that, and Tom Brown, who's the founder of SACA, was actually saying that he felt that it might not actually last that much longer, because the problem that he's foreseeing or seeing is that counties are starting to rely on it too much. And actually the whole point of it was that it was brought in to display the talent that was on offer.
Yeah.
And provide them with the coaching and the support that was needed. But that should be being done not by them.
Gilchrist in. Hammond has a waft outside the off stump. Yeah, no, I get that.
Didn't sell himself short there.
No.
Miles Hammond.
Vincent Mazoy has already been in touch. Good morning, Dan and Ed. A draw seems likely today, and it's a pity, since I agree with your statement from yesterday, that this game deserves a result. Historical stats are not in Gloucestershire's favour, though. You probably heard that the Pope passed away this morning, as Hammond plays that back. Yet, sadly, we have heard. I went to do some research, and this is the 4th time for Gloss and the 5th time for Kent that such an event has happened during one of their county games.
That's some serious research.
The last time it happened was in 1978 when Pope Paul VI passed away on August the 6th, which was a Sunday. And it was a rest day of Kent versus Leicestershire in Canterbury. As Hammond has a little fiddle at that, and they want that. The slip cordon fancied that as Benjamin goes diving away to his left.
I don't think he's
Gilchrist wasn't interested.
I think that moved. And
Yeah,
it was
it
one
did
of
move.
those ones that swerved late and gave
After
the
the
impression of
Yeah.
being an outside edge, but I'm not sure that it was.
Yeah.
And Hammond's body language, I know there's no. I mean, there's no reason, having had the not out decision, for Hammond then to look back and go, "Nah, I didn't hit that." There's no reason for that. He might as well look back and say, "Yeah, I did hit it. Go away with it. Annoy them more."
Gilchrist, and as always, it goes for 4, the ball after. Ed Seaborn's got this theory, and I've got to agree with you.
It's particularly a dropped catch, but
Yeah.
it is so often after an LBW shout that a side thinks that was out or something like that. It's amazing how often it happens.
But the Pope Paul VI passed away on August 6, 1978, which was a rest day of Kent v Leicestershire, which Kent won eventually by 120 runs. And it was the rest day of Gloucestershire versus Nottinghamshire in Cheltenham, which was a match curtailed by the weather. Hammond pushes that to point, no run. But it also happened in 1903 with Leo the 13th, 1914 with Pius the 10th.
As in Gloucestershire were playing on that date.
And 1963 with John the 23rd. And Gloucestershire either lost or drew these games.
Not surprised. I think 1914 sadly has the honour. Come back to that.
Hammond just tucks this into the onside and takes a single to Daniel Bill Drummond at mid-on.
I think the 1914 Gloucestershire side might have the honour of being the worst Gloucestershire side in history, but they may have had one or two other things to be thinking about in those days.
Yes, I agree. But going back to Mark Lane, he ended up having taken my little club side for 120. He ended up about 4 months later being the youngest ever centurion for Gloucestershire, which I think is a record he still holds to this day, doesn't he, Ed?
I believe so. Yep.
He was 17, and he told a story that his older brother, Stephen Lane, who's sadly no longer with us, who was known as Yogi, and Mark, his little brother, was known as Boo Boo. Stephen always wanted to be England or the West Indies, so Mark would end up being Pakistan, and he scored that century against Sussex, and he ended up getting clapped off by Imran Khan, who he always liked to be in the back garden in the day. So there you go.
Kashifali around the wicket, cut away by Hammond, and that'll be 4. He's pierced the gap between cover and backward point, and that's sat up rather. And I mean, you can already see a little bit that there's not the same venom so far this morning, I'm afraid, from Kashifali that we've seen at times. I think he's been very unlucky to be wicketless in the match. But at the same time, that was a really quite friendly delivery, and especially on this pitch, as it's slowed down a bit if you're halfway down. Just going to beg to be hit. 136 for 2, Hammond 31. Next delivery comes in now, bowling. Oh, that looks pretty close. Struck him on the pad and not out, says umpire Baldwin. It jagged back And it was quite high, but I didn't think that bounced that much. I got the impression that had maybe stopped its path over the top of the stumps.
Has he got outside the line there?
I'll try and have a look at that on replay, but I thought that Hammond might have been a goner there first up. Let's see. Yes. I think Hammond may have got the benefit of one there, because I don't think that's going over the top. I can imagine that's possibly why it wasn't given, but Kashifali is in forward Hammond, and the ball rolls to mid-off as he gets the wood on that one. I don't think Hammond can have got an inside edge on the delivery that jagged back. I don't think he could have done, really, because it's done that much. But yeah, he's certainly he's right back on his stumps as well. There we go. I suppose from Hammond's point of view and Gloucestershire's point of view, they might feel they might be due one or two. In goes Kashif Ali. Bowls. Oh, Hammond's playing up with the inside edge so far, but he'll pick up another 2 runs. No, he won't pick up another 2 runs. It's gone down to fine leg. Hammond wanted 2, and I must say, I thought there was 2 there, 137 for 2. I level this criticism, again, with complete ignorance as usual. I do tend to find that Ollie Price is not the quickest off the mark for the first run. And that is just something that you have to know as the non-striker a little bit as well. It's not that he's slow, it's just that he does tend to just jog that first run. But perhaps he wanted to face a bit of Kashif Valley. Here he comes now, bowls on driving. It's a pleasant shot, but he won't get any runs for it as Jas Singh is there to do the fielding. That 1914 Gloucestershire side, by the way, 22 matches.
Yeah.
4 draws.
Not bad.
17 losses.
Bad.
1 win. Very bad.
Okay.
I mean, of course, there are Gloucestershire sides that have gone winless in championship seasons, but 22 match season. Kashif Valley bowls. Oh, that's a fizzing delivery. Wow, where's that come from? We saw him bring one back from round the wicket off the pitch, and that one has gone off a full length, shot up in the air, past the shoulder of Price's bat, and it's taken behind the stumps above the keeper's head. 137 for 2. Well, if it's going to keep doing that, declare now.
You won't.
Get bowling.
Yeah. Dutch Gunderson, he's been in touch. Very good morning to you. Gloucestershire fan from North London. He's a long-time listener, first-time emailer. Love your banter. Charmy, witty and urbane. I love it. Anyway, he's not really famous, but he once kept wicket to Kirtley Jack White. Jack White,
yes.
Northants. He's now gone to
Yorkshire.
As Gilchrist comes in and Hammond flirts with that. He said it's ironic because Kirtley Jack White sounds like a pirate, whereas I used to sell pirate DVDs at cart booth sales in and around Timperley. There you go. Well, we're not wanting to criminalise anybody on air here, but probably a long time ago, I'm sure, Dutch. Gilchrist in, Hammond pushes it out to the offside. Phil O'Rourke's been in touch. Morning, Dan and Ed, with a prediction of light rain for most of the afternoon. I think Gloucester should declare now. The masterstroke of strategy will unnerve and wrong foot Kent, and they will collapse in an unseemly heap all out for 120. What if it doesn't rain, Phil? What if it doesn't rain?
And what if the heap's seemly?
Gilchrist, yes. Given Kent's success in the previous 2 rounds of the county championship, I appreciate this move is ultra-aggressive, and some may say foolhardy. But you have to back your bowlers even if one of them is crocked. I predict a 6-foot for Josh Shaw, the Wakefield Wizard, and 4 wickets for Matt Taylor. Gloss fans will be regaling their grandchildren ad nauseum of this particular Canterbury tale. The march to Division 1 starts here, as that's just tucked into the onside by Miles Hammond. Thanks, Phil. Thanks for your email. Great to hear from you. And Ravi Cambador is listening in from New Zealand. He's not the only one. John Maxted, he regularly drops us a line in from New Zealand as well. But Ravi, hope you're enjoying the commentary and great to hear from you. And remember, if you played against famous professional cricketers who completely ruined your game of club cricket, we want to know about it. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Gilchrist in, and that's off the back foot from Ollie Price. That's a lovely shot. That's a really pleasant way to kick off his boundary account for the morning. I'm going to go around the country. Sussex v Surrey, that's got draw written all over it. Sussex 435, Surrey 410 for 4. The Battle of the North, Yorkshire 307, 155 for 4 against Durham 427. Worcestershire have got 3 second innings wickets left. They're 191 for 7, still needing 104 to overhaul Essex as Price pushes that out to point. Somerset are trailing by 44 runs in the game at the Utilita Bowl. Warwickshire, that game's delayed due to rain, they're trailing by 111 runs. Warwickshire fans have been particularly critical of their side. Having been bowled out for 93 in the first innings, they said it's not just rubbish that's piling up on the streets of Birmingham.
Which I thought was quite a bit harsh, considering they had a pretty famous win at Chester Street the previous round.
Yeah. Lancashire match delayed there due to rain. That could have an effect on the top of the Division 2. Lancashire 263 and 16 for 3. They collapsed last night.
The wicket is Kashif Ali, and Hammond drives sweetly, but mid-off is in the way.
Leicestershire got 491 for 8 there. Glamorgan are still trailing Middlesex by 76 runs with just 4 second wickets left in hand. And Derbyshire 307 and 202 for 3 against Northamptonshire's 500 for 8 declared. They're leading by 9 runs, but that's got draw written all over it.
Mercifully, it seems to be raining in Derby, so I can imagine that there are a few who are rather pleased about that up there. Well, I don't know, maybe Northamptonshire still believe they can win it. Kashif Ali bowls, and there's another one that Hammond has to just watch, as he's already brought one back into the pads from round the wicket. That's Kashif Ali, and that one threatened to do the same. Hammond able to keep it out. So I suppose the initial eyes will be on that game at Chelmsford. In fact, Worcestershire are now 8 down, so the end, sadly for them, looks to be nigh, as Tom Taylor has been dismissed for 1. He's not a bad number 9,
no.
Tom Taylor.
He nearly won a game at Cheltenham, didn't he, for Northampton, I think.
That was an amazing game. Hammond struck on the pad again, this time, no, again.
No, he's got outside the line there.
Umpire Baldwin. Well, I never like to call them now. So
no.
Yes, no, you're right. It was an astonishing assault. That
it was
one.
a Metro Bank, wasn't it? He got 100, didn't he?
Well, yes, it was a game where both sides' top orders absolutely collapsed. Gloucestershire must have been about 110 for 7 or something, and it was the debut of the great, the one, the only Anwar Ali.
Yes.
Who he certainly conformed more to the stereotype of a professional cricketer in the 1970s rather than the 2020s, as Hammond has mistimed that one. He tries to force it off the back foot into the offside, and it's a couple of bounces out to backward point. Had AK-48 on his back and came out with Gloucestershire in absolute dire straits and made, I think, a 70-odd or an 80-odd, and Graham van Buren scored his first list day 100 for Gloucestershire to take them up to a defendable score. It was about 250, 260. Ajit Singh Dale got 3 wickets ripped through Northamptonshire's top order. It was one of the quickest spells I think I've seen him bowl. Kashif Ali round the wicket bowls, and Hammond plays this one late and down to deep third, and it's 4 runs. he just dangled the bat at that. I don't even know if I could really describe it as an uppercut. He just pretty much held the bat there, allowed the ball to make contact with it, and it's gone for 4. And that's the 50 partnership up between Ollie Price and Miles Hammond. It's gone too fine for the fielder, and 4 runs.
I also covered that game. I think it was Paul Van Makeren, or there was Prithvi Shaw playing for Northampton.
Yes, it was Paul Van Makeren.
Yeah, he's playing for Northamptonshire. No relation of Josh. And he ducked a bouncer and fell over onto his stumps. It was out hit wicket.
And I think the ball was crashed for 1 bounce 4 as well. He middled it, but unfortunately it just fell over backwards. Bizarre. Never seen anything like it. Short ball, there's a pull shot, and that surely is too high. They've come through for a leg by. Hammond doing what he does so often in T20 cricket, where he plays that pull shot to a ball that is whacking him somewhere in the middle of his body, and he's missed it. Clearly the ball has missed the sensitive area, and they'll be 1, so 147 for 2. Yeah, and then Tom Taylor played an absolutely extraordinary innings, just belting 6s straight down the ground especially, and Tom Price ended the game with the most nonchalant caught and bowled you've ever seen, just driven straight back to him, caught it, and in typical Tom Price fashion just tossed it away casually and stood there whilst everybody else was running towards him. There's never been a great celebrator as Tom Price. I'm sure he's very happy inside, but even when he took his hat-trick here, I think it was just the casual finger point and jog off.
He's a cool customer, isn't he? He's a cool customer.
He's great. Well, he said after his hat-trick at New Road, on the same day as he'd scored his 100, well, I just didn't really know what to do. It's just magnificent. You've got to love it.
I've got an update coming for BBC Radio Kent. Gilchrist into Hammond, who just tucks it away for 1. Price just taking his guard. It's a good take there from Benjamin, sprawling away to his left. Well, the ground's bathed in sunshine here at the Costa del Canterbury, but both sides seem to be going through the motions somewhat as this game looks destined for a draw. Gloucestershire are leading by 228, but with a little bit of weather around this afternoon, I'm not sure they're going to have enough time to bowl Kent out. It would suit Kent. Kent march on. They'd finish off unbeaten at the start of the season. They've won 2 already out of 2. And having drawn this one, they'll pick up 14 points. Gloucestershire are currently 149 for 2. Ollie Price 28. Miles Hammond's on 38. And remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary of this game, which is available via the BBC app and the BBC website. There we go. We've had an email in from Nick Woodhead, who says, good morning. Around 50 years ago, he's playing for his school under-15s team against Dartford. We played on a pitch suitable to our age size-wise, and were worried when the opening bowler started his run-up at 1 boundary. As that's gone past Miles Hammond's edge. Bit buggles going on in my ear here. Video killed the radio star.
kill the radio cue.
Fortunately, the radio commentators are getting killed here with the feed coming in. So the wicket-keeper and slips were positioned on the opposite boundary. I think we were bowled out for under 15 in this under 15 games. Most of those were byes as the ball sailed over the keeper's head. That bowler was Graham Dilley, probably already playing for Kent seconds. Cheers, Nick Woodhead, currently living in Edinburgh and planning to watch Kent against Lancashire in Blackpool next month.
Sorry, Dan, it was very hard to take anything you were saying there at all seriously because this song playing in the background. Oh dear.
Yeah. Samuel C, he was playing against Golden Hill as an opening bowler. He started very well with 3 wickets in his first 2 overs. However, little did he know that the number 5 was a previous Pakistani international. After 5 overs, my figures were 3 for 86. Not bad, but it could have been so much better. Thanks, Samuel Clifford from Bristol. Golden Hill in Bristol.
Wow. Yes, it couldn't have been too much worse, put it that way. We've killed the radio cue. Excellent.
Video has killed the radio cue in our ears. Thank you very much, BBC Radio Kent.
Here's Kashif Ali in now to Price. He bowls, and Price tucks this one into the onside mid-wicket fields. I do love that name, Strood, by the way. I think it's one of my favourite place names. Yeah. Hearing the travel in our ears before the cricket update.
Yeah.
Strood.
There's a lovely place down here called Snodland.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Well, there are some very rude places in Kent as well, but
yes,
there's also the signpost that you have to take the picture with one way going to Ham and the other way going to Sandwich.
Yes.
I mean, you know, little things, little minds, etc.
Yes.
And goes Kashif Ali, bowls, dabbed away into the offside for no run.
Yeah, we got an email last week for somebody in Pet's Bottom. Get into trouble doing that sort of thing. Matthew Lee's been in touch. Hi, Dan and Ed. I played with Tom Lace in Chris Dent testimonial game. Well, thank you, Matthew. Thanks for letting me know. Wonderful to hear from you. Keep them coming. bbckentcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah. There's Kashif Ali. There's a long run bowling now to Price. Price is opening the face, guiding this one down to deep third. And a single is taken, brings up Gloucestershire's 150. So I think there's about 2 people applauding. It's probably the Sharvilles who are down to our left. The only 4 Gloucestershire fans in today, the Sharvilles and the Locks, I suspect. Although, well, who knows? I mean, even Adrian Thomas has abandoned ship today. So, well, what's any Gloucestershire fan doing here if Tommy's not here? One slip as Kashif Ali continues with this round the wicket angle to Hammond. Oh, that one's surely close as well, but no. 3rd time turned down by Paul Baldwin.
No, again, he's got outside the line. Miles Hammond's batting on off stump. Kashif Ali coming around the wicket. Hammond's batting on off stump. So all you've got to do, as long as you're playing a shot, is get your pads outside the line, and you cannot be out LBW. If you're not playing a shot, you're in trouble.
Or shouldn't be. It's. I reckon that one may just about be the edge of umpire's call, but it's yes, that's why it's not given anyway.
Yeah.
And I don't think that would have been overturned even if we did have.
I think he's banging middle and off actually.
Next delivery kept out by Hammond, and defended into the offside.
And then he has the trigger movement where he actually goes across. So he starts off from middle and off, and he's got the trigger movement, and he's actually ends up with his feet outside off stump.
And for those of us who can't see, which is basically everybody unless somebody is in the members next door to us, Dan is shadow batting and is shadow batting left-handed, just to add to the effect. Are you left-handed bat?
No, I'm not. I'm right-handed.
No.
But I actually saw somebody shadow batting on a tube platform a couple of winters ago in January, playing an imaginary leave to an imaginary ball.
And goes Kashif Ali. This is just push and a run into the covers. There's a shot at the stumps that misses. And they're through for a single to end the over, 151 for 2. Yes, I think I said the same when I heard that before. And what I can't understand is how you need to rehearse a leave.
Yeah.
Because of all the things that you'd have thought, especially on a tube platform where you're going through some imaginary scenario in your head where no doubt you're, usually you'd think you'd be smashing, maybe it's just because I'm so egotistical, but you think you're smashing the winning six to win a game or something, but leaving a ball alone, not entirely sure that I would imagine a scenario where I was doing that, but perhaps they were living out an extended fantasy of their test innings that they never got to play.
Gilchrist from the Nackington Road end. Hammond has a waft outside the off stump, but fortunately for him, it doesn't find the edge of his bat as Mayeye and Leaning are waiting in the cordon.
So it's got to be frustrating for Kent in a way still, though, because, well, Gilchrist is after the number 100, and he'll also be wanting to push for 10 in the match. Cashifali hasn't got a wicket yet in the match. They're coming this close. Haven't got one yet.
Gilchrist. That's, dropped. Leaning goes diving across. It would have been a fantastic catch as the ball is just saved from going over the boundary by Jazz Singh there. Good work from him. But Nathan Gilchrist searching for this 100th Kent wicket. Just can't quite find it, and Gloucestershire scamper through for 3 runs. And Gilchrist searching for a 10-for after his 7 in the first innings.
Again, wasn't quite there to drive. It was one of those goalkeeper-style launches from Leaning with both feet off the ground, hands raised up above, and he tipped it over the bar in the end.
Gilchrist to Price, left alone. John Maxted from New Zealand, second email we've had from New Zealand this morning. Lovely to hear you guys this morning. Can't say I played with or against any famous cricketers. However, he used to umpire in club and rep cricket for the Northern Districts Cricket Association in Hamilton. Some of the first-class Test and first-class cricketers played in that. And one first-class player screamed at me, appealing. So he took great delight in saying not out and saying to him that I wasn't deaf and had no wish to be, as that's played through the leg side by Ollie Price, and he goes on to 33 with that boundary. And he asked why the umpires are wearing black armbands. Well, sadly, Jeff Evans from Glamorgan, he's passed away aged 70 yesterday.
Definitely one of the most recognisable figures, Jeff Evans. He would always go out there without a cap.
Yeah.
Whatever the weather. Fine umpire he was. Long career. Shall be much missed among the umpiring community and the cricket community especially.
Left alone. Andy Curly Clayson, he's been in touch and he said, thank you for the great coverage and commentary of the Kent games. Can you give a shout out and good luck to the old boys as the Kent over 60s and over 70s team begin their county championship campaigns this week. Yeah, good luck to the old boys and go and enjoy it. The local village team that Andy plays for is Boughton under Blean. They built a new ground and Kent player Duncan Spencer as Gilchrist comes in. Price flirts with that one down at the sort of around his rib cage, but no run. That's the end of the over. 158 for 2. A couple of years ago, they had a friendly against a village side called Elam. We were short of players that week, and Lloyd Pope, the leg spinner for South Australia and the Adelaide Strikers, guested for us. Did he ruin the game though, Andy? That's what we want to know. I think he ended up playing for Bishop Stortford, or he was going to go to Bishop Stortford, where Gloucestershire player Zaman Akhtar played. But I think that was during the COVID year, and his stint was curtailed by COVID.
Teammate of David Payne's at Adelaide Strikers, Lloyd Pope.
Yeah.
Played in that team that got to the latter stages from nowhere, made a late run all the way to the effective semi-final. Round the wicket, Cashifali, new over, bowling, and Hammond is defending, no run.
Well, David Payne, and I'm not sure if any other cricketer has ever done this, but he's won the Big Bash and the Vitality Blast, hasn't he? He won it for Perth Scorch.
Cameron Bancroft has done it now.
Yes, he has.
As well.
Of course, yes. Good knowledge, Ed. I'm impressed with that.
Well, no, that's all right. It was just, I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of others who've done it as well. But Michael Carberry, probably, I would imagine. I actually think he won it with the Perth Scorchers and Hampshire. He definitely won it with Hampshire anyway.
Yeah, man of Kent
Dan
originally.
Christian. I'm sure there's lots. In comes Cashy Valley in, and bowl's pulled away round the corner. And that will go to the boundary, splits the gap between long leg and deep backward square. Hammond just swivelling on it. There's been very little mileage in general in bowling short on this pitch, 162 for 2. The only time, of course, it worked was with that spectacular catch off the bowling of De Lange.
Futile exercise, isn't it? A futile exercise, but you've got to have that extra pace of De Lange to actually make it worthwhile.
I'll tell you one thing I was trying to think of last night, though, which... if anybody can think of any others, please send them in. I was trying to think of Bangladeshis who played county cricket. How many Bangladeshis?
Shakib Al Hassan played last year for Surrey, one game.
Yeah, and he had a stint with Worcestershire before that as well in the Blast. I'm pretty sure Muhammad Ashraful played some county cricket, maybe also for Worcestershire. Tamim played for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I was trying to remember if...
Lytton Das been over here. Lytton Das?
I don't remember it, but you may be right. Let's have to look that one up. The other name I thought was Mashrafe Mortaza, but I can't remember for certain. I have a feeling he might have played some county cricket, but I'm not even remembering vaguely which county it might have been for.
Or Englishmen who've won the Sheffield Shield. Now, there's not many of those around at all. Vic Marks is one. He won it with Western Australia. Somerset all-rounder or off-spinner, but he could bat a little bit, Vic. Very amusing man. I had a chat with him last year down at Taunton. And for those of you who've been to Taunton will know that there's 3 churches you can see in the distance from the ground, and I did ask Vic if he'd ever been in there for, maybe a spot of Evensong. And he said the only time I've ever been in that one there on a Sunday was when my bowling went in there in a John Player League game back in the 80s.
Oh, that's great. Well, it reminds me of the fantastic Kerry O'Keefe, who I enjoy immensely in the winter. I mean, the winter is not complete without hearing Kerry O'Keefe. It, of course, used to be on the ABC, but now works for Fox Cricket. But I think he had a similar thing with his bowling at Taunton, because the river at one end and, of course, the church at the other. So his bowling, it either came back wet or with bones on it. And you tell it more amusingly. Now, that one really does look much closer. LBW shout Cashy Valley imploring umpire Baldwin. He's covering his face as he goes down on one knee, and
Cashy Valley must think he's walked under a ladder while smashing a mirror over a black cat. He's got no luck.
Any more desperate than he is now. If he gets another one, well, yeah. I mean, gosh, that looks out as well to me. I know he's getting across Hammond, but you can tell that one's gone more towards the inside of his pack, because he's really trying to flick it fine rather than just play straight. And again, the angle that we're seeing isn't straight on replay, but Cashy Valley bowls. Hammond is forward, squeezing it into the onside for no run.
He's nibbling it about a little bit though, isn't he?
He is. Well, will Gloucestershire just give it a look at lunch? Just never know. I mean, we've had plenty of instances of promised rain not arriving. Going back to that epic at Cheltenham last year, where there was seemingly guaranteed to be rain involved, and we didn't get any. And of course, it ended with one of the great finishes in the history of the County Championship, with James Bracey's gloveless one-handed catch to ensure that the game was tied. Full ball, Hammond strokes it through the offside. There's protection out there in the deep now in the form of, there's that Joey Everson out there. It's a single take and 163 for 2. Hammond on to 47. He's had 2 LBW shouts which looked very close, in particular turned down, and he's also been dropped on 39. So it's not as though there haven't been chances out there, but
no.
But it's I don't know. is it a case of just there's that little bit in the back of your mind saying, well, I mean, I'd like to score these runs, obviously I would, but it's not the same intensity. I don't know, because you can't get inside Miles Hammond's head. It would be an interesting place to be as Price defends off the back foot to mid-on, 163 for 2.
Well, Bruce has actually said, maybe we can be surprised and get a result. I do think an early Gloss declaration might not be the worst choice as soon as the target is 300 plus, even taking the Kent against Middlesex result into account, where Kent chased 316 in 2 sessions last Sunday. In our evening T20 social league in the Netherlands, it is not uncommon to meet a former international from time to time. I once asked a nice chap over a drink if he'd played much cricket, only to learn he'd scored 100 for the Netherlands in the 2003 World Cup. However, most recently, our powder puff bowling was taken apart by Sterre Callis, the Dutch international women's cricketer, who was definitely too good for us. So lovely email, Bruce. Thank you so much, and hope you're enjoying life just over the ocean, over the North Sea from here.
Yes, and Callis was involved in that debacle, I'm afraid, for Yorkshire's women a couple of days ago, where they lost their opening game at Headingley against Worcestershire, amateur Worcestershire versus professional Yorkshire.
Change of bowling from the Nackington Road end as Jazz Singh comes into the attack, and Hammond gets up on his toes and defends that one, and then shadow bats a pull shot. So I think Miles Hammond's made his intentions quite clear this morning, that he's looking for quick runs, and I do wonder if Gloucestershire might be looking to set something up here.
How many overs have we had? We've had 11 overs and they've scored 51 runs.
Hammond pushes that into the offside, no run.
I suppose we'll find out in the second hour maybe, won't we?
Yeah, there's 84 left in the day. I mean, say they bowl 30 by lunch, we're looking at 66 left. Would they set Kent 350 off 66? 360, 370 maybe? You never know.
Yeah, you do never know. I just think it's so hard to bowl a side out in that number of overs when it's possible just to shut up shop.
Seeing to Hammond, that's glorious. That is going to, oh, that's a superb bit of work out on the boundary. I think that's Ben Compton down there, who I interviewed last night and spoke very eloquently. And that's Miles Hammond's 50, 79 balls. He's been out there just over an hour and a half, and he's scored 6 boundaries in that 50. And well batted, Miles Hammond. What an elegant player when he's in full flow.
Well, yep, he really does make batting look quite easy when he's playing shots like that. Admittedly, he's had a few lives this morning, but you've got to take advantage of them.
Singh. That's pushed out into point by Price.
Ashraf Mortaza didn't play county cricket, by the way, so there's another prominent Bangladesh cricketer who never played. I'm struggling beyond, was it those 3? But he's remembered any more. I'd be interested to know.
I worked on that game between Somerset and Surrey last year that Shakib Al Hassan played, where he also got done for a dubious action. But the viewing figures went through the roof from Bangladesh, as that's covered up by Price, who just pushes it back to the bowler. The viewing figures went through the roof, just, thousands, hundreds of thousands watching him from Bangladesh. He's like a god out there, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's certainly one of those figures that is never far from the headlines for one reason or another, but he's certainly compelling viewing, whatever he's doing.
Singh into Ollie Price. Again, quite conservative this morning, Ollie Price. That's the end of the over. Just shy of an hour gone here. 166 for 2. Ollie Price is on 30. Miles Hammond's just gone to 50 in that over. Listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, on the BBC Sport app and on the Kent YouTube channel.
Update from Chelmsford, by the way, where, well, it would have been quite a nice storyline if Ben Allison could have helped Worcestershire to beat Essex, but unfortunately
is his brother playing for Essex?
Out for a duck.
Is his brother playing for Essex?
Yes, I believe he is. I think he's still opening the batting with Paul Walter. But Worcestershire now 9 down at 222 for 9. They need 73 more to win. It does look as though, well, in fact, it's Jacob Duffy who's the number 11, the New Zealander.
Is Tom Taylor still in?
No, Tom Taylor was out for 1. It's Ethan Brooks who's the
Henry Brooks'
batter
brother.
in. Yeah, he's 48 not out. He's hit 3 sixes, so it looks as though Brooks might just be thinking, might as well have a swing, and you just never know. Might see if something could happen.
I covered the game last year with Worcestershire v Surrey where Tom Taylor ran out his brother James Taylor, which was quite amusing.
Oh dear. Well, I'm sure Gloucestershire supporters will be hoping they don't get to see any such brother-on-brother action. I'd be quite happy to keep hold of all their sets of brothers. Thank you very much. Bowling change as Kashi Fali's luckless spell is over and Joey Everson's going to have a go from the pavilion end. In-swinger to start with. Hammond works with the movement and plays to mid-on.
Edgar Bassett, he's been in touch. Top man. He has played a lot of good club cricket down in the West Country. He played against Peter Trigo at Somerset, who was playing for Western-super-Mare. And opened the bowling, steaming in, and he missed the edge of his bat several times before he nicked one to second slip, who dropped it.
Everson bowls pushed into the offside, no run.
Triggs was not pleased and got quicker and quicker as the innings went on. And then Egger managed to launch him over the rope 3 times in 3 balls, which didn't do anything for Trigo's mood. It was most enjoyable for me, though. I opened the batting for Clevedon with Geraint Jones, once of this parish down in Kent, who was a lovely, lovely man.
In goes Everson, and forward is Hammond playing into the offside again, keeping cover busy.
Geraint, who's played for both Kent and Gloucestershire.
Yep.
All the best, boys, from Edgar Bassett. Lovely to hear from you, pal. Hope you're keeping well, and hope you're all enjoying the cricket here on this Bank Holiday Monday. Stick with us. No need to go down the garden centre, is there? Stick with us.
Is Edgar Bassett a man for a garden centre?
Well, I don't know. Possibly.
Up to the stumps now as the keeper, as that's speared down the leg side. Hammond clips it away to deep backward square. Long boundary out there. And the fielder will keep it to 268 for 2. But
this Easter Monday and then the 2 Bank Holiday Mondays we've got in May, if you've ever visited a garden centre, you see lots of really bored blokes there traipsing around, don't you? Just like really, have I really got to be here? So don't go down to the garden centre. You stick with us on BBC Radio Kent.
Well, perhaps what he could do is go and have a meal at the garden centre, as this is driving Hammond, fluent fashion out to deep cover for a single, 169 for 2. I mean, you know, most garden centres nowadays offer some form of grub, not of the soil variety. So you know, perhaps it's become more bearable a day out at the garden centre. I don't know if Egger's one of those people that likes to eat at a garden centre.
Have a munch with your mulch.
Ollie Price surveying the field in front of him, and most of the field is in front of him. There's a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket in close. Everson bowls as a floaty delivery given the maximum chance to swing, and Price forces it into the onside. Straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. 169 for 2. Yorkshire have lost a 5th wicket, by the way, at Chesley Street. They're effectively 56 for 5.
Ooh.
So George Hill dismissed for 24. Johnny Bairstow is 35. Not out, but Yorkshire have got a lot of work to do, given that Durham will probably chase just about anything that Yorkshire set anyway.
Yep.
And I think you'd have to say at the moment, it's looking like Durham might be picking up their first win and getting off the bottom, but still 5 wickets to take and some runs to chase.
Local game for our BBC colleague Warmarty, as that is pushed out to mid-off by Hammond.
Headingley's too far south, isn't it? I know that.
Everywhere's too far south.
Right.
Although he lives in Sunderland, or as he calls it, the Roca Riviera, I'm sure even going to Chesterley Street is probably too far south for him.
No, he's got it good up there, actually. I will give him that. As much as he likes to bang on about it, the Roca Riviera is delightful, but don't anybody tell Marty that I've said that. It is beautiful, actually.
Well, I'm not sure there's too many Kent or Gloucestershire fans who are queuing up, as that's driven nicely, queuing up to take their other half on a romantic weekend away up to Sunderland. But, you know, I'll take your word for it, Ed. I'll take your word for it, mate. That's just a single to Hammond.
You know full well. You've been as well, haven't you? You must have been.
I've not been to Durham, but I've been to Sunderland before, yeah. And they're good people up there. They're all right. I like the people. And they're great with, you know, on the emails coming in. They're fantastic. We were speaking once about stews in a can, and they're sending us all these dinners you can get in cans. That's driven by price. I don't think it's going to go all the way. He's going to be hauled in just before the boundary rope and adds 2 more onto the right-handers total. Yeah, and people sending us stuff like, you know, you can get a boiled egg in a can or a Christmas dinner in a can and stuff like this. But yeah, the people are fantastic. But what we're looking for Kent and Gloucestershire fans this morning is if you played against professionals and they've ruined the game at club level, drop Ed and I a line on bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Sing. That's the bowler. It's not a command, Ed, as that goes out into the offside.
Well, it's funny you should say that. We're back to Nicky Chowdhury warming up yesterday now. But it's funny you should say that. But first game of the season up at Derby, the team sheet was printed with Ajit Singh Dale without the H. It's quite amusing, anyway.
I'll tell you what, Ajit would have been quite handy.
Come on.
Yeah.
Seriously, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Here is Singh. So that's pushed into the offside. Singh from Dartford, although not from the email that we had from... who did we have the email from? We had the email from Nick Woodhead, I think. Yeah, played against Dartford because Jazz Singh, he plays his club cricket for Bexley Cricket Club in the Kent Premier, who've always been a very strong side. And he comes from the Nackington Road end. Short, wide. The Ollie Price is right. Come on down as that goes away for 4 runs. 176 for 2.
Who's going up the hill anyway? Oh dear. Yeah, well, you're not going to get away with that, are you? Even in a situation where, I mean, it has to be said, I think, realistically, at this point, if Gloucestershire were looking towards really setting something up, I think this is the time where, particularly, Hammond has to go ballistic. So, we've got an email from Philip Bailey. And, of course, I forgot Mustafizur Rahman. He played for Sussex. Of course he did. In T20 cricket. Yeah, in addition to Shakib and Tamim. And in fact, so I've misremembered that as this is out into the offside. Hammond runs the ball away through deep point and takes a single again. So in fact, Ashraful didn't play county cricket. I thought he had. There we go.
Yeah, I've got to do an update for BBC Radio Kent in a second. But after the weather and the travel.
Yes.
And the news.
The only reason I thought of it was because we were talking about Nahid Rana, actually, of all people. And I was delighted to see that in Bangladesh's first innings in the Test match against Zimbabwe. Do you want to have a guess how many runs he made?
No.
Well done.
Yeah. I mean,
magnificent. He was out to Wesley Matavere, who is an off-spinner. So it's nice to see that as Everson bowls, and this is clipped away by Price straight to short mid-wicket for no run, it's nice to see that it's not just the pacemen that trouble Mr. Rana. However, again, to prove the point, he claimed 3 for 74 in Bangladesh's first bowling innings. But it was more a thought of actually how many good cricketers from Bangladesh haven't played county cricket, and Mehdi Hassan Miraz has taken 5 for 52 in that innings. He'd have thought that a county might have, for later season, gone to somebody like him, because he can bat as well. It'd be a really good signing for when the pitches start to wear a bit more later in the season. It is surprising how few have played. Maybe it's tricky to get visas, for example, but anyway, Everson in, clipped to deep square, and there will be 1 run, priced to 40, 178 for 2.
It certainly is, Leo. I don't like the sound of that rain coming in from the west, because Gloucestershire look like they might be trying to set something up here. They've added 66 runs this morning. Miles Hammond has been the chief protagonist of that. He was dropped when the score was on 36 by Jack Leaning at slip, but he's still there. He's got 56. Ollie Price has got 40. Gloucestershire 179 for 2, leading by 258. And you do wonder whether they're trying to set up some sort of positive result. But will the weather kick in? You can find out with ball-by-ball commentary of this game, which is available via the BBC app and the BBC website.
So, 3 singles from 4 balls this over. There's a short straight mid-on in position as Everson bowls, and Price whips this one away through square leg again as Everson tries to target the pads, and it's 180 for 2. And I'm not sitting next to Dave Bracegirdle, so I'm not going to do the voice.
Good arrows.
Price on to 41. You like your darts?
I do like my darts, yeah. Although, I mean, obviously the World Championship is just up the road from me in Alexandra Palace.
On the wicket in, Everson with the grunt releases, and for all that effort, Hammond plays it absolutely nonchalantly out into the offside as though it was sent down at about 20 miles an hour. It's the end of the over, 180 for 2.
Yeah, that was one keeping low rather than John Low there, wasn't it? So, yeah. Are Gloucestershire trying to set something up here, Ed?
No.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I don't think so, really. At least not yet. If we see a change of gear at some point in the next half hour, I might believe it. But I just don't think that these two are doing anything other than playing their natural game. They have been given some deliveries to put away. I mean, you know, would Kent decide actually that they can take it upon themselves? Because the onus here is so much on the batting side, and it's always the batting side that are criticised for not setting a game up. You can set a game up in the field if you want to chase something.
Jack Leaning is into the attack, and Ollie Price tries to late cut one there. We haven't seen one of his reverse sweeps yet. He's a very good reverse sweeper, isn't he, Ollie Price? He scores in a 360-degree arc.
It's been tricky to play that shot because Leaning so often has been bowling round the wicket and right into his pads. The conventional sweep might be a shot, but reverse sweep be quite difficult.
He's got a standard square leg and a deep backward square as he pushes that one to Zach Crawley at mid-wicket.
I mean, not that I want to see declaration bowling, really, but still, it's been a part of the game for quite a long time. If Kent wanted to chase something and offer something up for Gloucestershire, then you can do it.
Zach Crawley having a bowl?
Why not? I think I have seen him bowl before.
Yeah, I think I have. Does he bowl like offies? I think. So there we go. That's the sweep from Price, and he picks out Kashi Valley, who's down at quite fine for deep backwards square. He's probably about a good 30 yards backwards of the umpire. He's just coming into a backward point now for the left-handed Miles Hammond.
He's listed as right arm off break. Yeah. I'm not sure how much off breaking there was, but still.
181 for 2. Leaning from the Nackington Road end as Hammond tickles that into the onside, and Price has to get on his bike there as he calls him through for a single, but Ollie Price is reasonably quick. One of the quicker ones in this Gloucestershire side, as you'd expect for a 23-year-old.
Whippersnapper.
He is a whippersnapper, yeah. Not as much of a whippersnapper as Joe Phillips, the Truro Tendulkar. There's Price. There's that late cut we spoke about. It's only going to be one run, though.
Now, they're all whippersnappers, even though some of them are older than me.
Oh, Tom Smith's a whippersnapper to me.
Well, yeah, certainly got more left in him than me.
Darren Stevens is a whippersnapper to me. Leaning in, Hammond plays that to mid-wicket. That completes the over. 3 off it. 183 for 2. Price is on 43. Hammond 57. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn.
Yes, well, we are 80 overs remaining in the day. I mean, I suppose if they declared at lunch, then you wouldn't take the 2 overs off, but it's still going to take some time even for Gloucestershire to get up to 350, which I'd have thought would be the minimum if they were wanting to set something up. But with the wickets that they've got in hand, I think if they were to go for something, we'd probably have seen a sign already, I'm afraid. Clouds have parted a bit actually since first thing. Sort of bubbling up a bit, maybe more now, excuse me, as Everson is in, and Price once again, as he's done several times off Everson's bowling, just brushing the ball out to deep square. 184 for 2, single added.
Yeah, I'm with you. The clouds have parted. A little bit like our esteemed colleague Ian Randall's centre parting. I'm not sure Moses could part anything as wide as that.
I think the hair's the thing that's parted full stop.
Departed.
Round the wicket goes Everson, and this is squirted out to backward point, and there is no run. Good afternoon, Ian, if you're listening. There's your bit of stick for the morning. At 60% at 2, 40% at 1, 50% through the afternoon. They've taken those percentages down a little bit. It still seems unlikely that we'll get through the whole lot without getting one. Everson bowls back of a length. Hammond stabs this one out towards point, but there is no point cover. There is no run, for goodness sake.
Yeah, for those of you who know the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, the weather is coming away to our right as we're looking out from the pavilion end. So it's coming over the Kenton County Hospital and over the Cowdrey stand here.
And goes Everson bowls. Hammond is forward and very correctly and carefully defending to mid-off.
And while it's nice here, it's sort of the ground is bathed in sunshine. It does look murky away to our left, but I think that's gone over sort of towards Thanet and over sort of Margate, Broadstairs, Ramsgate, that sort of area.
Yeah, it does look as though it is actually mostly blue where it's coming from. Everson in on drive from Hammond, and it does just squeak underneath the dive of Kashif Ali at mid-on. They'll take a single, and that's it. 85 for 2.
He did stop a boundary there, though. Kashif Ali got enough on it to allow, because that would have gone away for 4. It's quick straight down the ground here. It does look murky over to the Ames Pavilion to our right as well, over towards sort of Dover that way.
Yeah, we've gone from high level cloud now sunshine, but also rather sort of cauliflower-esque cumulus clouds. Full ball from Everson is driven straight into the ground, and across goes Muyaya from short extra cover, and there's no run, 185 for 2.
Is that what they are, cumulus clouds?
I think they are, until they get higher and higher until they hit the jet stream, and then they get sawn off at the top and become cumulonimbus anvil clouds.
See, it's educational. It's not just cricket here. You're here on a meteorological educational trip with Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn.
Complete rubbish, but I think that's roughly what it is anyway. The cumulonimbus are the ones that you've got to watch out for.
Jack leaning. He can winkle out some quick wickets. He'll be on cloud 9 as he comes in round the wicket. And Hammond drives pleasantly out to deep cover. 186 for 2. Leaning, just surveying his field. Angling it in, as Ed spoke about that line. It's quite a defensive line.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not the prettiest overall, is it, when you're firing it way wide of the left-handers off stump, but hey, you got a wicket like that, and it's not as though there's masses of turnout there.
Price defends. Price eyeing up the leg side. It's a long boundary though. We are playing up towards the right hand side of the square, up the hill.
They're really tempting him to go through the covers, aren't they? That's the big area to target.
Again, Price defends. Yeah, but then Leaning needs to put one outside his off stump, offer him the covers and try and turn one back through his gate.
Well, they're protecting the reverse and they're protecting the cut with that fielder out there, but there's very few boundary options on the leg side, but he could just get it through cover or extra cover, but Leaning's mostly not bowling there.
Ollie Price really opening up his stance, leaving that one alone down the leg side. Really opening up his stance here, isn't he? He's often to a right arm over, very side on, but you look how open his stance is here to Leaning. As he just tickles this one into the leg side. That completes the over. 186 for 2. Price 44. Hammond one shy of 60.
Wow, Worcestershire 258 now for 9.
Ooh.
They've scored half the runs that they required since I have last looked at it. Ethan Brooks is 80 not out. 6 4s and 6 6s. And so far, Jacob Duffy has only faced 5 balls. What an effort that is, even from the point where I looked at it and the wicket had fallen. So 202 they came together, so they put on 56, of which Jacob Duffy has scored none, and he's just faced his 6th ball. Everson bowls. Hammond plays into the onside to short mid-wicket. There's no run. I wouldn't
Cameron Green would say, Struth.
I can actually see him being someone that does. No, he probably doesn't. But if I wouldn't suggest anybody, of course, moves away from our commentary, but I would remind you that you can pick up ball-by-ball commentary of that game on the BBC Sport website and via the app. Everson bowls, Hammond drives, not quite off the meat at the bat, and it's picked up at cover.
Or you can even say to your smart speaker, hey, smart speaker, please play Day 4 of Kent versus Gloucestershire. You little scoundrel. No, you don't put you little scoundrel.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure that was quite the script that I was given at the start of the season to read out, but I'm sure some variation thereof. Everson bowls, Hammond drives past short extra cover. There'll be a couple of runs, I'd imagine, here as deep cover will get there. And Hammond goes running off somewhere in the direction of what would be gully for him, as the throw is an heat seeker towards him. 188 for 2, Hammond on to 61. So, yeah, a thrilling finish going on at Chelmsford. Surrey have almost got to 450, which is about the only intrigue you'd imagine that game has, and it's not much intrigue really. Hammond drives it up to mid-off where it's at Crawley Fields and no run. Still raining at Edgbaston where Nottinghamshire are being frustrated. Warwickshire 163 for 6, trailing by 111. The way it's gone, you wouldn't imagine Nottinghamshire need too much time to finish that game off. Somerset look to be moving their way towards a draw, still not safe. As forward goes Hammond, edging and wide of the one, slip substantially wide. It would have needed a gully to have got close to that. I don't think it was in the air for too long either, but it's 4 more runs, and Hammond is doing a good job of frustrating and toying with the Kent attack this morning. It's 192 for 2. Somerset 148 for 2. They still trail by 4, so they're still away from safety, but Sean Dixon 67 not out and Tom Abel 22, so they've only lost the wicket of Tom Lammonby this morning. Everson, Ian and Bowles. Hammond drives through point and just the 1, and that completes the over. 7 runs have come from it, and that is a 100-run partnership between Price and Hammond. And Hammond has exactly double the number of runs that Price has scored. Hammond with 66. And it's been another solid partnership, and I suppose from a Gloucestershire point of view, Bancroft's got 100, Charlesworth has 1, Ollie Price has 1, Bracey and Green as well. So Hammond actually is the only member at the moment of the top 6 in its current configuration that doesn't have 100, so could get one here.
Leaning, a little bit of turn there. Fox's Hammond. Kent's second 11 are in action up at Polo Farm, up the road here in Canterbury. They're playing the Saka South Asian Cricket Academy, who they are 80 for 2. Reverse sweep from Hammond. He's going to get 4 runs. That's a clever shot. Innovation from Miles Hammond, and moves into the 70s. With that lovely erudite bit of cricket. Yeah, they're 80 for 2. George Garrett with both the wickets there. It's a 2-day game, so yeah, keep an eye on that one. Hammond now toying with the field. Just played to Crawley, one of 2 short covers. Leaning's persisting in throwing this out wide of the off stump, and there's 2 short extra covers in there, isn't there? That's just defended. A little bit of turn, a hint of turn.
So one looks substantially shorter than the other one.
Yeah,
and
I
actually
think that's
it's
a sub-fielder.
Zach Crawley who's the shorter of them.
That's a sub-fielder on there. I'm trying to work out who that is. I think that might be Corey Flintoff.
I was wondering whether it was Mr. Flintoff.
Maybe somebody from the club can confirm.
It's definitely not Fred Clarkson, I can tell you that.
No. Hammond filths that one through mid-wicket from wide of the off stump. Miles Hammond's very aesthetically pleasing batter.
That's you not probably having that.
Well, he's got it into the gap. He's got it away from the field. The field's been set where there's a 6-3 field in favour of the offside. Leaning, throwing the ball wide outside the off stump, and Hammond again has shown innovation and put it through mid-wicket. As he put that one into the leg side, he's only going to get 1 here. That completes the over. 9 off it. That's the 200 up for Gloucestershire, by the way. Hammond moves on to 75. Price on to 44. The lead is currently 281. And you do wonder. Well, I'm wondering if something might be trying to be set up here. You never know. You never know. Stick with us and you'll find out.
I do know that it is still raining at Derby. And it is still raining at Old Trafford, so Leicestershire frustrated, having reduced Lancashire to 16 for 3, trailing by 212 overnight. They haven't got out there yet this morning. And those two, Gloucestershire's next two opponents as they go to Bristol to face Leicestershire. Everson in, Hammond playing very straight, just in defence, no run. Leicestershire at Bristol first, and then they make the trip up to Emirates Old Trafford to face the Lankies in a reunion with former coach Dale Benkenstein and Will Porterfield, who is his assistant up there. So
it's not Corey Flintoff, by the way. He's playing in the second 11 game.
Aha. I think he'd be doing a good shift if he were. This is flicked by Hammond through mid-wicket, and he'll take a single, 203 for 2.
Saying that, it does say that Chris Benjamin's been named, and that's him keeping wicket out there, isn't it?
But this is why you just never know with these second 11 games. People swapping in and swapping out. Kent batting or
no? Saka are batting.
They're
batting. 82 for 2 now.
Right, so maybe they're planning to bat but not field.
Yeah, Mikey Cohen is playing in that game. Come back from injury. South African left armour. It's quite sharp, Mikey Cohen.
Yep. A bit for Derbyshire.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Well, Ollie Price has just stopped there. I don't think it is because of the herring gull that is now actually fielding at a deep mid-off and staring at the action, although just poorly took his eye off the ball right as the bowler came in. It's played towards mid-on for no run. I think possibly might have been stopped if the gull had been flying rather closer to the action, but it must have been somebody else down below us. But it's not really the best place for a gull there. The Ollie Price straight drive. Oh, he was looking for it. An inside edge, is it?
Wasn't
thick
quite
inside
there.
edge onto his pad. No, it wasn't. It was not full enough, really, for that shot. And Everson just doesn't quite get it through the gate. 203 for 2. At Lord's, meanwhile, Glamorgan, well, they look as though they might be doing similar to what they did at Leicestershire, where they just about avoid the innings defeat, but not much more. They're 241 for 7 now, as Tim van der Huchten has been removed for 28. So 241 for 7, trailing by 30. In comes Everson and bowls Price with a very much safety first defensive shot.
I always try and sort of say Van der Huchten in the sort of Dutch way, but
Van der Goten?
I'm always a bit worried about drenching the microphone in phlegm.
No, it's not a very COVID-friendly
No.
name, that one. We had to go to the Australian pronunciation during the COVID years. Everson bowls. He tries a leg stump Yorker, but over pitches slightly, and Price flicks this for a single out to deep square leg. So Hammond...
What's the Australian? Is it Van der Gugton?
Well, I think they say Van der Goten.
I remember when Darren Gough came on the scene, and here from the Brisbane at the Vulture Street end is Darren Go.
Oh, not Darren Gaug.
No, Darren Go.
Well, it's like Vincent van Gogh, isn't it? As the Americans like to call him.
Yeah.
Don't give it the full Van Gogh. No, it's Vincent van Gogh.
Yeah. 204 for 2 here as the cloud is starting just to build a little. Coming in from our right, coming up from the south, maybe southwest slightly.
I'm pleased they've turned the floodlights off at least, though, because
Yeah.
staring into those, never mind me getting called Greta Thunberg again. Never mind that. Staring into those, I think, triggered a headache for me yesterday, so
Yeah.
I'm rather pleased they've been turned off.
Ed wanted them turned off, and I did ask him whether it was an environmental reason or whether it was for the sake of his own health, and he said a bit of both, so he was christened Greta Thunberg for a while.
There we go. But, you know, as I think we mentioned at the time, I understand fully why Sussex, for example, have decided they're just not going to use them for Championship cricket.
Leaning is from the Nackington Road end, and Price drills one back to the bowler.
And Gloucestershire have already used up, I think, 3 days of their, I never remember whether it's 14 or 15, I think it's 14-day allocation in the first game, and all for very little, really.
Price reverses.
Oh.
That's...
Oh, no, he's not quite middle.
No, he hasn't quite got a hold of that as Jazz Singh comes in off the boundary just in front of the grassy knoll and keeps them down to a single.
I thought that was very clever because I thought he'd really sort of hockey slapped it, reverse slapped it through cover, but just didn't quite get it out of the meat.
See, Sussex don't use their floodlights at all for Championship cricket, do they?
No, so that started last season.
To save money.
Yeah, and because they worked out that it saved such little cricket.
But it's also like, I mean, each floodlight here at Canterbury has probably got, what, 30 bulbs in? Something like that. And I think it costs something like £100,000 a year to Sussex or something like that to put their floodlights on.
Yeah, and all four combined, probably about 20, 25 overs cricket.
That's wide, left alone there. Yeah, I mean, you know, far be it for me to, you know, rattle on about how much energy prices have gone up, but £100,000 a year does seem, you know, quite excessive. Hammond just nurdles that one into the leg side and will amble through for a single. 206 for 2.
Yeah, I think at Bristol it is something like 14, 15 days, and of course you've got the 7 blast games. Even if they're day games for the internationals, you've got 1 men's international, 1 women's international, that gets you up to 9 days already, so that only leaves you about 5 days for the rest of the entire championship season.
That's just... Oh, it's a good stop there from Zach Crawley. Still throwing himself around. He does this for Kent. You know, a lot of people come from England to play for their county, and he loves playing for Kent, Zach Crawley. Leaning. That's reverse swept. It's only going to be 1, though, I think, down to Jazz Singh. 207 for 2, Price 47, Hammond 77. And we've had an email in from Michelle Garland, who is a Gloucestershire fan from Gloucester itself, I think, isn't she, or somewhere?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Said, afternoon, chaps, from a grey and wet Gloucester. Having never played cricket, I don't have any playing stories, but I do make up for it with some other embarrassing stories.
Oh, gosh.
During my last trip to Australia, after a day at the MCG to watch the West Indies v Australia in the Boxing Day Test match, I ended up in the casino in Melbourne. After buying my drink at the bar, I turned round and walked straight into a tall gentleman. My face went into a broad chest and I looked up to see 6'4" Darren Sammy.
In comes Everson bowls, Price defends, the ball trickles to mid-off.
I was mortified and apologised profusely before scuttling away, enjoying the stream and hoping beyond hope for a full day's play. Nothing to do with having some Gloss players in my fantasy side. Happy Easter and best wishes from Michelle and a cardboard Zaff watching his old teammates. She's got a cardboard Zaffa Gohar.
Forward goes Price and plays defensively into the onside. It's fielded at short mid-wicket.
I've got a photo of that because it was presented to her at the Cheltenham Festival.
Yes, it
and
was.
Zaffa Gohar actually came in because it was being hidden in the commentary marquee there. And Zaffa Gohar actually came in, and there's a photo of the real Zaffa with his cardboard cutout.
I perhaps shouldn't say on air, but I was responsible for helping to fund it. In comes Everson and bowls. This is clipped away through a straight mid-wicket position. Fielder runs round from the boundary, just about gets there. And Price, with 2 runs, moves on to 49. 209 for 2. Helped, of course. Didn't pay for it fully. No, don't worry. And also, I would like to clarify that I am not the mystery donor for Cameron Green. Just in case anybody thought that I was, I am absolutely not the mystery donor.
We all know that's Ian Randall.
Driven.
I've got to do an update for BBC Radio Kent.
Driven by Price on the bounce back to the bowler. There is no run. Another really looming cloud has come over. It's just going to be one of those afternoons, I think, where we'll get moments of sunshine, but the showers could be quite hefty if we do hit one. Price on 49, Everson bowls to him, and there's an on push, thought about one, but they decide against it as, again, Crawley is energetic in the field, and there is, therefore, no run. So Price on the cusp of a second 50-plus score of the season. He got that 101 in the only innings that Gloucestershire battered in against Glamorgan at Bristol. As this is clipped away, oh, diving stop, although it does actually get slightly behind Daniel Bell-Drummond, but he's done enough to keep it to no run. 209 for 2 at the end of the over.
Not really. Gloucestershire is still going well. Kent have yet to take a wicket this morning after an hour and 35 minutes of play. Ollie Price has moved serenely on to 49 for the visitors, with Miles Hammond on 77. And Gloucestershire are currently 209 for 2. That's a lead of 288. And remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary of this game, which is available via the BBC app and the BBC website. Oh, it's a song I like, Happy Hour by the House Martins.
It was more like Happy 3 Seconds there.
Yeah, it was. It was. Broadstairs Paddy has been in touch. Thanks, Michelle, for the email. Great to hear from you. Hope you're keeping well, by the way, as Leaning comes in. And there's Ollie Price's 50. Well batted, 116 balls, 6 fours in there. And been quite slow by his standards, but he's had to watch it on a pitch that's been doing a little bit and keeping low occasionally. And Ollie Price showing that he can guts it out as well as being a flair player. Broadstairs Paddy, he's been in touch. He's off to watch the Thanet Derby. Leaning to Hammond, who cuts for a single. Fantastic commentary as usual. He's off to watch Ramsgate versus Margate later this afternoon. And they're expecting over 3,000. It's huge on Thanet, that game. He'll be keeping a keen eye on the cricket score. Hopefully Kent can secure the draw. I want to say, how irritating has it been to lose Dudgeon and Denley for the season? Is there any noise about a replacement bowler jetting in to take the South Africans' slippers, as Price just nerdles a one there? No, to take the South African shoes. All the best, Broadstairs Paddy. Well, there is talk. It's only talk, though, but Wes Agar is coming in at the end of May, but there is talk possibly about an overseas, but it's only, hearsay. But who will it be? That's just nerdle round the corner. So no ball from Leaning.
It's a surprise.
Yeah, but I think A, it depends on money, and B, it depends on availability of the player as well, doesn't it? That's the thing. But great to hear from you, Paddy. Thanks for your email. Keep them coming. Hammond leaves that one alone. 215 for 2 as a monster of a daddy longlegs flutters in front of Ed Seaborn's window there. We had a couple getting rather amorous last week, and I don't think Mummy Longlegs was overly happy about it, it has to be said, as that squirts off the edge of Hammond's bat, and that completes the over. Hammond 79, Price 51, Gloucestershire 215 for 2 with a lead, just approaching the 300 mark.
Yes, now that reminds me of when we used to have the pigeons up above the commentary box at Bristol. There were 2 couples, one on either side of the commentary box, and I think it's fair to say that they didn't stay in their own pigeonholes.
Oh, a bit of keys in the pigeon punch bowl, was there?
Yes, well, Churchy and I were struggling to know where to look at times.
Yeah.
Dreadful.
Pigeon porn.
Change of bowling at the pavilion end. Jas Singh is on 5 overs for 38. His figures read, so they'll be wanting to do something about that. Got a bit of tap from Ben Charlesworth yesterday evening. As he approaches, tall figure, bowling now. Oh, that stays down a bit on Ollie Price, and he has to jam the bat down on it. Toe end of the batter's been in use a fair bit, I think it's fair to say, over the last couple of days, and especially when you play a lot of your cricket at Bristol, the need for a strong toe, like a steel-capped toe for your bat or something. You definitely need to have a strong toe. In comes Singh and bowls, and Price reaching for that drive. It wasn't a half volley, but he still controlled it well through the covers. He does have a long reach on him, which always helps. And one run is taken.
Ian Randall's been in touch. Ian Randall.
Has he?
Yeah, he said that he had a chat with you last night, and at 3:30 in 55 overs might be the equation. Well, I think it's going to be... Gloucestershire would have to slow up somewhat because they've already got a lead of 295 and there's 71 left in the day after this one.
Singh bowls very wide and Hammond leaves. Problem with that, as I've been saying, is the what you have to do in that situation is you've got to make sure that the other side is just going to continue to go for it. There needs to be like an agreement that the chasing side is going to go for it until, say, they are 7 wickets down or something, which is what happened a couple of years back, I think, at Chelmsford between Surrey and Essex. They set something up. Surrey agreed that they were going to keep going for it until something like 7 down. Singh bowls, and Hammond flogs this one out towards deep cover off the back foot. It'll be a single, 217 for 2. But what ended up happening, inevitably, was that it was a draw anyway, because Surrey, agreed to go for it 7 down, and Essex couldn't take the final 3 wickets.
Yeah.
So even there, it shows you how difficult it is to get over the line in that sort of a shorter overs type chase as the bowling side.
James Healy's been in touch, just been for a bit of breakfast brunch on the waterfront, and now he's tuned in for a bit before heading off to his allotment.
Singh bowls, knocked into the onside by Price. He for a moment thought about 2 there, but I don't think it was an entertained thought for too long. 1 run, 218, excuse me, for 2.
He sent us a picture of a couple of pigeons, Ed.
Oh,
yeah.
Lovely. Anyway, we possibly better move on from the subject of bird life.
I think so.
Chris Watts has switched sides in the slightly more gloomy early afternoon here, as Jas Singh is in square driven by Hammond out to backward point. There's no run, and it is 218 for 2. So Gloucestershire continuing with their progress, but steady progress. And with 20 minutes to go until lunch, still really no sign that there's any sort of a message come out for acceleration or anything like that. So the game continues to drift.
Yeah, a little bit of cloud cover coming in from the right-hand side as Leaning comes in around the wicket to Oliver Price. He's starting to close in a little bit now, isn't it? He did say about 1 o'clock. But this is the microclimate of the Costa del Canterbury as Price reverse sweeps. Only out to the fielder out there, who I can't quite see due to the balcony of the Frank Woolley stand jutting out to our right-hand side. Frank Woolley, a wonderful, graceful player.
Might be Joey Everson. Sorry, that was me hitting my microphone on my laptop. There you go. This is why you shouldn't crane your neck round the balcony to look.
Leaning. Cut by Hammond. Past point. It's going to be cut off on the boundary, though, by Compton. Good arm. Yeah, I spoke to Ben Compton last night, and I thought he spoke extremely well. I thought he's batted last 2 innings I've seen. He's got something about him. He's not somebody who's a flair player, let's say, although he's got some very good shots. That's just defended, but he's got unbelievable powers of concentration. He's got guts. He's dogged, and he doesn't throw his wicket away lightly. And I tell you what, England could do with somebody like that in their top order, I think, as Crawley, who's in England's top order, goes diving away to his left. But, somebody, I know England want to play Bazball, and he is the antithesis of Bazball, but England could do with somebody like that, just to sort of lock everything up and just to be the sort of solidity in that top order while the flair players play shots around someone like Ben Compton.
You wonder what they're going to do when Joe Root decides he's had enough, because there's no obvious replacement.
Sweat by Price. He's going to get at least... No, he settles for 1 there. Jas Singh round really quickly and keeps them down to 1. That completes the over. 223 for 2. But Compton is close on 500 runs 3 games into the season. And, sometimes... with England at the moment, it's about how you get your runs. But for me, it's about weight of runs.
Well, yeah, I think personally it's got to be some sort of a balance, but no, I'm with you that unless you're scoring a weight of runs once you get the opportunity in the side, there's got to come a point where enough's enough. And I know that for too long England tried people and gave them about 5 or 6 tests, especially at the top of the order, cycled through so many openers since Andrew Strauss. Singh bowls down the pitch. It's worked leg side by Ollie Price. They'll take a single. I do also think that, and that's happening anyway, scored 224 for 2, that sometimes you look at pitches and you look at attacks, and you do have to take those into account a little bit. But no, I agree. Clearly Compton has the temperament for Test cricket. I don't think he's... anybody could suggest that he doesn't, given the long innings that he plays in county cricket. Singh runs in round the wicket into Hammond, who carves that one past backward point. He'll take 1, and he wants a second run. They're going to have to be quick here, and Hammond is very quick, as the fielder round from deep third. Sent a strong throw in, but Hammond too quick for it. 226 for 2. By the way, update from Chelmsford. Essex have defeated Worcestershire by 28 runs. So Ethan Brooks's heroics coming up just a little bit short. He was the last man out. Caught and bowled Jamie Porter for 88, including 7 sixes. Singh bowls a full wide ball, tempting Hammond into the drive, but he doesn't.
Please, can we put out a warning here to Kent fans? Please do not put your foot through the screen of your television by hearing that Essex have just won, please. The Battle of the Bridge is a big rivalry here. Yep. One side north of the Thames estuary, whilst we're here to the south. Brightened up again, Ed.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those afternoons, really. Singh is in again. Hammond is staring at that one and saying, nah, no thank you. Too wide to interest me. So Essex pick up 19 points. They didn't get any batting points, which is the difficulty that they've got now, especially with the bonus point system being 250 for the first one. Does make it harder, even though Essex usually know at Chelmsford that they've got pitches that they can achieve wins on. The problem is that if they get 19-point wins, that's very little difference to maximum point draws. Singh is in, and Hammond crouches as he tries to drive or almost cut through cover. Just didn't bounce maybe as much as he thought it would. There's no runners. Well, Drummond is down to field.
That Essex result, though, will please Dan Porter, who's worked for both Essex and Gloucestershire as marketing
brother of Jamie.
Yeah, and he's listening in, I believe, to this game. So big hello to Dan Porter, and hope life is good, pal.
Last ball of the over, Jassing bowls and Hamid cuts, and that's a really smart piece of fielding from Tawanda Muyeye at backward point. He's done that very casually, but
yes, done that very
languid
casually.
piece of field. I mean, you leathered that, did Hammond, and Muyeye's just, he's pretty much just as though he were lying down for a sunbathe. He's gone down and made it look so easy. 226 for 2 at the end of that over.
He's such a relaxed individual. I interviewed him after his brilliant century here last Sunday for Kent when they defeated Middlesex by 8 wickets, and his 125, which is a run of ball, was glorious to watch. It really was. As Leaning is going to come around the wicket to Ollie Price from the Nackington Road end. Has that gone? Caught behind. Ollie Price goes for 56 and Leaning strikes. And a smart catch there by substitute keeper Chris Benjamin. And Ollie Price has to depart for 56.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Leaning, and I think he's got his field set really well for Ollie Price there and the plan, because whilst the majority of deliveries were bowled into the pad still and stopping Price from freeing his arms, playing a reverse sweep, at the same time he had a field which allowed him still to bowl the one that got him out, which was the straight honour from around the wicket and just going on with the arm, on with the angle and drawing the outside edge. So that partnership is at an end. It's, well, in fact, it's added 114 runs just this morning, so
133
it has, in the end, really, you would think, seen off any possibility of some sudden Gloucestershire collapse and then a chase for Kent. So it's done that job, and we will get another look at Cameron Green, sizable figure coming out to join Miles Hammond. And Green, well, probably won't be batting for quite long enough to to get a cramp here, because he's only got 10 minutes left until lunch. But
yeah,
it was a absolutely fine display in that first innings, and really showing the extreme quality that he's got, that he could come straight in with no cricket, no top-level cricket for 7 months and score 112 in his first innings like that. Some absolutely thumping drives, but mostly just you saw his temperament. Such a mature innings. He didn't take on Leaning once, really. I don't think. He was just really happy to tick the runs over against him, put off to the boundary anything loose from the seamers, and he just built the innings at such a steady tempo, kept things moving with James Bracey, who ended up being the top scorer in that first innings, 151 not out.
Leaning to Green, who gets off the mark first ball by working one through mid-wicket out to Compton. 227 for 3. Hammond 15 short of 100. Yeah, so Tawanda Muyeye, he says he was going to celebrate that 100 last week by getting his partner to cook him up some button mushrooms.
Okay.
Yeah, there you
well,
go.
I like mushrooms, but
yeah, there you
seems
go.
quite plain to me. But well, it's a man of simple tastes.
Yeah, that's played out into the offside.
Obviously, live very frugally in that household.
I not quite like mushrooms. I'm a big mushroom fan.
Well, me too. But was it with anything? Were they stuffed mushrooms?
Well, I think they're probably garlicky, or
Yeah.
you know, I'm sure they're not just plain boiled mushrooms. I'm sure. The Green again works one into the onside for a single.
I'm sure there'll be plenty who have stuck Cameron Green into their various fantasy 11s.
Yeah.
He'll be delighted that Green has got the chance to come out and bat again, and also There's that moment of relief usually as the first run is scored and -25 is off the cards.
Bonza.
I'm not doing it this year. No, I can't get into that this year.
2:29 for 3 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, as Hammond plays a curious shot which goes out to mid-on. Kent, 2 fielders down. You've got Chris Benjamin on as substitute due to Harry Finch getting a finger injury in the first innings. It's leaning, comes in, and that's tossed up and driven by Hammond, doesn't go anywhere, and that completes the over. And the other one is that Grant Stewart limped out of the action after just 6.3 overs of the first morning, and he hasn't been seen. Well, he has been seen. I have seen him. He's all right, but he hasn't been seen on the pitch. He's got a stomach muscle injury. So we're going to find out. We're still waiting for the injury to settle down, and we're still awaiting news from the medical team here at Canterbury, whether Stewart is okay or how the extent of the injury.
Yeah, because
he's a warrior.
Key cricketer, isn't he, for Kent, not just in the Championship, but lower order muscle in the T20. Bowl at pretty much any time as well. Green facing, he drives sweetly, but they've really packed that offside field. There's a mid-off. There's almost like a short, wide mid-off. There's a shortish extra cover and a backward point. So Green is going to have to give it, even for him, some welly if he wants to get it through that field. He tried to time that one. However, getting down to field Bell Drummond, who is not an extra cover. He is a shortish, wide mid-off. Jas Singh bowls, Green covers up. There's no run to mid-off.
Yeah, it's great having Cameron Green, though. You know, seeing these proper world-class players. And if you forget, yesterday it was raining, it was drizzling, and I was having a chat downstairs with Marshawn DeLunger. And there was a young lad with an Australian scarf waiting patiently for a photo with Cameron Green. And I said to Marshawn, there's a father and his son down there. The son was probably 10 years old.
Singh to Green, that's very wide, and yeah, too wide, says Paul Baldwin. Arms outstretched, so one more to the total, 230 for 3.
And Marshawn said, leave it with me. He went in there. Within 20 seconds, Cameron Green was outside of that changing room. Not only did he have a photo with that young lad, but he actually took time to ask him about his cricket. And this young lad had moved from Australia to Kent 2 years ago. He'd been over in the UK 2 years ago. But he actually took the time, and credit to Cameron Green. He's not a superstar. He's not a prima donna. He's not got an ego. He's just gone out there and made a young kid's day.
Singh is in, let go by Green through the keeper. Yeah, and I think that's one thing that this new generation of Australian players are doing so incredibly well. If you were watching Sam Constance's debut in the Boxing Day Test match, where of course he famously brought out the reverse ramp a couple of times against Jasprit Bumrah, but as soon as his innings was over, and he's just become an overnight sensation in Australia because of that, but as soon as his innings was over, out from the dressing room as Singh bowls, Green drives thick edge out to backward point. It was safe in the end, but not controlled. But as soon as he was out from that innings, straight out from the dressing room, people queued up, as you can imagine, between a couple of the bays at the MCG, and he just spent minute after minute after minute there, signing so many autographs before he went to watch the rest of the play, and so happy to do it as well. You've never seen anybody soak up a debut in Test cricket quite like that.
Yeah, Marnus did the same at Cardiff, the game I covered last year. Marnus at Glamorgan.
Singh runs in to Green, who just dabs that one defensively to point.
Good stuff this from Jas Singh. But that sort of stuff, what Cameron Green did yesterday, that kid will remember that for the rest of his life.
Well,
and that is the sort of thing that's not only made that kid's day, but that's probably made that kid fall in love with the game of cricket. And Cameron Green needs massive, massive credit for going out there and going over and beyond the call of duty.
I still remember the day when I got Sanat Jayasuriya's signature. He was one of my favourite players as a kid. In comes Jas Singh bowls, that's left wide of the off stump. That was in county cricket. He wouldn't have got that sort of access. I went to see him play at Oakham. So again, out ground, of course, there's not much in terms of buildings around that ground. So
it's a school, isn't
yeah,
it? Yeah,
Oakham School. Yeah, Stuart Broad's.
Yeah.
Derek
Randall. Was Derek Randall coach there? Frank Hayes was coach there, I think.
Was he?
Yeah, I think so.
Anyway, but you know, just the access that you get to players there, but also on a quiet county championship day at Canterbury, and especially here, you can just hang around at the end of the stand and wait for players to come out of the dressing room. It's magnificent.
Yeah, leaning to Hammond, who drives pleasantly, but only for one, out to Compton on the deep cover boundary. I remember going to Lords and to a John Player League game, and big hulking West Indian came round, and all the kids asking for his autograph, and he was a hero of mine. And he said to me, he said, "What's your name?" And the 7-year-old me's gone, "Daniel." And he said, "That's my name too, Wayne Daniel." And he signed my book, and that made me, he became a hero of mine. So Green just playing that into the offside, no run. 231 for 3. Gloucestershire leading by 310. Green plops onto the front foot, pushes it back to the bowler. But yeah, credit to Cameron Green for what he did yesterday. And I'm sure that young lad will, be absolutely chuffed with what he got as Green. Uses his feet and plays that out to long on, as we saw so often in the first innings from him.
Yeah, back to the same thing. I mean, there's nothing to gain in this period of play anyway. I mean, it's just struck one, so the last over before lunch, so it's absolutely nothing other than just to maybe take a single off and get off strike and force Miles Hammond to take the last couple of balls before lunch.
He's not that much of a good bloke.
Well, we do have an Aussie and an Englishman out there. Nah, not at all.
Just a little bit of a field change. There's 3 extra covers now. You've got the 2 short ones with Crawley, and Hammond goes sweeping, goes out through mid-wicket. He's only going to get 1, so Green will have to face 1 before lunch. And then Daniel Bell-Drummond is sort of behind them, about 10 yards behind them, splitting the 2 of them. He's a good captain, Daniel. I like his field settings, and he's innovative. He thinks about it, and he's got a really good cricket brain on him. Last ball before lunch, as that's played back by Cameron Green to Jack Leaning. And a good morning for the visitors. They started it on 112 for 2, and they put on 121 runs for the loss of Ollie Price. He was caught by the substitute wicketkeeper Chris Benjamin off the bowling of Jack Leaning. He departed for 56 when the score was on 226. Cameron Green's come to the crease. He's on 3. And Miles Hammond is just 12 short of what would be a wonderful 100. Anyway, I'm about to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. So Ed and I will be back in about 40 minutes, and we'll see you soon. Yeah, it's nice sunshine here. I haven't quite got the mankini on just yet, but the visitors going rather well. Gloucestershire 233 for 3. Miles Hammond's been the mainstay of that. He's on 88, not out at lunch. Ollie Price was out with a score on 226. He was caught behind by the substitute wicket-keeper Chris Benjamin off the bowling of Jack Leaning for 56, which has brought the Australian Test star Cameron Green to the crease. So Gloucestershire 233 for 3. They lead by 312. The draw remains the favourite, but it does remain to see whether Gloucestershire might be setting something up. And you can find out with ball-by-ball commentary of this game, which is available via the BBC app and the BBC website. Well, a very good afternoon here at Canterbury to you all, whether you're listening in from Deal to Dartford or from Broadstairs to Beckenham or even from sunny Gloucestershire. As the team song goes, the most glorious land of all. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn as Gloucestershire are about to resume on 233 for 3, a lead of 312. And good afternoon to you, Ed.
Afternoon, Dan. Yeah, we're looking forward to, I think, some, from Gloucestershire point of view, hopefully some glorious stroke play from Hammond, who is 88 not out, and Cameron Green. Of course, there's seemingly no likelihood, as we've really been expecting all day, of some sort of a game to be set up, but it can hardly be a bad afternoon when you can sit back in a warm box out of the wind with some sunshine and watch a player of Cameron Green's calibre. So we'll see. I'm sure Kent won't be wanting to watch him for very long because they'll be trying to scalp him, but at the same time it does sort of have the feel of a game that could just drift a little bit through the afternoon, and well, the runs all count, the wickets all count. We might see something extraordinary, you just never know. Joey Everson to start us off after the lunch break. 233 for 3, Gloucestershire leading by 312, and Hammond strokes this first ball out to cover.
I think the subplot here is, can Miles Hammond get his century?
Yep, that's the first for definite. And we'll see how sort of belligerent a mood Cameron Green is, possibly. 112 in the first innings. Does he want to just tick along and spend some time in the middle, or does he fancy going harder a little bit at the bowling as Everson bowling, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket. Hammond gets one closer onto 89. Where's number 88? I'm told that there's very little behind that other than just the fact that he didn't really know of anybody who wore the number 88, so he thought, I'll choose it. So, yes, there we go. We were talking about numbers on day 2, I think it was. Wondering, in particular with Hammond's 88, because it feels like an interesting number to choose. Everson in now to Green, who's forward, playing slightly in the air, but it's up to mid-on, and would have taken even a very silly mid-on to have caught it.
A few posts on X have come in. Chris Bud. How's the weather? How's the weather, Ed?
I'd say there's some light alto cumulus and a few puffy cumulus clouds making their way across. The wind doesn't look too strong, and actually it looks as if it's cleared up even since the last couple of hours. We had some pretty filthy stuff away behind us in the box as Green defends, and there's no run, but that seems to have missed us, and actually what we can see, all I can see, looks like a pretty gorgeous afternoon, actually. If you didn't know what was behind us, where it seems to be sort of a deluge sort of west of us, but I don't think that we're in any particular danger of interruptions in the near future, as inside edges there. No, gone, LBW! As the finger is raised by Paul Baldwin, and Cameron Green has been sent on his way by umpire Baldwin for the second time in the match. The ball squeezed down to fine leg, and, well, it was certainly straight, but initially you wondered, how's that ball got there if not via the inside edge?
The only thing I can think is it's pad first onto bat.
My goodness. So no pause at the crease this time from Cameron Green. He did receive a slap on the wrist for
I think he's got some demerit points, hasn't he?
Yeah, and of course if those start to build up, those can start to be a problem for a side. And I mean, Cameron Green wouldn't have known the system, really. You don't know these things when you first join, so I'm sure he was particularly cognizant of the fact that he needed to just leave the playing area without showing anything to the umpire, but it was an absolutely horrific decision in the first innings. He froze it, and the ball has struck one of the world's tallest players on his hip, batting outside his crease.
Yeah, I did speak to Miles Hammond about this, who thought he was hit on the knee.
Did he?
Yeah, but we saw a frame was sent to us, wasn't it, where it looked slightly higher. But just off the old Roman road of Watling Street, in walks another Centurion.
Here comes James Bracey, indeed. Another 150-plus score for him in the first innings. And really showing what James Bracey has been about the last year now. This year as well, not just going to 3 figures, but actually really going on and making a big 100 and ended up running out of partners. Whereas 151, interestingly, Miles Hammond is standing on the wrong side as Everson came in round the wicket, and Everson is now patting Miles Hammond, who's strolling casually to the other side. I'm not sure if nobody told Miles Hammond that Everson was going to come round the wicket, or if, well, surely umpire Baldwin didn't forget to tell Bracey, because he seemed to be quite set in his position. Anyway, here we go. This is way down the leg side, and a really smart take from... No, he's missed it. Sorry. Yeah. He looked like he got it in his hand. No, he was styling it out, Chris Benjamin, running off towards square leg, but no, he missed it. I'm not surprised he missed it, because it was a really pretty rank delivery from Everson first up. Actually, maybe he thought that he was still bowling over the wicket, releasing it like that. It's 4 byes, and Gloucestershire to 238 for 4. The lead is 317. It's all got a bit farcical out there.
Yeah, and we're exactly 2 types of commentators for that sort of scenario, aren't we, Ed? Anyway, Tony Mills has been in touch, who's recovering from an operation. He said, please accept my apologies. After the morning session, I've a rather pressing engagement at the MEM. Crucial match for Bristol Rovers in their fight against relegation. Up the gas.
It always seems to be Bracey batting whenever a Rovers game starts.
Yeah, James Bracey, massive Bristol Rovers fan, as he's about to face one, and he's gone there. Tawenda Mayeye with a really sharp catch, and Bracey...
It's Hammond.
Sorry, it's Hammond. It's Hammond who's gone for 89. Ball angled in and turns away, just taking the edge of Miles Hammond's bat. And we got a game on our hands here, Ed.
Well, it certainly opens up possibilities if Gloucestershire are going to start losing wickets. And what looked as if it was going to be an afternoon of probably Kent not particularly bothered about, especially when they've already had one seam bowler injured, possibly not particularly bothered about stretching their main seamers out too much. Well, that's going to change possibly a bit now, because both Cameron Green and Miles Hammond have gone. And it was a fine piece of bowling, as you say. And Hammond, he sort of shaped up as though maybe he was looking to angle it leg side.
Across it a little bit, isn't he?
The bat has gone down beyond the vertical and across. And the catch is a really
sharp one,
smart one, from it slipped, just scooped up off the ground, but with really soft hands. And Gloucestershire 5 down, and 2 batters out there who are on 0, and Bracey's only faced the 1 ball.
Yeah, I do apologise if Nick and Liz Bracey are tuning in, James' parents. Doing your son a bit of a disservice there by saying that he was out when it was Miles Hammond. Both left-handers. Both of similar stature.
You said that as though that was a sort of, well, they're only left-handers.
They're only left-handers. Only southpaws.
Yeah.
You know. No, James Bracey's a fine player. He really is. And he's a fine bloke as well, James Bracey. He's one of the good guys.
Yeah, and I always will say, and the supporters will know this as well, who listened to his interview after the first match, always incredibly honest and just open in interview as well, and I think supporters really appreciate that.
Treated horrendously by England, I thought. and he deserves a lot better. That would have broken lesser characters. Leaning in, and Van Buren goes quite hard-handed at that. New batter, man from Pretoria. Lovely bloke, isn't he, Graham Van Buren? Always smiling, always happy. Chops away. He's one of the best cutters in county cricket. And he gets that one fine, and they settle for 2 in the end. Bracey thinks about a third, but Van Buren wasn't interested.
I think the way I would put it is, if Van Buren is not smiling, you know things are really tough.
Oh, that's got to be close. Van Buren struck on the pad. Ball's probably pitched outside leg stump there. Leaning fancied that. Although he was pleading, wasn't he? He was down on one knee.
He didn't get a great deal of support from his fielders in the ring, really.
I'd like to see where this pitch is.
There was some noise from behind, and Leaning liked it.
Here's Leaning in, and Van Buren just nudges this one through square leg.
Just out, I think.
Yeah, just outside of leg stump.
And it hasn't straightened either, so there is also the question of going past off, but I think it's just outside anyway.
I think Jack Leaning, though, is more than an occasional bowler. He's better than that.
Yeah, it's certainly been impressive in this game.
Yeah.
Did a job in the first innings, and now he's got a couple of wickets in the second, and he's shown that he's not just happy to live on a traditional line and length if he doesn't think that that's going to take him wickets.
2 slips in place now, Bill Drummond and Miyeye, as that's pushed back by Bracey. Bowled very well against Middlesex here last week as well. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32 in the second innings. As he finished things off, and he got the really important wickets of Ben Geddes, who got 75 in that, and Jack Davis, who was holding Kent up. So he's really doing the business with the ball this year, Jack Leaning.
Yeah, so he's long been as we discussed before, a pretty successful white ball operator against Gloucestershire. I think probably his career best in T20 cricket is still against Gloucestershire. I'm pretty sure it was at the time. He took 3 for 15 as his T20 best. I'd be surprised if that wasn't the game against Gloucestershire, as Everson bowls and Van Buren defends to mid-on, or at least similar to that anyway. There was a game here where he bowled 3 straight in the power play and bowled his 4 out up front, which you don't see very often, and certainly you're not going to see unless somebody's bowling extremely well. So, yeah, interesting to see his development in the Championship. And actually, at the moment, this is his career best in first-class cricket, as this is defended into the onside for no run. 3 for 54, currently standing as his best.
Watery sunshine.
So a couple of dots this over from Everson to Van Buren, who's on 3. 241 for 5. Everson in and bowls, away swing. And Van Buren leaves alone. Still a bit of swing as well, so
yeah,
66 over of this old ball. It's a shame, because actually, having seen what's happened, if you could transpose the first session into the last session last night, and if Gloucestershire were seeing what they've seen out of this pitch, then actually they might have thought, you know, there might be enough in this. As Van Buren defends into the onside to gasps of anguish. It didn't look particularly
Those
insecure.
3 hours were, you know, we lost yesterday, were really, they were a nuisance, weren't they, Edward?
Yeah, 2 hours plus worth of cricket lost. I still think Gloucestershire would have been quite conservative in their setting up of a game, but I do think we would have seen a game on this final day. And of course, so far it's not rained. Everson in to Van Buren, who's tall in defence. And really, any, I think, chances of Gloucestershire setting something up went with losing that final session yesterday. It has been a shame, because we've So this is going to be quite a memorable match for many reasons from both teams' point of view. Kent's Nathan Gilchrist in particular.
Yeah.
That extraordinary performance in the first innings. Van Buren covers up and plays into the offside. And that's a maiden from Everson. Third maiden, 2 for 41.
Jacqueline Forsyth's been in touch. Very good afternoon to you, Jacqueline. I hope you're well. Saying about the email thing this morning, been slightly unfair to the Distaff side. As many of the sisterhood have not yet had the possibility of playing club cricket against professionals. You're probably right, Jacqueline. I wasn't aware of that when I put it out there, so apologies if I've been slightly unfair there. As Leaning comes in around the wicket, and that's just played into the offside by Bracey. However, it will come, and it will. Meanwhile, I relish the opportunity of joining in your email discussions, as it's not acceptable to the faithful at Bristol. And she doesn't do social media. Left alone by Bracey. I think that's different radio stations have like their different ways of operating, don't they? And luckily BBC Radio Kent have got a cricket-specific email address. Isn't that right, Ed?
Well, yes, exactly. It's different horses, different courses.
Yeah. Yeah, it just depends on the station that you're operating with. As they scamper through for a quick single, and Van Buren's quick. And that single tells me that Gloucestershire might be trying to set something up here, because he was quickly through.
That old Bracey was desperate to get off the mark.
Yeah, true. The match has been very entertaining, but it looks like a draw. The Shire have a strong batting side. Whoops, there goes Cameron Green. But I can't see them bowling out Kent today. Well, you never know. You never know. Cricket is a funny old game. If you are commentating at Bristol, which I am, I believe, as Van Buren just tickles that one around the corner and comes back for a second, and he's quick. Gets those legs going. If you're commentating at Bristol, pop into the Clifton Suite and I may offer you a rum barber. Well, thank you very much. Lovely email. Thank you, Jacqueline. Lovely to hear from you. As that's pushed back to Leaning. She's often in the executive suites at Bristol, isn't she? Cry of seagulls in the background as Van Buren drives that one. I think Kashi Valley thought there was a boundary rider there behind. Well, there is, but it's closer to them than it was to the boundary rider, and suddenly realised he'd better get his skates on.
Yes, a couple of quick wickets, and still, it's not as though there's a full-on sprint in the field after every single delivery.
No.
Well.
No, I mean, if you had the Wasp or the Winviz or whatever it's called, what's the draw looking like, do you think, Ed?
I think
90
it's
plus?
there's not even a pie chart, is it? It's just a pie of draw, whatever that would contain.
Yeah.
Possibly nothing particularly tasty.
What's your favourite pie?
A chicken pie, actually.
I like a chicken balti. I quite like a curry pie. Yeah.
Very, very adventurous. Here comes Joey Everson and bowls, and Bracey's forward defending into the offside, and there is no run. Have we got to this stage yet?
Coming from London, I should say pie and mash, a little bit of liquor. But I'm sure the locals down here in Kent have had a bit of pie and mash with the green liquor. Have you ever had pie and mash?
Ale, I would imagine, would be involved. Steak and ale.
No. It's just like a mint sort of pie with mash and like a green liquor. Okay. Yeah.
No, I've never had. Well, I've had a green liquor, but not that particular one. This is pushed into the offside defensively, and there's no right. Have you never drunk Chartreuse?
No.
No, don't.
No. No.
Don't. Offered it once and regretted it instantly. These things, it sort of burns your mouth with a rather medical type mint flavour. as this is defended away by Bracey. Well, push defended into a gap in the offside, and he'll take 247 for 5.
It's like, you know, the drinks break in cricket, and some clubs, you go to a visiting club and they make it too strong and it just burns the throat as you drink it because of the strength of the squash. And, you know, like Elton John when he needed his, you know, throat nodules doing. This is more of a candle in the windpipe than a candle in the wind.
Yeah. Comes Everson and bowls. Oh, inside part of the bat from Van Buren. I think he tried to style it out by rolling the wrists on it, but he's sprinting back for 2, which he will make despite nearly running into the throw. And it's 249 for 5. It's all got a bit helter-skelter out there.
Yeah, I
Having
think
been farcical at the start and then the 2 quick wickets, it's now a bit of a scramble.
I think Graham Van Buren means business. I think Gloss might want 55 overs here at Kent. I think it's 350 or 55. I think that's the...
Either that, or they're trying to confuse us. As Everson runs in, bowls, Van Buren on push. He's going to go for a quick single here as well, and it's well run. Taking on the mid-on fielder, Kashif Ali, and Gloucestershire bring up their 250 for the innings, the lead up to 329, because when Gloucestershire enforced the follow-on in the last match, they tried to fool everybody because Bancroft, Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price sprinted off at full speed.
Right.
And as Everson bowls, Bracey clips into the onside. It'll just be a trotted single this time to deep mid-wicket, so Bracey will have the bowling. He's got 3. Van Buren has 10. And the lead to 330, I think. Anyway. It's given us a dot, that last ball.
Lovely, thank you. I've got to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. Is that Matt Cole? It's Matt Cole. Yeah, good afternoon, Matt. And I don't know what Kent have had for lunch, but it seems to have worked as they've removed the 2 not-out batters at lunch. Miles Hammond was the mainstay of this Gloucestershire total of 252. He got 89, but he was caught by Tawenda Miyeye off the bowling of Jack Leaning. And overseas star Cameron Green, he was adjudged LBW to Joey Everson, his second LBW of the game, for 3. Currently Gloucestershire are 252 for 5. They're 332 in the lead, but they're getting on with it and they're looking like they're going to set something up here for Kent, and it should be a really good game. Remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary here of this game, which is available via the BBC app and the BBC website. That's just tickled around the corner by Bracey. Follows a seagull, actually. Almost takes a seagull out. 4 runs. Seagull was a little bit slow getting out of the way there.
Yeah, they don't like to move for anything, do they?
Only food.
Tough as nails. What's a cricket ball to a gull?
They're hard. They are hard. I was watching. I arrived the other morning in my car, and there was a bit of seagull versus crow argy-bargy going on over there, and neither would back down. They're both hard as nails. My money's on the gull, but there were more crows around than gulls.
Yes, they gang up, don't they?
They do. Yeah, it's Bracey, Roxford. Yeah, they're all right in a firm, but you know when they're sort of one-on-one, they're not so much mouth on them. Leaning to Bracey, who nudges this one into the onside. Phil O'Rourke, he's dusting off the dance moves. If I can open this. After 3 quick dismissals and the game taking an alarming turn just after lunch, I've taken to making use of the afternoon to brush up on my rain dance moves. The choreography gets more concerning the more wickets Gloucestershire lose. And Beeren just nudges that one into the onside. Gloucestershire lose 7 wickets. I may yet have to unleash a pirouette. Well, oh, that's gone for overthrows there. I wasn't watching that. Is that taking my eye off that? I thought it was just going to be a single, but we've actually come through for 2. 259 for 5. What's going to make you do the Peter Crouch robot then, Phil? How many wickets will that take? Or to do a bit of river dance. Michael Flatley. Lovely email. Thanks for your email. 259 for 5 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Gloucestershire currently leading by 338 runs.
So that was a rather untidy end to the previous over as Everson is in to Bracey. It's pushed into the offside. From Beeren wanted a single and Bracey not moving a muscle. Yeah, and Chris Benjamin had his gloves out saying, yeah, throw here, and the throw definitely didn't go there. It was, it was a good 4 feet over his head, so the backing up was, yes, needing to be done. Anyway, a new over here with Everson starting his 17th of the innings, bowling now to Bracey, who works to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Jacqueline Forsyth might be very interested to learn of a club match that I took part in Louth, where all of a sudden on the opposition was former England women's player Aaron Brindle, who was a mainstay of the England side, I suppose, just before as Everson bowled. Bit of bounce there. Bracey rides the bounce out to backward point and there's no run. I suppose just before they started getting a little more sort of, how can I put it, assistance from the ECB. It was just right on that borderline. So played at the start of the Kia Super League, for example, and you know, early 2000s, right the way through into the 2010s. As this is clipped away down to fine leg, and there will be 1 run, 261 for 5.
Ed, you're a learned man, right? I want to ask you, why do you say Louth? You say South? You say Mouth? If you're having a little aperitif before your evening meal, it becomes a vermouth.
Vermouth.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound quite so pleasant, does it, somehow?
Bit of vermouth.
There goes Everson, and there's no run. It's from Beeren defends to short extra in your vermouth flask.
Yeah, just down the coast from Weymouth. Let's go around the country. Sussex, they're 37 without loss. Currently trailing Surrey by 18 runs in a game nailed on for a draw. Yorkshire are leading Durham by 128. They've recovered somewhat, and that's probably got draw written all over it. Might have an exciting finish.
Everson in, and this is tapped away out into the covers. There is no run. 1 from the over, so another tight one from Everson. 261 for 5. The lead is 340.
Essex have beaten Worcestershire by 28 runs, and Somerset, they're leading Hampshire by 6 runs, but that match is being delayed by rain at Southampton. Up at Birmingham, up at Edgbaston, Warwickshire, 163 for 6 and 93. They're still trailing Notts by 111 runs, but that start has been delayed due to rain. All the bins will be getting wet out on the streets of Birmingham. Lancashire, that start's been delayed to rain as well, up at Manchester. Glamorgan are leading Middlesex by just 19 runs with only 3 second innings wickets in hand. Leaning in, and we've turned Bracey a little there, but they scamper through for a single, and they've already called it a day at Derby.
No.
Yeah, they've had enough.
I can't imagine that either side was particularly desperate to play a pointless 20 or 30 overs, so possibly knocking it on the head as a mercy.
Yeah,
I mean, Northamptonshire might have had a chance of winning if they'd started the day, but probably not after losing a session in a bit.
I think Northants have come out of that with maximum points for a draw, though, haven't they? They've come out with 16. So they'll be happy bunnies as they go back down the M1. Leaning around the wicket to Van Buren, who plays this deliberately into point. Daniel Bell Drummond doing the fielding.
Yeah, so there's rain affecting still quite a few matches. With, of course,
too far south.
Southampton's
too far south.
Really well, of course.
Our colleague Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle would say.
Well, you might say not far south enough with the Utilita Bowl rather than the old ground there.
Yeah. That's down the leg side. Has Bracey got a little tickle on that? Benjamin wants it. Leaning wants it. Umpire Chris Watts doesn't.
Yes. I don't know. It was something a little bit theatrical about the appeal, but it's hard to tell really from either's body language after it happened as to what that might have hit. I mean, what a way to get out if he'd had got something on it.
Jamie Evans, brilliant email as Bracey defends. Else sounds uncouth. Love it. Love it. Thanks, Jamie. Here, meanwhile, at the cricket, Gloucestershire leading by 342 runs as Jack Leaning comes in around the wicket. Bracey drives. 2 balls left in the over. Leaning. Tosses this one up. Bracey drives square the wicket through point. Made that 5 balls. They're calling it over.
I think there's a certain amount of
Suddenly
lethargy or post-lunch malaise. The scoreboard, because that certainly wasn't a dot to complete the over. But anyway, never mind. I assume that the scorers themselves will radio down to the umpires if there weren't 6 in the over. But it wouldn't be the first time in county cricket that we've seen a 5-ball over.
No,
it does happen even at county level now. I guess this shows where Kent see this game a little bit, because Nathan Gilchrist, Jas Singh, they seem to be being spared. Kashif Ali as well. Okay, maybe Kent would have another go with a new ball, but I doubt it, because 9 overs in further, and really any chance of even a short chase seems very unlikely. So Tawanda Muyeye is going to have a bowl with his off breaks, so we might well have spin from both ends here. Muyeye just bowled the 1 over in the first innings for 7. He starts off with a ball that's shovelled round the corner by Bracey, running down to the fine leg boundary and just stopped by Nathan Gilchrist coming across, and 2 runs taken. So Bracey and Van Buren looking, I think, to be positive still, but for the most part they'll be wanting just to add some more runs to their season tallies. Bracey goes back and drives out to deep cover. 1 run taken, 267 for 5. We were promised a fair amount of rain by this point, but the skies are still really rather pleasant up above, and there is a gentleman over on the grass bank who is absolutely basking over there, lying flat on his back and enjoying the April sunshine. Van Buren defends back to the bowler, and there is no run. And, well, I guess at the very least, Kent can get through some overs here. Short ball from Muyeye's cut away, forcefully out to deep cover. Single is taken, 268 for 5. Looking at the forecast now, it does look more as though they're still predicting a bit of rain, but more like 5, 6 o'clock. So Muyeye bowls. Bracey's forward defending. At the moment, with Gloucestershire batting, the handshakes can be at 10-5, but of course if Gloucestershire get bowled out, then handshakes will be at 5 or perhaps even later. Mayaya in, there's a leading edge there from Bracey as he looked to try and clip it onside and gets turned round. The ball goes out to the bowler, and a pretty tidy start for the most part from Mayaya. It's 268 for 5 as there's a bit of a sense of really going through the motions, I'm afraid, for this next little passage until the new ball. Maybe Nathan Gilchrist might twist the arm of the Kent captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, because he is still searching for that 100th first-class wicket as leaning bowls. And Van Buren tucks that one out to square leg. And there's no run. Just take this opportunity as leaning, no, he doesn't bowl, aborts. Take this opportunity to thank Kent County Cricket Club very much for their hospitality over the last 4 days, as this is way down the leg side and that will be wide and Benjamin can't take it. The ball, I think, will go to the rope. Mayaya puts in the last second tip back, and that's a really committed effort, and Van Buren wants to come back for a 4th run and he will get there. So it's signalled wides. It's going to be 5 onto the total, and all that effort from Tawanda Mayaya did was unfortunately just take one off the boundary column. You don't see all run 4s that often. I certainly wouldn't have expected to see one here, but there we go, 273 for 5. You just never know what you're going to see. Here's an outside edge from Van Buren, and that will roll across the practice pitches and go for 4. That was a genuine nick from Graham Van Buren, and there's no slip in place. So leaning could have had a 4th. Already got Ollie Price to nick to slip off a similar delivery, but Kent have not got the regulation slip in. They've gone for a leg slip instead. So it's 9 runs effectively off that one ball from Jack Leaning. 356 is the lead. But yeah, thank you very much to Kent. It's been an easy as ever place to work in. Incredibly friendly staff and very helpful. Not that I've I think had too many needs, hopefully, as this is turned to short mid-wicket for no run. But yeah, it's a fantastic place to come and watch cricket, Canterbury. Certainly one of my favourite away trips, as I was saying on day one. As this is clipped off the pads, just brushed round the corner really, past the leg slip. Van Buren's herring back for a 2nd run. Certainly been pushing with the running between the wickets. As he moves on to 21, it's 279 for 5. But yeah, I will say it again, I wasn't actually that disappointed when Kent got relegated. As Van Buren will nudge that one into the onside, and there is no run. As we edge towards the end of the 73rd over, and leaning in bowls, and Van Buren will take a single again, just rolling the wrists on it down to deep backward square, and he'll retain strike. 280 for 5. Did you see the 5 wides, Dan? It was very exciting because it didn't actually go to the boundary. It was an all-run 4 on a wide, which I don't think I've ever seen before. So there you go. Your afternoon's been made, but you weren't here to see the most exciting moment.
But I did see the Ollie Price catch, which a lot of people haven't seen.
Yes, this is true. You do have the benefit of that.
Mayaya. Slingy action off spinner. That's 4 runs. Cut away by One of the guys with the finest cuts in the game, I think, Graham Van Buren.
You certainly don't have to be bowling too short at him to get him to cut. He's never really sold at all short when he goes after it. And he hits it very firmly.
Again, cut. This time out to Compton for a single.
What's your favourite shot?
I like to cut. Yeah, I had 4 shots. I had the square
4?
cut.
Gosh, that's an awful lot.
Yeah, I had the square cut, I had the late cut, I had the Harrow cut and the Surrey cut.
There we go.
That's gone out to mid-wicket.
Can you explain to me the difference between all those
Square
cuts
cut
then?
is square of the wicket,
Yes, yeah,
3 point.
yeah, right.
Late cut is playing it late down there. The Harrow cut is a thick inside edge past your leg stump, which is often called a Surrey cut as well. So
So there is no difference between the last two.
no, there's not. There's one out to Bracey there.
That's what I was getting at, because I wasn't sure whether there was any slight difference, in terms of exactly how fine they went, perhaps.
Yeah, no difference. No difference. It's just
There should be.
various terminology for it.
Yes. We probably can't say French cut, can we? We've got our correspondent from Paris, Vincent, might get a little upset.
Oh, that's just worked. Got big on Van Buren. And just goes into the offside. It was a half volley.
Yes.
I'm jesting, Graham. I'm jesting. Miei around the wicket. Bracey just works it with a hint of bottom hand out into the leg side. There's a 50 partnership between these two. Bracey's got 17 of them. Van Buren's got 28. Those are those scores in total as well. It's come in just half an hour, and it does make me think that Gloucestershire might be trying to set something up. However, 55 overs, I think that is about the point you need to bowl a side out.
Yeah, well, 50 overs. We're looking to set something pretty steep in 50, but
400 or 50 is too much.
Just don't see it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Just don't see it.
Remember, we're going to lose 2 for the change of innings as well.
Well, exactly. So they'd have to bat three overs. Yeah. Leaning bowls and stroked away by Bracey to deep point for a single, 289 for 5.
Maybe they're just going to bat all afternoon.
I think they might be batting all afternoon.
Yeah.
And for Gloucestershire, they've had the better of the cricket in the match. I think they would have a pretty decent case to say, and the same at Glamorgan in the last match. But what's going on here? As Watts has just moved in front of Jack Leaning and made a bit of a gesture there. Anyway, it's short ball, which is pulled for a single by Van Buren. So I don't know. I suppose Gloucestershire might just be thinking in terms of, okay, we'll try and build towards something, but the overall trend since the first game has been certainly an upward one. It'll be a tough task, though, against Leicestershire next game, as Bracey nudges towards square leg and sprints a quick single, 291 for 5. Leicestershire with their extraordinarily deep batting lineup, I think, taking 20 wickets of Leicestershire's at Bristol looks like a tough task, and in fact I think taking 20 wickets for anybody in Division 2 for Leicestershire this season is going to be tricky. Van Buren gets one that just bounces a little bit and just in the end has to deaden it into the onside as Leaning persists with this mostly attack into the pads, but the slip is now in position that would have gobbled up the ball after the all-run 4 wides. Cut and cut for 4. And yeah, okay, there's a fielder out at deep backward point, but with Graham Van Buren, he's perfectly capable of placing the ball either side of that fielder, and it's not going to be so easy, I think, to defend that sort of delivery that goes wrong as it might be to another player. 295 for 5, so Van Buren to 33 with that boundary.
It was a very bizarre day. Both you and I covered Gloucestershire v Leicestershire a few years back.
Leaning in This is played up the pitch. Not sure that was exactly where it was aimed, but it doesn't matter. Leaning waits for the ball. Waits an age for it to roll back to him, determined not to move at all. It's 2.95 for 5.
Well, firstly, during the warm-up of the game, there was a naked couple cavorting on the balcony of the flats in Bristol. Please, if you're in the Freeman House retirement homes, if you could not get any ideas about that, that would be great. Secondly, there was a fire alarm went off that suspended play for about 15 minutes. As Miye throws that one up and Bracey just drives to cover. And thirdly, Louis Kimber. As Miye comes in, Bracey again defends. Louis Kimber was adjudged out obstructing the field where he's played one into the ground and inexplicably just picked it up as if he was having a net and like wanted to throw it back and then suddenly went ooh like a hot potato. As that's one to Bracey into point. And it was just a bizarre day's cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the moral of the story across all that is just don't touch it.
No, don't. David Gould's been in touch in the absence of any video evidence. Can you describe the catch by Ollie Price as proof it did happen, as Van Buren plays that back to the bowler? Well, Ollie Price was at deep backwards square leg, about 10 yards in off the boundary. And Marchand de Lange was bowling, defended by Van Buren. End the over. No, it's not. It's 4 balls gone. It's not even 5. The commentators can't count. The umpires can't count. That's cut away by Van Buren. That could go away for 4. No, Compton gets round and cuts it off, and they have to settle for 2. Yeah, so what happened was Marchand de Lange was employing the hook trap and banged it in, and it was a top edge off the bat of Harry Finch, and it looked for all purposes that he was going over Ollie Price's head when he suddenly leapt up and diving backwards has taken it on the boundary with one hand over his head, and it's just stuck, and he's hit the ground hard. And I'd put it in the top 5 of catches that I've ever seen, wouldn't you?
Yeah, very much so. I think probably top 3.
Yeah.
If I can think. There was a catch which has been replayed many times since the Glenn Phillips catch at the Cheltenham Festival a few years ago, which I was lucky to be almost right in front of as the catch was taken with pretty much everybody in the media tent as it was then able to get a great view running from one side of it to the other.
Ben Stokes took one in the 2019 World Cup.
It's funny, I was going to come on to that actually.
Yeah.
Because the Gloucestershire social media feed went with, I presume only from our descriptions of the catch, went with "You cannot do that, Ollie Price." The famous piece of Nasser Hussain commentary on that Ben Stokes catch against South Africa at the Oval in the 2019 World Cup. You cannot do that, Ben Stokes. Round the wicket goes leaning and bowls, and Bracey drives but picks out cover. And it was similar to that in a way in terms of just the outrageousness of him having taken it. I can still hear the slap of the ball as it hit his hand as well. You could hear it even in the commentary box. Leaning to Bracey, who forces away, and once more cover called into action.
There was another very good one we both saw at Merchant Taylor's School between Gloucestershire and Middlesex by Joe Cracknell of Middlesex, where he went flying through the air like Superman, didn't he?
Yeah, it was similar to the Phillips one, that one, especially because it was right in front of us. Leading bowls, driving into the ground, fielded at short extra. Tom Price, I mean, again, we're only going on ones that we've seen live here, so Tom Price took an absolute stunner. I think it was in the local derby, as Bracey comes forward and defends into the onside. Local derby in 2023 at Bristol, where he was coming in off the boundary, and it was a head first one, just one hand last second somehow scooped up underneath it, diving forward. As this is pushed into the offside by Bracey, in between backward point and cover, and they'll take 1-2.99 for 5.
Those ones you've got to dive forward for. You don't know if they're going to land just before you. They're the sort of ones that keep dentists in business, aren't they?
It's a completely different type of catch, isn't it? It's a completely different kettle of fish to say, okay, at least whilst I can't conceive of taking a catch like Ollie Price did, especially with his wrong hand, as Van Buren drives down to long on for 1. That'll be the 300 up for Gloucestershire, brought up with Van Buren's 36th run. 300 for 5. And that takes their lead on to 379 at the end of the over. But
yeah, it was with his wrong hand. It was with his left hand, Ollie Price's one, wasn't it?
Yeah. The only thing to say there is at least you know it's going to carry, whereas with the Tom Price one, it was just that is never going to carry off the bat. The speed that he got in at, and to be able to get your fingertips underneath it.
I've got to do an update in a minute for BBC Radio Kent. Well, I think this one's nailed on for a draw, Matt, as we thought there was a glimmer of a chance of a result as 3 wickets either side of lunch. Ollie Price went just before lunch, and then Cameron Green after lunch, followed by Miles Hammond, and we thought there might be something being set up here. But Gloucestershire have just batted and batted and batted, and they're currently 301 for 5. They're currently leading by 380. With no sign of a declaration, as Chris Benjamin has just gone down injured. No, it's James Bracey, actually, the Gloucestershire batter. But you can find ball-by-ball commentary of these games, which are available via the BBC app and the BBC website.
So, during that update, a bit of a concerning moment here, because the throw... They were going for a quick single, Van Buren and Bracey, and the ball pushed into the covers. The throw came in and seemingly has either hit James Bracey in what looks like the left ankle, or has caused him to roll that ankle, which is possibly the more concerning thing. Hopefully that it's just a real smarting bruise, but if the ball striking has caused him to miss a step or something and roll the ankle, then that could be far more concerning. So the physio's been called for, understandably so.
They called for the physio straight
that
away,
was the worry.
Which is not a good sign. I hope James is all right, because as I said earlier, he's a cracking lad. And he's down at the moment. Physio Chris Powell is out there with 12th as Dominic Goodman.
Goodness knows we've had enough injuries in this match already.
That's 2 each.
With Finch and Stewart for Kent and Marchant de Lange. Hopefully not James Bracey, but he still hasn't got up yet, which is the concern. He sat up at least, which, you know, he from this far away it's impossible to tell, but he still hasn't got up. Chris Powell is out there and is manipulating the ankle to see, I suppose, an initial assessment of what might be up. But in this instance, I think you probably have to say, well, if there's any concern at all, then Bracey should go off, because, you know, this is not a situation where Gloucestershire absolutely have to have James Bracey out there batting. They're leading by 380 runs. At this point, Kent would have 49 overs to chase those runs in anyway. And so we wait and we hope, and I'm sure everybody concerned would hope that James Bracey is okay. And of course, you know, if there's almost as much as you don't want injuries to anybody at all, don't get me wrong, but if there's one player in particular that Gloucestershire just can't afford to lose, given the configuration of their squad as well, it's James Bracey. I mean, at the moment, if Gloucestershire would have to go out in the field, I suppose Cameron Bancroft, the captain, would have to be behind the stumps, but they don't have another keeper on their books at the moment. George Lavelle had a trial.
That's right, the
at the start of the
Lancastrian
season, so he might be somebody that could be called upon. But anyway, hopefully there's no need for any of that. It's a bit difficult for us to tell because the umpire, Baldwin, has positioned himself right between Chris Powell and James Bracey, but I think Bracey is now back on his feet and does look as though he's tying up his shoelace there, and is just going to do a little bit of walking now, and he looks as though he's putting his pads back on as well.
He's a tough old lad.
I must say, though, the concern, as you said, was the fact that the physio was being waived for that quickly. I'm just hoping that it was more of an impact with the ball rather than a twist, because if it's a nasty bruise, and that throw was winged in as well because they were trying to effect a run out, hopefully it's just something that's going to be a swelling and a bruise and nothing more than that. Chris Powell is jogging back to the dressing room, and James Bracey's doing a little bit of the Bracey dance.
He does do a little dance.
You know, he's got a little step side to side, bit of a waggle, and he's doing that, and that seems to be just about okay. He's still gingerly putting some weight on that left foot, but he's putting his equipment back on, and really, really pleased to say that it looks as though he's not only hopefully completely okay, but he's actually going to complete his innings as well.
Yeah, he's sure that he's, you know, learnt all his dance moves on the nightclubs of Winterbourne.
I hope that Graham van Buren doesn't go for any more of those incredibly quick singles now, or at least if he does, it might have to be Bracey doing the calling. Oh, Graham, he's had all that time to sort this out, and now he's holding up play by putting his own gloves back on. Dear me.
51 overs left in the day here. Miaye in. Bracey sets off for a single, so he looks all right there. But yeah, he has got that dance. Remember the old footballer Steve Hodge used to run quickly, flicking up his sort of heels, which used to touch his hamstrings. As Bracey pulls that one out to Compton at mid-wicket.
Test the ankle, that.
Yeah, it was. It was a
rocking onto the back foot.
Well, yeah. But my mate, whenever he saw any footballer doing that, where they're trying to sort of, you know, get the calves and hamstrings going, it was known then as a hodging it. Miaye around the wicket to Van Buren, who just defends. And this game, if you're doing your pools coupon, stick an X next to this one. Van Buren cuts away. You might even get 4 for that. No, Compton gets around the boundary. And just a couple. I reckon an over again, they probably would have taken a third, but Bracey there doesn't really need to be pushing that ankle. As you said, there's no real reserve keeper. If something happens in a match, Cameron Bancroft, but since the sad retirement last year of Ben Wells at Gloucestershire, they haven't really got a reserve keeper in the squad. Wells had to retire due to a heart defect, wasn't it? He was born with it.
Well, they found the heart condition. It was quite similar to James Taylor.
ARMC is it called, or AMRC, or it's basically any vigorous exercise could bring on a heart attack at any point, and Wells had to retire with immediate effect, which was very sad news.
Jack Leaning bowling to Bracey, and there's a gently jogged single, so that's probably what Bracey needs about now, just to
Yeah.
get a feel for that ankle. 305 for 5.
And then they got in Charlie Tier, didn't they, from Sussex? Is it Tier or Tier?
Tier.
Tier. Yeah, on loan.
Leaning round the wicket from Buren, who forcefully drives off the back foot through the covers, and there's a deep backward point in place, and it's going to tease both him and deep cover running back, and neither of them are going to get there as the ball just has enough energy behind it to limp over the boundary rope. So it's 309 for 5.
And then in pre-season, they had George Lavelle, who batted very well, I believe, and there was talk amongst the fans, wasn't there, of him possibly getting some sort of deal. But as we pointed out the other day, he's been playing for, I think, Leicestershire Twos or Derbyshire Twos or something like that. So
Leading bowls from Buren clips away round the corner, 1 run taken.
So he's obviously looking for a gig elsewhere. But Kent are in the same boat as well, having had 3 wicket keepers a few years ago with Billings, Ollie Robinson and Jordan Cox. Then suddenly had none. Harry Finch came in, he's done a fantastic job. And then obviously Chris Benjamin's come in as reserve keeper. But, Benjamin goes, I think both, or Bracey went. Either of these sides would be looking to bolster their ranks in the loan market, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and I think that's either loan or short-term deal.
Yeah.
As Leaning is into Bracey, who tucks it into the leg side. And they'll jog through for a single. Because, I mean, from Lavelle's point of view as well, he's just been, I suppose, blocked by, well, first of all, I guess in his younger career it would have been Dane Villas. But, more recently, there are a couple of other young keepers that have come through at the same time as him in first George Bell and then Matty Hurst. And Hurst definitely looks as though he's the one that
he's
is
very
the
good.
heir apparent. Well, more than heir apparent, actually. He's reigning now, I suppose, as Van Buren clips through square leg and another run. So 312 for 5.
Now,
So
Tom Warby on a sub there, 12th man.
You tell me more about him in a moment, but or not, as the case may be. Leaning bowls, and Bracey pushes defensively into the offside. There is no run to end the over. 312 for 5. The lead is 391. But no, I guess from Lavelle's perspective, he would, if he signed a deal here even, he'd just be moving from one situation where he was completely blocked to another situation. So maybe if you're thinking about where could be the best place where I could get some cricket, maybe it's better, at least for a while, to keep options open and then see where an opportunity came along.
Yeah, Lancashire have done some funny things with wicket keepers over the years. I'm sure they'd love to have Bury-born John Simpson in their ranks right now, instead of letting him go. Keeping Luke Sutton instead, back in the day. Mieye from the pavilion end. 1 over till the new ball is due. Van Buren defends. Think they'll take it.
Maybe.
Might
Might even bowl the spinners with it.
Might save a few quid and just not take it. Mieye to Van Buren, who cuts this to point, no run. Doesn't really cut, dabs it to point, doesn't he? Just a little push. Mieye again pushed into the same region.
No, it's funny though, isn't it? We're talking about keepers and so many teams that have 3 or 4 of them, but as you mentioned with the unfortunate retirement of Ben Wells,
Again pushed into point.
Gloucestershire's backup keeper, as I say, is basically in the squad at the moment. It is Bancroft, and that wouldn't exactly be ideal. Captain, opening bat and wicket-keeper.
That's played up to mid-off as Kashif Ali has a shy at the stumps, but Van Buren's got home. Dan Botton's listening in. Good afternoon to you, Dan. Hope you're recovering from Ipswich's game yesterday. Why aren't Gloucestershire declaring?
A shrug of the shoulders from Ed Seaborn. Bracey cuts, no run.
Well, it's just... how are you going to bowl a side out in 50 overs on what is essentially a fairly placid pitch?
It is placid, I mean.
So, all you're doing is giving Kent a free shot at trying to win the game and then pulling out and blocking, because there's not going to be very much danger, I don't think, for a side that tries to block out on this surface. And Kent wouldn't, say, lose 7 wickets and then block. They'd give it a go with the likes of, I guess, somebody like a Muyaya or Crawley, and if a couple of wickets fell, then
Compton
it's going to be exactly. You're going to have Compton stuck in at one end probably.
But it is placid.
Sorry, leaning's better. Forgotten that's my over. Sorry, leaning to Van Buren as a
it is
defence.
placid. I mean, Martin Luther Kent, John Lennon. Sorry, Martin Luther King. Monsignor Bruce Kent.
Well, that's what you were calling the pitch. In comes leaning, and Van Buren's forward and
they're all less
manipulating
placid.
the ball down to long on, and there's a single.
They're all less placid than this wicket.
Anyway, the other thing was, I mean, the weather's gorgeous. What on earth was this forecast about?
They
it's
lied.
getting better and better.
They lied to us, Ed.
Leaning, bowls, Bracey drives past it as it ricochets off Benjamin behind the stumps. So, yeah, that factored in possibly at the start of the day as well. So, no, I understand where people are coming from as Bracey forces us back to the bowler. I think particularly when you're not here and you look at a scorecard and you think, what, 400 runs? Surely they're not going to chase 400, but it's more about the fact, yeah, okay, they're not going to chase it, but they're also not going to win the game in the number of overs that are left. Leaning in, Bracey drives out into the offside.
And do they want any of their bowlers to pick up a potential injury?
Well, that's the other thing that factors into this, is the fact that Gloucestershire will be bowling with defending any score with 3 seamers plus Ollie Price and Graham Van Buren, because it seems unlikely that DeLange would bowl. Bracey drives. Oh, he's put down at short extra. He hit it hard, but it's burst through the hands of the fielder there, who's in very close. It was above his head as well. Very tricky chance. But I think technically it has to go down as one. He's getting a hand clap from Zach Crawley, the substitute fielder there. It was really one of those that was a screamer and would have had to have just happened to stick, really. So Bracey gets a bit of a life on 24. Gloucestershire 314 for 5. A chance for Bracey, I suppose, to add to his match aggregate yet further after his magnificent 151 not out. He talked to Cameron Green on day 1, but I'm sure James Bracey would have said how much he enjoyed the chance to bat with the Australian.
Miyeye to Van Buren. Quick single! And they get through.
Just what James Bracey needed.
Yeah. He's going, thanks, G.
Thanks, Boykie. Seem to like their Afrikaans terms of endearment.
Yeah. Well, great man is the other one Van Buren loves, isn't it? Hey, great man. That's just worked for a single out to Kashif Ali at mid-on. It's funny, isn't it, being greeted with, hey, great man.
I thought he was taking the mick to start with. First time he did it to me.
Let's drill back to the bowler. No run. 316 for 5. Lead now 395. 15 overs left to tee. Cut. Oh, misfield. There'll be 1 there. There'll be 2 there. There's 50 there for Graham Van Buren. 56 balls. There's 4 fours. He's batted for exactly an hour. And a great knock by a great man.
Great knock from the great men. Yeah, well, so runs is runs.
Yay! Van Buren drives up to Cashy Valley at mid-off and scampers through for a single.
Well, I would imagine that the captaincy for Van Buren being released from that is a little bit like a
relief.
Burden off his shoulders, yeah.
Bracey hits that one a little bit too firmly for a single there to Cashy Valley. End of the over. There's 15 left to tee, or 50 minutes. As Bracey's on 25. Will we sing a declaration?
No, I think it's drinks.
Harry
to the field,
is that
possibly.
Finch walking on with the drinks? I think it might be.
Yeah, time for some drinks, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose actually it's 50 minutes to tee on the final day, so slightly curious timing, but obviously the players and batters maybe have requested the drink, and I don't think, given the fact that the over rate is well into the positive as well, that the umpires are going to care too much. They possibly just understand the memo at this point. Just a quick update on the other matches. Yorkshire now 277 for 6 at Chesley Street, so a lead of 157. Still the possibility of a thrilling final session finish again up there if Durham can get through the remaining Yorkshire wickets. Yorkshire effectively 157 for 6. Johnny Bairstow 86 not out. He's got Dom Bess for company. There's still Jordan Thompson. Ben Sears, really looking forward to seeing how he does in county cricket. The tall, quick New Zealander was quite excited to see that he'd come over.
Yeah.
And then, well, he's just listed here as Jack White, but he is curtly Jack White.
Yeah.
The pirate, as we heard earlier. Bringing up the rear, so he might be called into action. And yeah, so Durham and Yorkshire still one of the games that's very much in the balance. A reminder of Essex's 28-run victory in the end over Worcestershire at Chelmsford. I gather there was a little bit of controversy or controversy, depending on which school you went to.
Controversy.
Controversy, yeah. Controversy. As the last wicket was a caught and bowled from Jamie Porter, and certain freeze frames appear to show that the ball may have been in contact with the ground.
Naughty Jamie.
Well, who knows? He might have just got his fingertips underneath it. It's very hard to tell with those sorts of freeze. Anyway, I can imagine that there was, especially after Worcestershire with the Brett Oliveira incident in round 1, that possibly feeling a little hard done by, especially as it would have been an extraordinary story if Ethan Brooks could have got them over the line, because he must have put on about 65, something like that, for the last wicket, and Jacob Duffy didn't score a run, and he faced 12 balls and didn't score. But Brooks unable to get Worcestershire over the line. Leaning as, oh, that's gone right through everything. Van Buren went forward to defend. Moyeye will not get there. And it's byes through the legs of Benjamin and between the bat and pad of Graham Van Buren.
That drop catch in the last over, by the way, was Will Harvey, who's on his 12th as youngster. He's 20 years old. Plays his club cricket for Holmesdale Cricket Club at Sevenoaks. Nice part of the world. Sevenoaks Vine looks a lovely ground up there.
For what it's worth, the 400 lead came up with those byes as Leaning drops one in short, but there's a fielder out at deep cover now. There's no second run. James Bracey doesn't want it. I'm not surprised at 324 for 5. Still raining at Southampton. Somerset had just gone into the lead by 6 runs, only 2 wickets down, so I would imagine that possibly all might be done to ensure that that handshakes are had sooner rather than later there as well, as that's cut to backward point by Bracey for no run. Another thoroughly pointless affair at Hove, where Surrey, having achieved maximum batting points and Sussex having achieved maximum bowling points, Surrey were bowled out for 490 in reply to Sussex's 435, pushed into the offside by Bracey, and there's no quick single there either. And Sussex are now 84 without loss. Tom Haynes, I suppose, could score another 100. As he's 45 not out. He's got time. Certainly the way that he bats. Leaning in, Bracey forces away and ends up in the hands of, well, extra cover. Was that deflected by short extra? My sunglasses are, I thought, were deceiving me for a moment. Last ball of the over, leaning in, and Bracey tickles it leg side and straight to backward square for no run. So still raining at Edgbaston as well, where Warwickshire 163 for 6, trailing by 111. But Nottinghamshire, they are going to be possibly frustrated in their bid to go to the top of Division 1. Warwickshire, Sussex and Nottinghamshire all coming in tied at the top. But Nottinghamshire, of those three sides, the best place to get a victory, but that doesn't look as if it's going to happen. No play at Old Trafford either, where Lancashire 16 for 3. And the end is nigh. Glamorgan have fought pretty well today at Lords, 329 for 9 now, leading by 58.
Mieye to Van Buren, who drives off a thick inside edge. Go on, and we've had a result in the other one, haven't we?
Yes, match drawn at Derby between Derbyshire and Northampton.
Yeah, Mieye to Van Buren, nudges that to Will Harvey. Bruce has been in touch, and he thinks that Gloucestershire have been far too timid here. So that's defended into the offside. They've ruled out the possibility of winning far too early, irrespective of trying to contrive something. If they dangled a carrot, I think Kent, under their new management, with 2 wins already, as that's just pushed into the offside, they've got to be quick here, and they do scamper through for a single. They dangled a carrot target. I think Kent, under their new management, 2 wins already, would have gone for it. The only way to bowl Kent out in 60 overs would have been to dangle a tempting target. As Mieye comes in around the wicket, Bracey drives to mid-on. Even as a Kent fan, I think Gloucestershire have done us a favour here and may well regret at the end of the season letting us take the draw. Ooh. Arm ball from Mieye, slightly quicker.
He tried to catch him out there.
Quite well telegraphed. James Bracey's seen it, got the T-shirt, everything, read the book. 326 for 5, Van Buren 53, Bracey 26. What's your view, Ed? Do you think Gloucestershire should have set something up? I think 8 points for a draw now. If it was 5 points for a draw, it's a different scenario. 8 points for a draw, if you think it's too much, you know, I'd like to hear from you. But I can see why Gloucestershire have thought, right, we've got maximum bonus points. We'll go back up the A2, round the M25, down the M4, and we'll walk away from this with 16 points.
Here's Jack leaning as the field slowly gets into position. Daniel Pearl-Drummond moving out to backward square. Oh no, he's decided to go to the boundary as well, so it's all going to grind to a halt. Leading moves in now, bowls, and Bracey drives into the ground, and it's fielded by the substitute at short extra.
However, I think they'd be sick if they did dangle a carrot and Kent got that carrot and they only walked away with 8 points. I think they'd be pretty gutted.
Yes, having played they've played the better cricket,
the lion's share of the cricket
in this game. This has worked into the onside, and they'll take a quick single. And you know, there's not been that much difference, but it was Kent really battling to save that follow-on at one stage, and Gloucestershire did have the first innings lead. And it is always the problem, as we keep going back to, that it's always the side batting third who's got to make that decision. Pushed point, and Van Buren hares through for 1.
I don't think Kent will be that gutted to walk away with 14 points either. It's a good start to the season, 19, 19 and 14 points. That's a solid start to the season for Kent.
Yeah, and they look likely to be they will be in the top 2 at the end of this round, as that's forced away off a very full length from Bracey. A big puff of dust as he drove that one, but can't get it past the short straight extra cover. Not sure what was going on down there. repositioning of some railings or something. Ooh, that's not very nice. This is driven out into the offside, backward of square by Bracey. Square drive for 2.
Imagine the sound of fingernails running down a blackboard. That's what we've got in our earphones at the moment.
And that's not just my voice either. 29 to Bracey. The lead is 409. Leaning bowls. Bracey with a cut that won't beat cover, and that's the end of another over. The lead at 409. No, I don't know. I still think there's a... Well, you have to probably set your stall out at the start of the season. If you're going to be the sort of team that is going to try and win at all costs, if you're going to be a side that are going to push for victories, whatever the position, then that's probably a decision that you need to take before the season starts almost, rather than during a match like this, because I don't know, I don't know that you can make those decisions that quickly.
And Beeren rocks onto the back foot, crunches that into the offside. Yeah, I agree, and I think that the points for a draw has come into it, and I also think that both of these sides might be in the mix at the top end of the table come the end of the season, and neither one wants to just hand the other one a victory on a plate as Bracey cuts that to backward point where Jack Leaning is stationed. Crawley is in a slip for the first time this season. Normally he's in there for England, but he's been lurking at mid-off for Kent as Bracey cuts that one out to Jazz Singh out on the deep cover boundary.
So in the situation of setting up a game, where we started this morning, I don't think there could be any criticism of the way Gloucestershire batted yesterday.
No, and I also think if those 3 hours were in place yesterday, I think Gloucester would have had a lead of about 320 this morning and probably set something up, but it's just not enough time to bowl a side out, and I understand the frustrations, but I also think that 8 points for a draw is too many. And
also it is incredibly hard work over 3+ days. You can undo it quite quickly.
There's one through square leg for Van Beeren.
So if we're assuming that there is no criticism of the way that Gloucestershire started, so they were 112 for 2 after, 33 overs, so they were scoring at about 4 and over. Well, hang on.
What's going on here?
I think we might be having a declaration now.
We are having a declaration. So there'll be 41 overs in the day.
Score at 10 and over.
Kent require 413. The Gloucestershire have declared on 333 for 5. James Bracey has got 30. Graham Van Beeren has got 56 not out. So Kent will need 413 off
41 overs.
Which I think is a little bit of a stretch perhaps, but you know. Hey.
Well, if you give yourself a chance.
Got to give yourself a chance.
No, so I don't know whether you want to resume this discussion later or...
Yeah, we will. I'm just going to go through the bowling figures.
We might need to.
Yeah, I'm just going to go through the bowling figures quickly, where Nathan Gilchrist, number 43 off 12. He'll have to wait till the fixture at Lords for his 100th Kent wicket. Jazz Singh, number 45 off 8. Joey Everson, 2 for 47 off 17. Kashif Ali, 14 overs, 1 maiden, none for 53. Jack Leaning toiled away, 3 for 106 off 27. And Tawanda Miyeye, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 30. We're going to take a short break, so come back and join us and see if Kent can smash down this small target of 413 of 41 overs. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Welcome back to Canterbury, as we had a surprise declaration there from Gloucestershire. We thought they were just going to bat all afternoon. But the usual Kent openers of Zach Crawley and Ben Compton have marched out to the wicket. And Kent need 441 off 41 overs. Have we got a game on our hands? My name's Dan Whiting, and from BBC Radio Bristol, Ed Seaborn. Ed, do we have a game on our hands here?
Well, we've got a game of cricket happening in front of us. Whether there's any chance of it ending in anything other than a draw, I don't think so. I think if Kent really thought that they were going to go for it, I know Ben Compton is somebody that can be played around, but I think you'd have thought that if you really seriously thought you were going to score at 10 and over for 41 overs, you'd have thought that Muyeyev in particular might be somebody that you would have sent out.
Matt Taylor from the pavilion end as Crawley leaves that one alone. Bruce has been back in touch. Thanks for discussing the points. I think we'll agree to disagree about Gloucestershire's tactics. The only point I will concur on is 8 points for the draw is too many. Well, cricket is a game of, opinions, isn't it?
Yep.
And
yes,
that's what it's about. And that's what we appreciate emails like this, Bruce.
And
so
even within the dressing room, not everybody's going to have the same opinion. It's
exactly.
going to be a bit of a collective anyway.
Taylor to Crawley, who defends. He said, of course I'll eat my words if Kent collapse now, but Goss' declaration now says they're more scared of losing than eager to win. Few teams are successful with that sort of attitude, especially in recent years. It's winning that counts. Enjoying the comms, do take a look at the Porter catch in the Essex game if you haven't already. I haven't seen it, Ed has. What I can say as a Kent fan is I hope the season doesn't end up turning on decisions like that. Well, I'm not sure Worcestershire's season will, as Crawley drives handsomely. Only to pick out Charlesworth at extra cover.
Yeah, well, who knows? Time tells either way, but yeah, I must admit I've only looked at it from an angle on somebody's phone screen, so I've not actually had a chance to see a particularly good look at the catch. I gather mostly second hand that there is an indication that it may have hit the ground.
Taylor to Crawley.
As I say, secondary source. This is no good on the BBC. We only deliver verified information. But yes, and it's incredibly hard, isn't it? I mean, what umpire really, unless they've got a definite view, would tend to overrule a fielder claiming a catch?
Matt Taylor to Zach Crawley. That stays low. Crawley leaves that alone. I think Kent have set their intentions out in 5 balls here. 5 dots.
Yeah, it's not really a serious target, is it? I suppose it's just about giving yourself a chance, if you're Gloucestershire, of some sort of unlikely monumental collapse.
Sorry, I'm just in touch with my sports editor, Matt Cole at BBC Radio Kent, who you know well, Ed. You've worked with him on many an occasion.
Indeed. All the best, Matt, if you're listening. Look forward to seeing you again.
I think he's covering the Gills, who are home to AFC Wimbledon today, as that's just defended. And good luck to the Gills. But Matt said, I think the pitch is too flat to risk setting up a game. And I said, I agree. Shake hands at 5 p.m. job, unless Kent collapse. And Matt said it has been known.
Well,
but I think this is, and Matt and I speak as well, and I think we both agree that this is a different Kent under Adam Hollyoake. It's a new chapter for Kent, and as we said, if they come out of this with 14 points to add to the 19 they've got in each of the first 2 games,
it's a good haul. Yeah.
52 points from 3 games. They'll be all right with that. They'll sit second. They'll be perfectly all right with that, Kent.
Yep. And for Gloucestershire, well, they've taken 18 from their first couple of games, so 34 points. They'll still be there or thereabouts, couple of wins, and that's what Division 2 so often is. Round the wicket, Tom Price to Compton, who's defending into the offside. I mean, you know, realistically, you probably only need to win only, as if it's that easy, but you're talking 5 wins maybe, might give you a chance of getting promotion. 5 wins from 14 matches.
Yeah.
So
Kent have got a week off next week. Each side has a week off out this first round of 7. And then the following week they're at Lords to face Middlesex.
Tom Price runs in and bowls. Compton tucks into the onside. There's a bit of hesitation, so they don't come through for the single, with Cameron Green lurking at mid-wicket, interestingly. So he did put down 1 catch and juggled another into James Bracey's hands at first slip, and seems as though he's decided that he wants to position himself at mid-wicket with Ollie Price at first slip. Well, Bancroft's probably the only person who could do that, isn't he? Given that Bancroft's captain. I'm not sure anybody else, other than somebody who know him very well from Western Australia days and would be a senior player to Cameron Green, be able to do that.
He's got the gravitas.
Goes Price bowls, Compton covers up, there's no run. So, you know, I suppose you're not targeting 5, are you? You're probably targeting 7, maybe 8 wins, but 7 wins usually these days is enough to get you promoted, win half your matches. So
depends on your bonus points as well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
no, Kent have won their first 2 games without any batting bonus points, remember?
Yes, however, I was looking the other day, and yeah, sure, of course, it all counts. As Price is in down leg side, Compton takes a hand off the bat as he tries to flick it away and misses it. A couple of years back, when Worcestershire were promoted to the top division as they're in now, Worcestershire had the fewest batting points of any side in the division by a couple. So wins are so often still, even with 8 for the draw, still the currency. But no, exactly. And you want to, when you don't win, goes without saying, you want to be picking up good points from your draws, and Kent will be picking up a good set of points.
Yeah, wins are the currency, but Kent are poorer than their neighbours of Leicestershire at the moment, aren't they? Not as cash rich. So, but what will be interesting, because we spoke about 8 being too many. I remember a few years ago, Northamptonshire stayed in Division 1 just on the basis of making Wantage Road flat and batting and getting 500 most games.
Price in and Compton forward, playing up the pitch.
And I don't think that makes for good cricket.
Yeah, I think realistically, there's got to be more of a balance between bat and ball than there is at the moment. I think we've gone too far down this road of the idea that as long as we make pitches flat and get batters scoring hundreds, that will make us better as a test team. As Price defends into the onside, it's a maiden over, and the score's still 0 for 0. And I think, you know, again, it's the whole thing with county cricket, isn't it? So many different sides pulling in so many different directions, and we've gone so far down the route of viewing it as a trial for test cricket, as if the only job for county cricket is to produce test players. But even if you do think that, I would really question whether making the examination for batters more easy is actually going to make better test players anyway. So I think we've just gone too far down the route of making pitches batter friendly, and these games that go 4 days but mostly end in draws.
Yeah, defended. I think Kent have set their stall out here. We know what's going to happen. This is going to be a draw.
Can they bat out 30 maidens, do you think?
The only thing that remains to be seen is, will we see Miles Hammond have a bowl? Will we see James Bracey have a bowl?
I should think that would be quite unlikely, but Hammond would be probably the choice.
Crawley drives. There's a run. Ruins Ed's dream of 30 maidens.
Well, there will be, in all seriousness, there will be eyes on this Zach Crawley innings, in that he's really got almost nothing to gain out there, because if he gets out for very little, then that's going to add to the pile-on of Zach Crawley shouldn't be playing for England. And if he does score runs, then it'll be, well, it didn't really matter, did they?
Yeah, and credit to him, he's come out there. I mean, he could have just hidden back in the dressing room, couldn't he? Just taking it easy. But he's come out there and he's fronted up.
I think he's past the point, really, of particularly caring what people say about whether he should play for England or not.
I don't think he does. Yeah, I don't think he does. I think you've got to have thick skin.
And to be honest, I really applaud him for that.
As Matt Taylor comes in, Compton plays this up to mid-on. Tom Price goes sprawling across.
Because it shows how strong he is as a person, actually. It's not, it's not Zach Crawley who's twisted the arm of the coach and the selectors to say, you can't drop me. It's not as though,
I think
it's not as though it's him doing that.
No, and I also think with Rob Key with the Kent connection as well, there are some, snipings, aren't there, on social media. Taylor comes up, and that's just defended there by Compton.
Yeah, and yes, people will say either way, but at the end of the day, I suppose for Crawley as a person, he's the one that has to shut out all that noise that didn't really exist for cricketers in the same way pre-social media age, and get on with his job.
Taylor whipped by Compton down to long leg, where Graham van Buren comes running around and hurls the ball in.
And I think in most walks of life now, dare I say it, even commentary, you have to ignore what certain people say about you on social media.
Oh, completely agree.
And to be honest, actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think.
No.
Because you're not the ones that are making the decisions. You're not the ones that matter.
Oh, that's a good lead from Crawley.
At the end of the day, it's just opinion.
Yeah, it is, but there's also people's livelihoods at stake here as well. And I think that people sort of talk about kindness and stuff like that, and be more kind, and on social media and all this sort of stuff, and you still get some real nasty comments on social media. Not needed, not necessary. Zach Crawley doesn't need that. Dan Whiting doesn't need that. Ed Seaborn doesn't need that.
Well, Compton, he doesn't need that either, but I don't think he gets it too much, to be honest, but certainly shouldn't. Because he's looking to add to his match aggregate with the strike now to Tom Price, and this is just nudged into the onside calmly by Compton. Cool, calm, collected. He's got an opportunity to go out there and occupy the crease again. I'm sure he cannot wait to get back out there, because he just simply has not spent enough time out in the middle of this match. What did he miss in the first innings? 2 overs is all he's not been out there for in this match. I don't think he's had a substitute once, not that I've seen anyway. So he's been out on the field for all but 2 overs.
Yeah, his initials might be BC. I feel I've been watching him since the year that ends with BC.
2 slips as a short cover point for Ben Compton, as Price bowls and Compton comes forward and plays a soft defence that goes towards the mid-off fielder. And well, Gloucestershire are giving it a look with their opening bowlers, Tom Price and
Tom Price
Matt
looks
Taylor.
a lot quicker than he did in the first innings, I think. He's bending his back here.
Still a breeze, which is fluttering the shirts out there, but hazy sunshine and high-level cloud, and still absolutely no sign of precipitation affecting things at all. Price over the wicket, bowls, and edged and caught behind. You could hear the nick from here. So Tom Price has a wicket, and Ben Compton departs. There are still 37 overs remaining after this. Compton really fault him too much there. That was a beaut from Tom Price. It was full, it was drawing Compton forward, he had to play at it. And he's got a touch through to James Bracey. Tom Price gets his first wicket of this innings, 1 for 76 in the first.
Well.
2 for 1.
Do we have a game on our hands, Ed? Do we have a game on our hands here? 37 overs left for Kent to negotiate. Daniel Bill Drummond strides out.
Of course, if Kent end up about 6 down, this is only going to add further fuel to the fire of, I should have declared sooner. It's all ifs, buts and maybes, isn't it? Because you just never know the intensity of the likes of Compton and Crawley. I mean, of course, you every time you want to go out there, you want to score runs, but it's a bit different knowing that you've only got 40 overs to face versus, say, 70.
And do you go into your shell here, do you stick or twist? Or if the ball's there, do you still, give it a cover drive to the boundary?
Well, another couple of wickets could make things rather interesting. We've got just over 10 minutes left till tea.
That would throw the Gloucestershire cat amongst the Kent pigeons, wouldn't it? So I'm not allowed to bring. I'm not allowed to bring up pigeons. I do apologise.
No more pigeons. Daniel Bell Drummond is the new batter to the middle. As the Gloucestershire, well, a couple of members of, I should say, the Gloucestershire backroom staff look on. Tom Smith and Mark Thorburn down below us. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket. Tom Price into Bell Drummond, who's playing with the outer half of the bat, but perfectly safely dabs it between gully and backward point and down to the deep third fielder. So Bell Drummond's off the mark straight away. Kent 3 for 1.
Yeah, I had a good chat with Tom Smith yesterday in the rain break. He's a lovely man, isn't he? He's from Eastbourne originally, Sussex man. He went to state school around the corner. He didn't go to Eastbourne College like the man next in, like Tawanda Mayeye or Harry Finch.
Here comes Tom Price. No, he doesn't, because Zach Crawley pulls away.
I think a seagull
might
flew
have been the gull that time.
Yeah, I think that flew just in front of the side screen, just as Crawley was about to face that.
They don't have those at the test grounds, do they?
No. Got a few pigeons at the Oval there. I can't mention those.
No.
Sorry. Sorry.
Again. Dear. It's Crawley facing Tom Price. Crawley forward, playing robust in defence into the offside. Dom Goodman on the field for Marchant de Lange. There is no tall South African out there, with Goodman having to be a substitute fielder. Or is he down at deep third?
No, I don't know. Is that him mid-off?
No, that's Dom Goodman.
Yeah, Goodman, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. I mean, Goodman looks small next to Cameron Green, doesn't he?
Price now bowls, and a good lead from Crawley getting across his stumps, and there's some bounce there from Tom Price. I mean, it's not as though the pitch is absolutely dead. It's just to pick up the train of thought from earlier as Kent to 3 for 1. So the day started with Gloucestershire leading by 191, if I'm doing my maths correctly.
Yeah, they did.
So they would still have had to have batted. I mean, unless you really think, and please, if you're Kent supporters, take that out of the equation for now, because Gloucestershire are not going to set Kent 300 to win. That's wishful thinking.
No,
that's dreaming. You're not going to get 300 to win. Not when you've outplayed an opponent for the whole match. You're not just going to give it away.
It's mumbo jumbo. Here's Matt Taylor to Bell Drummond, who just pushes that into the offside.
So let's accept that Gloucestershire would have had to have scored a minimum of 160 runs this morning to get to 350.
Yeah.
I think that would be something which surely it would have to be seen. I don't know. I'm sure people will still disagree, but it would have to be seen that it would need somewhere around that. Even if you're talking 320, 330. So you're going to have to bat, even if you score a run a ball, you're going to have to bat for 20 overs this morning.
Taylor. Oh, that's got to be close. That is very close. I think it's maybe not cut back enough and possibly missing the off stump. But it was a good shout.
It was.
Worth a shout. Yeah, I think the other thing that comes into it is the fast nature of scoring here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, where the outfield's quick. Bristol's a quick one as well, but this is very quick. Very dry spring we've had here in the southeast of England, as Taylor just pushes that back.
Yeah, so to pick up the train again, the presumption then surely is that Gloucestershire would have had to have batted at least 20 overs this morning, even in a situation where they were looking to set something up.
Yeah.
Do you think you can bowl a side out in 75 overs or less?
Yeah, I do. In 75, yeah, is Taylor in. But there's also a chance if Gloucestershire had gone gung-ho, say Kent had picked up their last 8 wickets for 80 or whatever, they'd only need 270. So Gloucestershire were caught between a rock and a hard place, I thought, this morning.
Yeah, and I must say, personally, I don't think that 75 overs would have been enough to bowl Kent out.
Maybe not on this.
Yeah, on this pitch, I don't think it would have been enough.
Yeah. And a bowler down in Marchand
Yes,
DeLunga.
especially a bowler
Yeah,
down.
I get that. I get where you're coming from.
So there's my argument presented.
Matt Taylor. In. Oh, Drummond. That's the Surrey cut for you, Ed.
Yes. He's
There's
not
a
looking
single.
particularly comfortable, is Bell Drummond, in the early stages here.
No, you've got to see off the new ball here. The new ball's still got a little bit of je ne sais pas, as they say across the channel.
Sorry, what? Je ne sais
pas.
pas?
Taylor to Crawley, who defends.
Goodness. Right. Let me just tell you in the meantime.
That translates to I don't know.
Well, right. Just damn. 16 for 1. Middlesex they need 43 further to win.
They're
so
going to romp.
Middlesex are going to
They're going to romp
win.
home.
It's tea time at Lord's, but well, actually, why is it tea time? That's curious. That is curious. Is it raining?
Ooh.
Oh dear.
In fact, messages from the boys at my cricket club are asking if nets are on tonight. Back in Southgate in North London, about 10 miles away from Lord's.
Tom Price in now. Oh, that looks close for LBW. Gone! He's got rid of Bell Drummond now. It was full, and it looked as if it swung in a touch from Tom Price. And Bell Drummond, he wasn't looking particularly secure out there. And that one, well, I mean, that looked absolutely plumb from here. Admittedly, we're behind, but looking at it on replay, I don't think it looks any less out than I thought it was live. It looks like it struck him bang in front of off.
He's on the walk as well, isn't he? He's on the walk. And, yeah, unfortunately, the Kent skipper's got to go for that. 4 for 2. Oh, my godfathers, Ed Seaborn. Have we got something happening here? Is there something occurring, as they'd say in South Wales?
Oh, but yeah, comes to the middle. It's just that faint in-swing from Tom Price, which is when he's at his best. That's what he's getting. It's that little comebacker to the right-hander that wraps them on the pad, and then he can bring in the one that he just floats outside the off stump and gives the chance for the slips or the keeper behind. But when he's getting that in movement, that's when he really is at his most deadly. Tawanda Muyeye to face, and Gloucestershire are going to put a third man in the cordon now with Cameron Green. It's really arguably not much need for too many fielders other than attacking ones, because Kent are clearly not going to achieve the target.
Get me yay. And Gloucestershire could be big bananas, couldn't it, Ed?
Well, we've got a couple of overs left before tea.
I think this is going all the way now.
Or even possibly this might be the last over if it takes a bit of time. 4 for 2. Tom Price to Muyeye, who leaves outside off stump.
Gloucestershire got their tails up here.
Yep, very much so. Well, why not? It's a short outing for the bowlers. So why not empty the tank, really? And for the fielders, might as well make sure that Kent are under the maximum amount of pressure.
2 Kent batters injured as well. I know they'll come out and bat.
Yes,
but
well, I was going to say Grant Stewart didn't bat particularly. No. Well, actually neither of them batted as such. But yes, it's a factor. Tom Price in, and Muyeye well forward and lets it go again.
He's a good player, this boy, though, Muyeye. I rate him highly. I think he'll play for England.
Well, it's an interesting situation for him to be in, a naturally flowing player, attacking player. And here, and particularly in these remaining deliveries before tea, he's just looking to block and keep it out. So can Gloucestershire get him when he's a little tentative? Price in and bowls, edged wide of the slip cordon for 4. And you have to say, given the fact that the required run rate is 11.5 and over, and you've still got a mid-wicket, for example, was there really a need for that fielder when you're just purely looking to take wickets? Could you have had a 4th slip? It would have been catchable.
Tom Price creates theatre, doesn't he? He creates drama. Things happen when the Prices are around.
8 for 2. So Muyeye is off the mark. Unconvincing fashion. The edge found. Might only be 2 balls left before tea. Price bowls forward. Muyeye playing a very much more safe and solid defence. Ball goes up to mid-off. I think probably this will be the last ball before tea.
Look, Crawley's using his experience here, going for a little bit of gardening. Like Monty Don, Alan Titchmarsh, Percy Thrower all rolled into one. Just trying to kill that time, trying to make that clock tick over from 3:39 to 3:40.
I think they'll do it anyway, because even though it is still 3:39, the umpires will have to get back into position, and Gloucestershire are also. Well, here we go. It's stable door time. It's going to be a 4th slip with mid-wicket coming out. And Green's going to go into 4th. And, well, maybe more of a gully. He's a couple of steps wider than Hammond, who's gone into 3rd. So this will be the last ball before tea. And, oh, well, he's got to 3:40 now. Muyeye didn't realise that possibly and just wasn't quite ready to face. But the last ball of the session, Kent having lost 2 wickets. Price to Muyeye. He bowls. That's very wide, and Price so often does that, doesn't he? He looks straight back at where he landed. Yes, that's the reason it went way too wide. So all that drama for the last ball and nothing happened. But Kent are 8 for 2. Gloucestershire will need 8 wickets in 35 overs. It still seems rather unlikely. When I say 35 overs, of course, in theory it could be more, because once you get to the last hour you can bowl more than 16 overs.
Yeah, you can.
In reality, it's unlikely to be any more than about 37 overs, 38 overs that Kent would have to face, even in that situation. But they have lost 2 wickets. Tom Price has struck twice after the declaration that we thought was never going to come. And the 2 wickets, Compton caught behind for 1, and Bell Drummond trapped LBW for 2. And it's Crawley and Muyeye who'll have to come back out after tea, under actually a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, come join us in 20 minutes and we'll find out if Kent can cling on or if Gloucestershire will go back up the M4 with the spoils. We'll see you soon. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm going to do an update into BBC Radio Kent.
For the final time of this match, umpires are heading out to the middle. First one's Paul Baldwin. Camera back off, leaving out Gloucestershire, and to resume Kent's second innings, Zach Crawley and to Wanda Yeye. Zach Crawley takes a strike and bowling from the pavilion end, Matt Taylor.
Yeah, certainly, Matt. I was hoping for a sleepy, boring draw as well. And this game half an hour ago was fizzling out into a draw as Matt Taylor's about to bowl the first ball of the evening session here to Zach Crawley. But 2 wickets quickly from Tom Price. He dismissed the immovable rock that's Ben Compton after his first innings, 178. He was caught behind by James Bracey, and then Daniel Bell Drummond was adjudged LBW. So at the moment, Kent are 8 for 2. They've got 34 overs to negotiate. Will there be high drama here at Canterbury? We'll find out soon. And remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary of these games available via the BBC app and the BBC website. Yeah. Here's Taylor in, as that's just off the thigh pad, and it's going to dribble away for 1. $11 for 2 here. Crawley's on 3, Miyeye on 4. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn here live on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, on the BBC app and live on the Kent YouTube feed. Ed, where's this game going?
Well, I mean, 34 overs, it seems a stretch. Wickets are going to need to continue to cascade for it to be anything other than a draw.
Taylor's going to come around the wicket to Miyeye, who drives pleasantly to Tom Price.
Yeah, I mean, it since the first day, it's felt like it's a pitch where you need to do the bulk of your damage with a new ball.
Yeah.
So, I suppose, well, we're not going to see the ball get too old, but they need more very quick wickets after tea if they're going to have a serious go at bowling Kent out here. I think that goes without saying, really. They're going to need 2 or 3 wickets in the next 5 to 7 overs, I think.
Taylor. Ian Miyeye gets right forward. Textbook forward defensive there from man brought up in Zimbabwe, who came over here. His parents were politicians over there, or his mother was, I think. And he came over here. She was a supporter of the movement for democratic change in Zimbabwe. And Tawanda came over here as an asylum seeker in 2018. And ended up going to Eastbourne College, where he was Wisden Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year in 2019, as he leaves that one alone. Got, 2 double hundreds for them. And a mere 1,112 runs, including 56 sixes. Not bad for a schoolboy.
Gosh, I mean, it'd been just absolutely impossible to bowl that. You know, just when you think of the disdain that he can treat county attacks with sometimes, you just imagine what it would have been like for a schoolboy attack trying to get him out.
Yeah, well, that's 1 over negotiated for Kent. 34 to go.
Yeah, and the man who's done the damage so far, Tom Price, no surprise at all that he's going to continue from the Nackington Road end. There are still only 3 slips in place, with Hammond at backward point, Dom Goodman still on as the substitute fielder at mid-off, Van Buren mid-on, and Charlesworth at mid-wicket as Price bowls, and Crawley drives sumptuously through the covers for 4. First ball of the 2023 Ashes vibes, as they like to say there. 15 for 2.
It's amazing. Whenever he does that, everyone brings that
I know,
up. Kevin
sure
Hand did it last week as well.
What else can you do?
Yeah.
It's just it's one of those moments that is going to be etched.
It's etched, yeah,
on your memory.
I agree.
You know, like poor Harmy, and like Rory Burns. First balls of Ashes series, they stick. Everybody's watching. Price is in. Crawley mistimes as he tries to force it off the back foot up to mid-on. But there's absolutely no problem if you're Gloucestershire with Zach Crawley driving. And I still think, especially with this newer, harder ball, there's just no reason not to have an extra fielder in the cordon. I mean, I try not to backseat captain too much, but it just feels as though, well, Gloucestershire may as well just go on the out-and-out attack. Price bowls, targeting the pads of Crawley. It's a similar delivery to the one that snuck through Daniel Bell-Drummond's defences. This one does not break down Zach Crawley's forward defence as the ball goes to mid-on. So for Gloucestershire, Price and Taylor probably going to have to do the bulk of the work here along with Josh Shaw. I wonder whether Gloucestershire will think about going to spin or whether they'll want to go with Seamstill and Ben Charlesworth. Price in and bowls. Crawley drives and drives too straight, and it ricochets off the stumps, and it's stopped by Dom Goodman at mid-off, who's giving a vote of thanks to everybody. Well.
Probably for the fact that he doesn't have to run 60 yards to go and fetch it from the Nackington Road end.
I've done a lap of honour after that. No, just held up his hand and acknowledged the encouragement of the slips, which I'm sure there was absolutely no tongue-in-cheek nature to at all. Now they're going to take out third slip and put... No, they're not. They were going to.
No, offer it to him. Offer it, tempt him. Tempt Crawley.
We've seen an edge go through fourth slip. Admittedly, it was off Moyeya's bat, but... Well. 15 for 2. Tom Price bowls. Crawley flicks through the leg side, and that will be 4. There's no getting that. Fine leg. Matt Taylor doesn't even move. I suppose he's mid-spell anyway, so it's up to Charlesworth to jog back from mid-wicket to go and fetch it. And Zach Crawley up to 11. Kent 19 for 2. I mean, runs don't matter here. 394 is the number of runs required from 33 overs. And you can certainly forget that, but still, if Crawley can be positive and hit a few boundaries, he might cause some of those slips to disappear still.
And you take the shine off the ball.
Yes, very much so. You might take the lacquer off the ball at this stage. Price in, forward goes Crawley. Well, the lacquer should have come off by now in the 8th over. Feels as though we're earlier than that because of the tea interval. There's no run as the ball's played to mid-on, and Kent 19 for 2. Yeah, the square's still really quite green with a few pitch ends to get it into, but probably, well, I mean, it's amazing how how quickly the squares get worn. So much action on them.
Yeah, I mean, I think those to the left have been where they played against the students pre-season. The 1-2 to the right was where they played Middlesex. You'll see on your stream channel.
Still plenty of prime real estate to be used up. A lot of greenness, particularly as we look at it to the left of this one.
Taylor. Miyeye tucks this one off his hip. Round to Graham Van Buren, who picks it up, throws left arm flat and hard into the gloves of Bracey.
I wonder if he's enjoying his time on the boundary now. I asked him, but he seems to be relishing going there, seemingly. I mean, he could field still at mid-off or mid-on.
Yeah, I spoke with him, actually, and he's, he said it's different, not being captain, but he's enjoying it.
I mean, boundary fielding especially, it's got to feel a bit odd for him. It's been thudding into the pad. It's played at mid-on, played to mid-on.
What you need to do is just bat and bat and bat some more, and just take out 15 overs out of the game. Don't lose any more wickets. Both captains shake hands, and we'll see each other in a month's time.
Yeah, reverse fixtures pretty quick for these two teams.
Is it 15th of May or 14th of May? We'll be covering that one.
16th.
16th of May.
Price leaps in, bowls, and they're going to go for another quick single here. As Van Buren this time has one stump to aim at, misses. Tom Goodman's been kept busy out in the field.
Isn't he?
Van Buren's hurled another one at him. I suppose it's revenge because it was Van Buren who had to go and fetch the other one. It's 35 for 2. Yeah, and actually, I think full stop, these two teams get rid of all their fixtures pretty quickly, with Gloucestershire and Kent being the first fixture, I think, for both sides in the Vitality Blast, with that match at Bristol on May the 30th. I think that's part of Blast Off.
Yeah.
And then June the 18th is the reverse fixture at Canterbury. Price runs in and bowls for defence, no run.
Although Kent do play another one of their early season fixtures in a couple of weeks. They played Middlesex here last week, and then they go to Lords in 2 weeks' time. The sort of vagaries of the fixture computer.
Could be a tasty encounter. Kent's women, by the way, play Gloucestershire's women in the first half of a double header at Bristol on the 15th of June, but it's Glamorgan who are the opponents for Gloucestershire's men in that double header. Price in now, bowls. Crawley is forward, carefully playing into the onside.
Play resuming at Lords at 4:25 p.m.
Got back out there pretty
Pretty
sharpish then, yeah. All, I'm sure, in hand for the umpires. It does look, from the streaming pictures anyway, does look rather brighter there than it did. It still doesn't look as though it's pretty comfortable for Middlesex at any point. It's still quite gloomy, but they're taking the hover cover off now. Price wide of the crease bowls. Crawley drives, and it's knocked down by Price. Yeah, it was hit firmly by Crawley, and Tom Price threw another over. 29 overs remain. Gloucestershire need to take 8 Kent wickets in those 29 overs, not without moments of alarm, many of which self-inflicted, but Crawley and Muyaya are still there after tea. 19 to Crawley, 12 to Muyaya. And if they can see off this opening spell from Taylor and Tom Price, they'll feel, I'm sure, happier about themselves. They might have the likes of Shaw and maybe either Charlesworth or Ollie Price to contend with, but I feel they're starting to get this ball a little bit older and maybe just take Gloucestershire's belief away as much as anything else.
Matt Taylor from the pavilion end to Miyeye, who plays this one through the leg side. Is that going to run away up the hill? Cameron Green's in pursuit.
As well.
And hauls it up just inside the boundary rope. Well done, Cameron Green.
Yeah.
Tell you what, he's not over here on a holiday, is he? He's over here to play cricket.
Got into the slide.
Yeah.
Full-on slide close to the boundary rope as well.
Yeah,
probably got a
good
carpet
commitment.
burn for his troubles.
Yeah, he's
one of the many
just
things
feeling
you
his
don't
knee.
miss from playing cricket.
Yeah, he's just feeling his knee. Oh, yeah. And once you open up the scabs on the knee, they don't go all season because you just take them off in the next game. Oh, that's lovely from Miyeye. That could well go away for 4 runs. It does. It goes down the hill. That's just pure timing. Gorgeous.
So the slope here, larger than Lords.
Yeah.
And same at Hove as well.
Well, Hove goes from end to end, doesn't it?
Yeah,
but this is side to side, really.
It's extraordinary at Hove, and you can't quite do it here because you can't see the houses too well over towards the Nackington Road. But at Hove, it's great because you can actually see from the floors of the flats just how much of a slope there is.
Yeah. Oh, luckily he's got some bat on that. He smashed it into his pads, but if he hadn't, I think he was toast. But yeah, once you take the scab, once you get a scab on your knee when you're playing cricket, it just doesn't go because you do it again the next game and you take it off and it just rips off and starts bleeding again, then scabs up, and you do it the following week, and you do it the following week. It's only when you take an end-of-season holiday and you go in the sea that it miraculously disappears in the salty water as Miyeye leaves that one alone.
Get the surgical spirit on it.
Oh, bit of aftershave.
Oh, no.
Oh, can you imagine? Similar to, recovering from a tonsil operation and taking someone some salt and vinegar crisps. 41 for 2 here. Matt Taylor's bowling in his 7th over. He's none for 15. Tom Price, 6 overs, 2 for 25. As Tawanda Miyeye plays that out to Dominic Goodman. The 12thers on for Marchand de Lange. He was at mid-off.
I've never actually broken a bone, but the worst injury I've had is when and I can still feel it sometimes, when a ball got whacked straight back at me. I couldn't react and get my hand down on it, and it just walloped straight into my shin. I can still feel it.
Taylor, Miyeye defends. Well,
fortunately, I've never been hit in the face with a cricket ball.
Have you not? Oh, I've been hit in the head with no helmet on, fielding in close, and the ball went for 4 off my head.
I'm not surprised.
Funnily enough, I didn't see it because I was on the ground clutching my skull.
That explains a lot, actually, Whiting. That explains an awful lot.
Yeah, but it went for 4 off my head. The thing is, I was going to get a lid at the end of the over as well. I was brought in there for the last 2 balls of the over. It's a mate of mine bowling. Well, I'm not sure if he's a mate of mine anymore.
Yeah.
So I've gone in silly mid-off, and he's thrown up a full toss outside off stump with the bloke has leathered into my forehead off about 2 yards away. Thanks a lot, mate.
There you go.
Local Anthony Morris. Cheers, mate.
Days before concussion awareness. Tom Price in now bowling. Crawley, he gets one that spits up at him. Has to take a hand off the bat, but he plays it expertly, even though he might have
played it
had
well.
A bit of a ring to that left hand. But anyway, I suppose with the newer ball, still there's been something there, and actually Price has extracted some slight variation in bounce, and I think this spell will do him the power of good going forward anyway, so something definitely positive can come out of this for him. 2 for 25, looking for more. Bowling now, Crawley forward, there's no run there. Dom Goodman comes in from mid-off.
Goodman's got black socks on, I think. I think that's a bit naughty.
Well,
back in the day. They wear them now, though, don't they?
Well, Miles Hammond's yellow socks have been on display quite a lot throughout the past couple of seasons, but I don't know whether he's got them on today. They were a kind of a pea green, I think, on the last day of the Glamorgan game.
I remember David Gower wearing blue socks back in the 80s. I think a couple of MCC members wrote to the committee about it in wearing them at Lord's.
Price in and bowls, Crawley forward defends. Of course, you still can't wear if the umpire at Wimbledon tells you that you can't wear them. You still can't wear anything but white underwear there. They might have changed that now, but it wasn't changed until very recently. I think actually they have changed that now, but it's only been like 2 or 3 years max that that's
even
been
the
changed.
underwear has to be
even the
white.
underwear has to be white.
Good job there aren't any quick bowlers at Wimbledon.
Here comes Price bowls, and this is steered past gully. There'll be 2 here, and it's out of my sight. I think the fielder's just going to get there. Cameron Green again with another sprint back to the boundary. 2 runs, 43 for 2. I don't know. I don't think I'd particularly like to be on the end of, well, I suppose the likes of a John Isner serve, although he's retired now, coming down from about 6'11" at 140 miles an hour. No thanks.
Is it me, right, being a cricket badger? I'll come on to it after this ball from Tom Price, actually.
Here he comes. There now again. Bowls clipped in the air and on the bounce to Charlesworth at short mid-wicket. That was a little unsafe from Crawley. He's rehearsed rolling the wrists on it more.
You know when they serve an ace, right, at Wimbledon in tennis, and the receiver, is that what you call it? The guy receiving the serve gets a little nick on it, and it sort of goes off behind, and sort of the judge has to. And I think, oh, he's nicked that.
Edged, yes, I know. I would do the same. Edged and caught behind, especially if it's, sometimes you see them take catches in the royal box sometimes. Price in. Crawley works it away to short mid-wicket. Another over goes by. We've had 14 in the innings, and, well, we're over a third of the way through this allotted overs that Gloucestershire have given themselves to dismiss Kent. 43 for 2 is the score. The nominal target is 370, but anyway, that's not in question with 27 overs to bowl. And Gloucestershire are going to go to spin, and in fact, they're going to go to Graham van Buren, because he actually took the last 2 wickets to fall in the first innings, 8.5 overs, 2 for 14. But don't get me wrong, Ollie Price did a fine job, particularly keeping the runs down. Only went for 2 and over and got the wicket of Grant Stewart. But I really like what I saw from Van Buren in the
Yeah,
first
I agree
innings.
with you.
And at Derby, actually, when he bowled pretty sparingly, but
Did
he
he?
ripped
Yeah.
a couple past Wayne Madson's outside edge.
He's a
Madsen
good player.
had scored 100.
What
yeah.
a player he is. Well, I think this might be Gloucestershire's last throw of the dice here. There's Van Buren, tosses one up, gives it a bit of air, a little bit of flight, a little bit of guile.
What I'd like to see, though, is pretty
What's
much
happening?
everybody round the bat. Well, I'd like to see that. We might still see that, but I'd like to see everybody round the bat.
That's just defended. You stand at silly mid-off without a helmet if Miles Hammond was bowling.
Well,
He started off as an off-spinner,
I'm not
didn't
sure I
he?
would stand at silly mid-off
He started
off
off
Van
as-
Buren's bowling either, but yeah.
He started off as a spinner who could bat a little bit, didn't he, Hammond? As that's pushed into the offside. Is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, before he got the yips, unfortunately, but there we go. He's just testament to his sporting ability in general that he's made himself into a fantastic middle order bat and T20 opener still.
Mieye punches that one out to deep cover. They amble through for a single. Charlesworth doing the fielding out there. Thought he batted beautifully until he chipped one to cover, Ben Charlesworth. He looked $1 million.
Yeah, be livid with that, really.
Yeah,
'cause
he will be.
'cause he was looking really set.
Crawley drives again out to Charlesworth for a single. I think this is going to be a big year for Ben Charlesworth. I think this is he's been around a while now. He made his debut at 17. He's 25 now. I think this is his 8th season, isn't it? Or 7th
25?
season.
Gosh, that's flown by.
Van Buren tosses that up. Mieye again drives out to Charlesworth.
24.
24,
Yeah,
is he?
Close enough.
Yeah. So, but I think he's really come on, as I said, as an individual, and I think his bowling has come on. He's been out a couple of years injured with a shoulder injury, hasn't he, for bowling? But his batting as well. I think he got 100 at Derby. He got runs here. Did he get any last week against Glamorgan?
No, not too many. It was only one innings anyway, so
Okay.
yes, but he also got 100 in the pre-season fixture at Taunton,
Yeah.
which was, I think, those runs certainly are worth. Well, I think any runs at Taunton are worth it.
But I think
yeah.
I think this is a big year for Ben Charlesworth, and I think that you're going to see, you already see in T20 where he comes in the middle order and he's a finisher, and I think he's a really valuable member of this Gloucestershire squad.
Yeah, no doubt. And in terms of championship, he's got the monkey off his back as far as 100 last season. Price new over, bowling, and Mieye forward, steady as a rock. Solid as a rock. Steady as a rock. Let's mix some metaphors, why not?
Solid
We've
as
done
a
just
rock.
about everything wrong so far.
As
Let's
Ashford and
just continue.
Simpson told us back in the 1980s.
Oh dear. So yeah, he gets the 100 off his back and following it up pretty soon with a double ton as well. And I think he's what's exciting is that you've seen over the past couple of years, every time Ben Charlesworth comes back, Price bowls, that looks close and gone. LBW. Mieye doesn't look too happy, but umpire Watts raises the finger, and it is a 3rd wicket for Tom Price. 3 for 27, and Mieye has to depart for 20. Again, it was the nip backer down the slope from Tom Price. Mieye was forward, but not far forward enough to save him in umpire Watts' eyes. And, well, I think the only question there is height. To me, it looks pretty straight. Well, yeah, might have felt. I mean, it's hit him just on the knee roll, maybe slightly above it, but I don't know. He's quite crouched. I must say, I thought that looked out live, but maybe he got a scratch on it. That's very hard to tell. But anyway, the finger was raised, and Kent are 46 for 3, and there are 25 overs remaining after this one.
Yeah, just you think this game is drifting, it comes back to life, doesn't it? And Tom Price is rejuvenating his Gloucestershire innings in the field. Ian Calloway sent us a wonderful email here. Talk of being hit by a cricket ball. In 1993, he was hit in the mouth by a bouncer whilst attempting a hook shot. Being an opening batsman of the stolid variety, I never played the hook shot, but under influence of drink from the night before, decided in this particular game that I could take on a short pitch delivery from a fast left-arm bowler. I came second in the encounter. I was driven to Canterbury Hospital sporting a visage shorn of 2 teeth and a cut requiring stitching. During the week that followed, I appeared bloody and gap-toothed in front of the magistrates of Ramsgate as a prosecutor, that is. I felt my condition required some explanation before the business of the day got underway. The look on the face of the very refined bench of lady magistrates when I'd said I'd been hit by a bouncer was something to behold. Wonderful stuff, Ian. Thank you for your email. Brilliant.
46 for 3, and out comes Jack Leaning. There are 4 slips ready to take an edge that might come their way as Price bowls, leaning across his stumps and happy to play round that front pad to mid-on.
He's got his tail up here, Tom Price, hasn't he?
Oh, you wonder how long he's going to keep going for. As the spell, I suppose, split up a little bit by T. How much do you want to stretch him for? He's played the first 3 games. You wonder whether, with the rotation that inevitably happens these days, that he might possibly sit out next week. Price is in, Leaning is well forward, and there's nothing. Even a Gloucestershire side with their tails up can ooh and can ah about that one. Oh dear. Oh dear, more drama at Lord's. So they were going to go on, and then the umpires took another light reading and they've gone off again. And in fact now, even worse,
the
for
big
Middlesex,
covers have come
some
on.
of the covers
the
are
tops
being
have come on.
unrolled, yep. With them still needing 43 to win. Price into Leaning, who comes confidently forward and plays the ball up to mid-on. But again, Gloucestershire are quite happy to see him doing what he's doing. He's happy to walk at Tom Price, but Price will still feel if he can get another one of those to jag back like he's done to Bell Drummond, like he's done to Muyaya, that he might be engaging umpire Watts in some more finger-raising activity.
We've got a lovely hover cover at Lord's. I've always wondered if you took one of them out in Folkestone Harbour, how quickly you could get out to Calais.
Oh, I miss those. Price bowls forward defending. Is Leaning, and that's a wicket maiden for Tom Price. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 27. There are 25 overs left. Gloucestershire needs 7 Kent wickets. Princess Anne, Princess Margaret. They were fantastic craft. There's no other way of saying it, really, is there? Crossing the channel in the Princess Anne and the Princess Margaret, bouncing along the waves.
Oh, it used to shudder.
Oh, it was great. It's the most fantastic fun.
It was like, you know, my first car, I had a Citroen Visa, and if you took it over 80 miles an hour, it used to do a similar shudder.
You couldn't see a thing. As soon as it got into the water, water's splashing over the windows.
Yeah. Graham Van Buren, 25 overs left for Kent to negotiate here. Crawley gets forward. He's got 22 of this Kent total of 46 for 3 so far. driven handsomely out to Charlesworth, out in the deep on the cover boundary in front of the Freeman House flats. Yeah, I'm still chuckling from Ian Calloway's email, actually. Being hit in the mouth without any teeth by a bouncer. Those people think you'd be scrapping outside a nightclub somewhere, wouldn't you? Not realising that it's cricket related. Brilliant stuff. Van Buren leaning, facing his first ball from the South African. As that's tossed up and leaning gets forward.
You'd have thought with the wordsmiths involved in court life, there would have been all sorts of pointed references to that. my long in the tooth colleague, etc.
Yes. Yeah. Defended there by leaning. Yeah. Just probing away at leaning at middle and leg. Yeah, loophole or a gap in the law. Or a gap in the front teeth. But Ian, I hope you got your railings sorted out, mate. That's wide. That's a land of hope and glory of a ball. It's wider still and wider.
Yeah. Well, he's smiling about that as well. Speaking of teeth, glinting.
Oh.
It's like sort of ting when you see them.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
Have their own
just
sound
been pushed
effect.
Oh, I mean, Graham Van Buren's teeth, I mean, they're better than Turkish teeth. They're better than anyone who goes out to Turkey and gets their teeth done out there. Graham Van Buren's got better teeth than that. You don't have to stick the floodlights on here at Canterbury if the light starts fading. You just get Graham Van Buren to smile.
Now, is that a Zaman Akhtar up at mid-off? Because if it's not Zaman
Yes,
Akhtar,
it
it's
is.
somebody wearing his shirt.
Yeah, it is Zaman Akhtar.
I don't think he was here. No, he was, wasn't he? Of course he was here. Yeah. He just hasn't been called upon to field as much as Dom Goodman has. So, I don't know if they're working in shifts or not. I don't think I can see Goodman out there unless he's fielding behind the balcony. But it's Tom Price continuing. No surprise about that. Into Crawley now, and Crawley forward, and playing into the onside. Van Buren fields at short mid-wicket. Well, Tom Price, no stranger to
Matt
heroics
Taylor.
at Canterbury, but...
Is Matt Taylor off the... Oh, no, that's him down
he's
the
down
fine
there
leg.
at fine leg, yeah.
DeLunger. It's DeLunger, isn't it?
Yeah, but yes,
They've
I
just
think they've
swapped
just swapped between
Goodman
Goodman
for
and Akhtar, yeah.
Akhtar.
Just giving Akhtar some time out there. You'd imagine he'd return for the next fixture against Leicestershire, especially off the back of his 5-wicket haul in the first innings against Glamorgan. Was really impressive there, as was Ajit Singh Dale. Price in and forced away through the offside for a single by Crawley. Miles Hammond fielding out at deep point. So they've got leaning in the firing line. I don't think they've exactly given up trying to get Crawley out at all, but they've gone for this in-out field for Crawley, so that if they do happen to be bowling at Jack leaning, then happy enough. The slip cordon is reinforced, so there are 4 in there. And a huge gap between a cover point and a mid-off. Leaning yet to score. Kent 49 for 3. Price in now, bowls too wide to interest leaning, and Price looks up to the heavens this time. Didn't glower down at the... Oh, there we go. There we go. There had to be some attention for the sort of holes. Gotta love it. Fast bowlers. He didn't really do too much digging this time, but...
No, he's like what they call a tamper, isn't it?
Yes.
That smash the sort of footholes down.
Yes, I used to think they were called the thumper, but they're tampers, I believe.
Tamper Tom.
Tamper Tontrum. No, Tom, no. Here comes Price and bowls, and leaning is forward to that one again. Price asking questions on the front foot to these right-handers of Kent, but this time leaning able to knock it towards Van Buren, who desperately polishes the ball on the various different materials he can get his hands-on.
He's a warrior, Tom Price, though, in his 9th over now, off the bounce. And he's making things happen here. How long can he go on for is the question. But he's running in wholeheartedly.
How many did he have before tea? Was it 3 or 4? Can you remember? I think it might have been 3. Price in, edged, and oh, he's caught it! What a catch! Cameron Bancroft in front of Ollie Price, and he's grabbed it one-handed to his left-hand side, and Tom Price has struck again. That was probably, realistically, Ollie Price's catch, but Bancroft, having gone for it, had to catch it, and it's another one-handed catch, and Price removes leaning, and Kent are now 49 for 4. There are still 23 overs left as a minimum after this, and Price just dragging his length back. There wasn't any need for Jack Leaning to play at that in this situation, and he's tried to force it away, and it's got an edge, and Bancroft with a really fantastic catch given that he went for it.
Yeah, it was the extra bounce there. Price running in hard, and the extra bounce did for Jack Leaning, and it was, yeah, I mean, Tom Price, he's a warrior. Look, he's having a little chat with his brother Ollie out there, and I think it's, I think we've got a game. I think it's game on, Ed. I really do. I think it's game on. Another one here. Kent are, you know, they're in trouble.
Well, definitely. I was having a look at that again. He may have caught it two-handed, sort of, but I don't think the other hand was doing a great deal of the work. And he actually had some time, at least, to get his wrist in the right position so that the ball wasn't going to bounce up as he hit the ground.
What a catch. What a catch.
That's the smartness of that catch, I think.
Yeah. I'm not sure Ollie Price would have got across at first. He probably would, knowing Ollie Price. But, you know, I thought it was a great catch there from Bancroft.
Yeah, Price was falling down, trying to take it palms up to his right. I think he probably would have got there, but Bancroft, having gone, took all his sight away. So if Bancroft had missed it, then Price would have had no chance at all. Ollie Price is just reliving that. Joey Everson, the new man. There's one ball left in this Tom Price over. He's there now and he bowls, and Everson comes across that one and works it. No problem in the end to mid-wicket. And Price 4 for 28. And showing again that when he gets his tail up and when there's just that extra little bit of zip that he can get, it's a wicket like that of Leaning, actually, that I mean, you know that he can target those right-handers' pads, but when you see him generate that little bit of extra bounce, as you said, to force the edge, that's the indication, I think, that Tom Price is really in rhythm and is bowling at full tilt, because in the first innings, at times he wasn't getting that bounce the whole time, but I think you picked it up early, and he really has been charging in this innings. And 4 for 28 to reduce Kent to 49 for 4. 23 overs left, 6 wickets to take for Gloucestershire.
Van Buren from the pavilion end to Crawley. No, it's a run out, a comedy run out, and Crawley has gone. No, he hasn't. He's made it back. Oh my word. Crawley sets off for one. Into the covers, and it's thrown quickly by, who is that there? Is it Cameron Green?
Bancroft.
Bancroft.
Have been the fielder, I think.
Yeah, it's Bancroft. And it was a crazy run. It was an absolutely crazy run. It's Josh Shaw, isn't it? It's Josh Shaw. Crawley defends. No, and there's another comedy run out here. Everson sets off now. Kent, the nerves are jangling here at Canterbury. Gloucestershire putting the hosts under pressure. They don't know whether to stick or twist here, Kent.
That run out had to have been very close.
It's just pushed out into the covers and they amble through for a single.
He got a good...
There's the Kent 50 up for 4 wickets in the 19th over.
Got a good dive out, did Crawley. At least he got some good extension on it, but that is very tight.
It is Cameron Green. It is Cameron Green. Yeah. Yeah. It was a hard flat throw right over the stumps. Bracey whips the bails off. There's Everson. Gets forward and defends that. But crazy running. You don't need to do this. 22 overs left in the day as he drills this, and again, that's really well fielded by the man they call Bangers.
It's an interesting shot again, though, isn't it? It's an expansive shot
It
for
is
the
an
situation.
When there's 2 short extra covers there as well. Yeah. That completes the over, 50 for 4. Paul Seeloff's been in touch. I too was hit in the mouth playing cricket, my 9th birthday. Happy birthday, Paul. Playing in the garden in Cyprus, I had one of those child's cricket sets as a present with a solid plastic ball. I'd been bowling and swapped to become wicket keeper, and the first ball, high full tossed, hit me in the mouth. He was patched up, but luckily, like the last emailer, he didn't lose any teeth. Well, Kent need to show some teeth here, because Gloucestershire are up for this. This is a real humdinger going on at Canterbury.
The odds were that we would be seeing hands shaken 3 minutes ago.
No chance.
It's changed rather a lot now. It looks as though we might be going right down to the wire. 4 slips, Tom Price continuing looking for the fifer. Bowling now, Crawley forward. Playing to the left-hand side of Price. Bracey just lying down on the floor and doing some stretches. Seemingly no more ill effects from that scare with the ankle whilst he was batting. And alert and ready. Took that throw, took the bails. I think a direct hit would have absolutely had Crawley in that previous over. Price goes in now, he bowls, and Crawley again is forward and covering up. So this is, well, having said that Crawley had very little to gain out of this innings, he's got rather a lot now.
Got a lot to gain, but questions will be asked about Gloucestershire's declaration.
Yep, certainly. I mean, hindsight's great.
It might be perfect. Yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
I could see where they were going. I was surprised that they pulled out when they did. I thought they would either not
continue.
Not declare, or if they were planning to declare a bit earlier. As Crawley's forward again, and again, there's a little bit of hesitation between Crawley and Everson, not to any real extent of being trouble, because the ball wasn't fielded cleanly by Green coming across from 4th slip, but still you just don't get the impression that Crawley in particular is feeling completely about himself when it comes to the running between the wickets especially. Hasn't looked in too much bother when he's actually been batting. Price is in, and again,
slower
Crawley's
ball, wasn't
forward.
it? Slower ball, just rolling his fingers across that, I think, Price.
Be a wrinkle thrown in.
Bracey was convinced that Crawley was out of his ground there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I must say it looked very, very tight.
It's hard to tell from this angle. Unless you've got side-ons, it's very, very hard.
Price approaches, Sun goes in, bowls now, and Crawley steers defensively up to mid-on. And again, there is no run. Don't think that we're in too much danger at the moment of not getting these 21 overs in. Of course, we've got the reading from day 3 now in terms of bad light, so that will be referred back to. But there's still a good scattering of blue up above, although we have lost the sun for now. Well, Tom Price, does he have just one ball left in this spell for his 5-4? He bowls now, and Crawley clips into the leg side. It won't be the last ball of his spell because it's a no ball, and there'll be 2 runs taken to Charlesworth at deep backward square, so there'll be 4 runs onto the board, which won't have any effect on things at all. But
Josh Shaw's getting loose.
Yeah, other than to allow Price one more ball possibly, but yeah, 10 overs, even with the break for tea, much as Gloucestershire would love him just to be able to just keep bowling for the rest of the game, he's going to need a break. Somebody else is going to need to more than just chip in here if Gloucestershire are going to take these wickets.
What an effort, though.
Price in at bowls, and Crawley tucks this to forward square leg and will retain the strike at the end of the over. So Crawley, the man defying Gloucestershire at the moment, and that may well be the end of a phenomenal spell from Tom Price, who has certainly shown yet again what his talent is with the ball on this ground. That he really announced himself 3 years ago, and he's given himself some happy memories of Canterbury again here with 4 for 32.
Yeah,
and
what a warrior.
You'd imagine that he will want to come back into the attack for the back end of this now as well.
Yeah, and you'd be mad not to give him the ball. He's the man who's doing the business. Van Buren from the pavilion end as Crawley defends. Ian Callaway's been back in touch and said, whilst Henry James said, there are few hours in life more agreeable than the hour dedicated to the ceremony known as afternoon tea. I'm beginning to wonder if someone spiked the Kent teapot. As that's just defended. And he sent a lovely picture. I think it's Bradman's Australians actually getting tea at Lord's served by ladies in maids' outfits. Bygone age. Left alone by Crawley. And a gentleman in a butler's outfit. Is that Bradman? I think it is Bradman's Australians. Crawley pushes away at that to Green at cover point.
A little bit of drift from Van Buren.
Yeah.
It was the drift that did for Compton in the first innings.
Crawley defends. Yeah, it's drift and then the odd one goes. The odd one turns off the pitch. He's a canny bowler. He's been round the block, Graham Van Buren.
And he's not just bowling darts.
No, he's giving it a little bit of air, although he pushes that one through a little bit. Gets driven out to Charlesworth at deep cover point, and that's another over negotiated for the hosts. They've got 20 now to see out. Can they do it? Can they do it? Stick with us. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire. Live on the Kent YouTube channel and via the BBC Sport app. And what a contest we've got. What a good final hour. This game has been excellent. We've seen some wonderful innings. We've seen Cameron Green make his debut with 100. James Bracey's 151 was arguably even better. Nathan Gilchrist, 7 wickets. Then Ben Compton's 178. These two sides have traded blows, and it all comes down to the final hour.
Yes, although we're not quite there yet, because we will have 4 more overs before the last hour will be called, and the first of those will be bowled by Josh Shaw. So Price's spell is indeed at an end. Can somebody else support him? Shaw races in from the Nackington Road end, bowls wide of the crease down the leg side. Crawley made an attempt to flick it and missed it. Bracey goes across to take.
He's reasonably quick. Josh Shaw as well. I mean, he doesn't get the plaudits because obviously you've got Marshawn DeLunga, you've got Ajit Singhdale, you've got Zaman Akhtar, who are all regularly crank it up to the high 80s, even early 90s. But Josh Shaw's no slouch.
No, I think he was clocked at 86 in the local derby at Taunton last year. Again, it is T20, but it shows that he's got that pace in him. Very wide of the crease, digs it in back of a length. Crawley rises up and uses his considerable height to get on top of the ball comfortably and knock it down into the ground, into the offside.
He's like a quick bowler from a bygone age, isn't he, Josh Shaw? He's sort of Yorkshireman, good seamer, pacey, doesn't give much away, and I think he's a fantastic county pro, Josh Shaw. I really do. I think he's very professional, works hard at his game.
Shaw in now, bowls driven by Crawley again into the floor as a rather ungainly piece of fielding from Miles Hammond at point, who somebody just pulled the rug out from underneath his feet. He collapsed sideways, but he stopped the ball. Again, runs fairly immaterial, but you still want to keep that pressure on in the field, and Crawley is the key man on 29. He's been the man who's watched all the wickets fall at the other end. He takes on the short ball that Shaw digs in, keeps it down. Excellent technique, rolls the wrists on it, and it's fielded out at deep square. 57 for 4. It's Crawley on to 30. So he's given Everson 2 balls this over. Next in, Harry Finch, who has the finger injury, but he did make 44 in the first innings. And then Grant Stewart, who's intercostal, did we decide in the end?
No, stomach.
Stomach.
Yeah. Finch won't give it away. He's a combative character.
Say they might both be injured, but they both scored vital runs in the first innings. Shaw bowls, good leave from Everson, nice carry behind the stumps, but Everson not playing at it where others, has to be said, have gone for it. But there is still batting to come. You would not, though, if you're Kent, want it to come down to the likes of Singh, Kashif and Nathan Gilchrist. Kashif batted well in the first innings too, though. He faced 89 deliveries for his 34. Last ball of the Shaw over. In now bowls, and Everson guides this one safely to backward point. A good start from Shaw, but still Gloucestershire looking for that breakthrough that doesn't come from Price TJ. 19 overs left, 57 for 4.
We've got a game on our hands here at Canterbury.
Ben Charlesworth is going to come on.
Yeah.
I suppose he did remove Everson in the first innings, first ball. So Everson's off the king pair, but he's not off the pair.
No, and Charlesworth's got a golden arm, hasn't he?
Well, I think this is a good move, because we've seen that there's... I'm not saying that Van Buren wasn't doing a good job, he certainly was, but I think just possibly the most similar bowler to Tom Price might be Ben Charlesworth. We've seen there's a bit of movement out there.
Yeah.
So a couple of overs, 3 overs, 4 overs.
Bancroft shuffling his pack. Just shuffling, just trying something different. A couple of overs from Ben Charlesworth, see if it works. And he comes, that's down the leg side. But no Marchand de Lange, which is a blow, because I think his extra pace now might give one of these two the hurry up. Yeah,
the pressure of facing him as well, and as you get lower down in the order, that extra bit of pace in this situation.
Facing a few throat balls from de Lange, as that's drilled out to extra cover, but no run, haven't doing the fielding. Yeah, I think a few sort of throat balls with a, maybe a deep backward square and a short leg in, so you can't just defend it. It offers a point of difference to the attack, doesn't it? Yeah. And Gloucestershire's attack does have a point of difference. You've got the left arm of Taylor, you've got the pace that's just worked into the leg side out to deep square where Van Buren fields. Yeah, you've got the pace of, as we said, the Ajits, the Zamanaktas, the Marchand de Lange, but none of them are playing in this game. They're not now. Now de Lange's off the pitch. So But I'd like the balance of their attack. You know, you've got Matt Taylor as the left armour, Tom Price, who is the wicket to wicket, you know, wobbles it about, moves it about a little bit through the air and off the pitch. There's a nice balance. Charlesworth, full of length, and that's Everson off the mark. That's going to go away for 4, I think, over those practice wickets. Can Price haul it in? No, he can't. And Everson gets off a pair with a very pleasant shot through mid-wicket.
Welcome along, by the way, to those of you listening on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. It's Ed Seaborn and Dan Whiting with you at Canterbury. We have seen an absolutely cracking game of cricket. So many storylines. Cameron Green becoming the 10th Gloucestershire player to achieve 100 in his first innings with the county in first-class cricket. James Bracey, 150. Nathan Gilchrist, a 7-wicket haul in the first innings.
Full of length there from Charlesworth, but just drilled out to Tom Price. Dot ball.
Just really one after the other. Ben Compton, magnificent 178, reminding people yet again of the patience and the concentration, the talent that he's got. We saw 2 in 2 from Ben Charlesworth in the first innings. We saw a spectacular boundary catch from Ollie Price, one of the best that Dan and I have ever seen.
Charlesworth full, and that's left alone. Yeah, and it's been 2 sides going toe-to-toe for 4 days, and it all comes down to the last hour. Well, just a wonderful entertainment. And this new chapter of Kent cricket under Adam Hollyoake is not boring, I tell you. No. It's not boring cricket.
They might have been the ones today that have made it interesting. The story of the day, Gloucestershire started on 112 for 2 in their second innings, with Kent having battled in the first to avoid the follow-on first of all, which was in serious question, and then to take the first innings lead for Gloucestershire in the end down to 79 runs. So Gloucestershire led by 191 runs at the start of the day with 8 wickets in hand. They batted on and they batted on, and it looked as though we weren't even going to get a declaration at all. Shaw starts a new over from the Nackington Road end, and Crawley defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. Gloucestershire in the end pulling out at 333 for 5 in their second innings, setting Kent a seemingly notional target of 413 off 41 overs, or 41 overs in which to take 10 wickets more realistically for Gloucestershire. And Tom Price, who has taken a hat-trick on this ground back in 2022, has delivered some more heroics for Gloucestershire. 4 for 33 he's taken as Crawley drives and skews it into the onside out to short mid-wicket.
Well, Crawley's innings hasn't been without alarm, has it? I mean, he's taken a couple of very nervy singles, which he's almost been run out twice on, and it hasn't been without alarm, but he's still fighting hard. He's on 31 not out. Joey Everson, having just joined him, he's on 4.
Yeah, well, it is all eyes on Crawley, really. A lot's been made of his form so far this season, but if he stands up in this position, then that is definitely something that should be noticed. Shaw is in down the leg side. It's come off pad, I think, but it's too far down to interest umpire Watson. An LBW shout, and it crashes into the advertising boards down below us. It's 4-leg buys, Kent to 66 for 4, but it's really immaterial in terms of the runs. It's mostly about just pure survival. There are 17 overs left after this one, so the last hour will start in an over and a half's time. We will have a BBC Radio Kent update coming in a moment.
Yeah.
Shaw runs in, bowls on, driven by Crawley. He'll pick out mid-on, and there is no run. Can Gloucestershire grab another wicket in this situation with so few overs, relatively speaking, left? Even a 7 or 8 over period that a partnership can survive might just do the trick. But Everson's still fresh to the crease, as Dan mentioned, and Crawley providing the key. Shaw runs in now, he bowls to Crawley, it's back of a length, it's tucked into the onside backward of square, and they will take 1 run. Crawley's almost farming the strike here. I don't think he's doing it intentionally, but he's facing a lot of it. So Crawley to 32, and Kent to 67 for 4. In terms of the game that we've had, Kent supporters, they won't agree with this, but I'm so glad that it has come down to the final hour with some intrigue, because with the amount of excitement that we've had in this game, entertainment, whatever you want to call it, the game deserves an exciting finish, even if it does still end up in a draw. Shaw runs in, bowls. Oh, well, he's played and missed at that one as Everson. That's a really quite wild drive to be playing in this situation. He's gone for the booming cover drive, and it's whistled past his outside edge, and Shaw very nearly providing that 5th breakthrough for Gloucestershire. 67 for 4.
Well, what a marvellous game of cricket this has been. We've seen hundreds from Cameron Green and James Bracey for the visitors, 7 wickets for Nathan Gilchrist, and a brilliant 178 from Ben Compton. And it's all come down to the final hour. These two sides have gone toe-to-toe for 4 days, and the next 17, 18 overs will define who walks away with the majority of the points. Kent at the moment are 67 for 4, but Zach Crawley is still there. He's on 32 not out. Joey Everson's just joined him on 4. Kent are fighting hard, but they're up against it, against the Gloucestershire side with their tails up. And you can get ball-by-ball commentary this game via the BBC app and the BBC website. That's just played out into the offside there by Crawley. From the bowling of Ben Charlesworth, 68 for 4 now.
I would imagine there'd have been a few people who come today and thought, well, Bank Holiday Monday, the way it was set up, was it worth it?
Well,
I don't know if they're Kent supporters, they might feel it's not worth it because it's rather more than they might have bargained for at this point.
Charlesworth ambling up. That's just tucked into the leg side. Picks out Graham van Buren. Yeah, Joey Everson got 200 against Loughborough University pre-season, but he needs to show all his fighting qualities here. Kent are fighting hard, but Gloucestershire have got their tails up. Will they go back? As Charlesworth comes into Everson, he pushes that into the offside, and Zaman Akhtar on his 12ths. He goes tumbling away. Will it be Gloucestershire, who, as their team song says, go back to the most glorious land of all with the full 24 points? Kent 68 for 4. Or will it be Kent getting a battling draw and keeping themselves second in the table, as Everson plays right round that front pad there. Picks up a single, but if he'd missed that, he'd have been in a spot of bother.
I can tell you that the covers at Lord's appear to be being removed again, and the skies in the distance that I can see look to be getting a little brighter, so there might yet be hope for Middlesex in that game against Glamorgan.
Charlesworth. Full of length, and Crawley plays this up to Tom Price, the hero of the hour for Gloucestershire. 4 for 33, Tom Price. He's dragged his side. This was like an hour and a half ago. This was just petering out into the most stale, turgid of draws, and now it's been rekindled into life by Tom Price's bowling. Cut away, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. That's a nice shot from Zach Crawley, fully in control of that, and short and wide, and gets the full Zach Crawley treatment. Kent 73 for 4.
Yeah, injuries have also been an unfortunate storyline in this match as well, for the benefit of our Sports Extra listeners. Grant Stewart, opening bowler for Kent, key man with both ball and bat, but sadly in this match his bowling was limited to 6.5 overs due to a stomach injury, so he was able to bat but hasn't been able to bowl Gloucestershire have lost their pace merchant, Marchant de Lange.
The pace merchant.
Yes, here we go. And he, unfortunately, has played for Gloucestershire no part in this innings, having bludgeoned a 51 off 27 balls with a bat to see Gloucestershire to maximum batting points, and been the bowler that sent down the short ball that led to that amazing Ollie Price catch on the boundary. Josh Shaw in now, bowling to Everson, who plays with the thick inner part of the bat out to Hammond at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But the story of this also is, did Gloucestershire go on too long? As Bruce has just sent an email actually and said it'll be a real escape for Kent if they get out of this. Gloucestershire will rue not declaring an hour earlier if they don't. And that is the crux of the matter. Did Gloucestershire go on for too long?
Yep. And the more wickets they take, almost the stronger that argument gets. Shaw in, down leg side. Everson tries to whip it away and misses it.
Great take from Bracey.
Yep. I mean, again, admittedly, if it does go to the boundary at this stage, it doesn't matter too much, but it's all about keeping that intensity still. I still think you just don't know, because when Compton and when Crawley walk out with 40 overs left, are they really thinking there's a significant chance they're going to get bowled out in 40 overs? They're probably not, are they?
On a pitch that's as docile as a Labrador.
So, you just don't know how much the psychology changes if you increase the number of overs. Shaw is in, and this is tickled down to fine leg by Everson, and that will go for 4. Matt Taylor after it, but there's not really much sense throwing yourself about in this situation. He might not have got there anyway. So 4 runs to Everson, 77 for 4. No, I mean, again, I understand. As I say, all I can say is I was surprised that it was 41 overs that was the sort of number that was selected.
Yeah, I thought they were just going to bat all day.
It looked like it.
And we'd shake hands and, we'd both be on the A2 by now.
Then it would just have been ifs, buts and maybes. But now the 4 wickets have been taken as Shaw bowls, and Everson is forward, knocking this one into the offside, fielded at point.
Shaw probing why, isn't he?
He is. And now that the wickets have been taken, the voices grow ever louder that if they'd had another 10 overs, possibly they might have got the job done, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, but hindsight is always a wonderful thing, isn't it? It really is.
Well, it's also just playing hypothetical situations, just assuming that these 4 wickets would have fallen in the same way if there'd been another 10 overs.
Yep, completely agree with you, Ed.
We just won't know. That's the beauty of multi-day cricket. Shaw bowls back of a length. Everson rises up, plays it down into the offside. Ball trickles to the former Gloucestershire captain, Graham van Buren, at point. Current Gloucestershire captain, Cameron Bancroft, standing at second slip. He took a fantastic catch to get rid of Jack Leaning, diving in front of Ollie Price at first slip. That was the last wicket to fall, Tom Price's 4th. And the debutant for Gloucestershire, Cameron Green, at third slip, the Australian Test star. He will be available to bowl. Well, Gloucestershire are hoping he'll be available to bowl later on in his stint. Shaw in, Everson knocks it back to the bowler. Shaw. That is really not how to intimidate a batter. I think it's almost worse than just picking the ball up and turning round. To motion to shy at the stumps and then just to throw the ball 2 feet to your right, that doesn't quite have the same effect. It's the end of the over. There are 15 overs left, so we're inside the last hour. Cameron Bancroft is donning shin pads and helmet, so
yeah, what's he doing? He looks like he's doing a bit of sunbathing. Well, he's got his trousers up to his
paddling at this point.
Yeah,
he's wanted to make sure that the gulls don't deposit anything from overhead.
Broadstairs is that way, Cameron.
So we are going to get some
Margate's
spin.
over there. He does. He looks like he's off to the seaside on his jollies. Ollie Price is going to come into the attack. But what a game of cricket this has been. It's been fantastic. It's been really good. And these are 2 sides who I fully expect to be at the business end of Division 2 come the end of the season.
What can Ollie Price do after that magical catch? Well, 2 magical catches on Saturday. Can he sprinkle some of his magic dust on this Kent second innings? Tell you what, get Zach Crawley out. The Gloucestershire cat is amongst the Kent pigeons as Price comes in, and that keeps low, and Crawley nearly chops it onto his stumps. Oh my word, there's drama here. Virtually every ball at Canterbury. I mean, that was just a half tracker. It was innocuous, wasn't it? Here's Price. Crawley, that's better. Better shape. Plays it out to deep extra cover to Ben Charlesworth. I wonder if Gloucestershire are bowling the spinners in a sort of trying to get more overs in the last hour, possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be hard with pace at one end, I think.
Yeah, I agree. To get more than 20 in the last hour, you have to have spinners on at both ends, don't you? That's full of length there from Price, and Everson plays it to Ollie's brother Tom, who is halfway back to the boundary in front of the Sir Frank Woolley stand.
Play to resume at Lord's at 5:25.
Oh, that's a little bit of purchase for Ollie Price.
So
79 for 4.
Middlesex a chance to chase down those 43 runs that they require to beat Glamorgan. The weather might just have relented for them.
Tossed up. Good attacking off spin this. Can they get one more here, Gloucestershire? Can they winkle out one more? Get Crawley. Kent are up against it. That's drilled off the back foot. Are there any more twists and turns in this Canterbury tale? 79 for 4 at the end of the over. Crawley's on 38, Joey Everson's on 10. And we have got 14 overs left in the day.
Match drawn at Chesley Street between Durham and Yorkshire. Essex beating Worcestershire by 28 runs at Chelmsford. They've shaken hands at the Utilita Bowl as well between Hampshire and Somerset. Draw also between Sussex and Surrey at Hove. It's now raining at Edgbaston, and Nottinghamshire unable to take any of the 4 Warwickshire wickets that they had to take. So
they've been thwarted by the weather there, haven't they?
They've lost a lot of time in that game. A match drawn between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire as well. Lancashire and Leicestershire are playing, but Lancashire 81 for 3. They look as though they've been saved by the weather. Shaw running in, and this is clipped away. There is a leg slip in place now, but Everson sends it well to the left of him, down to the fine leg boundary for 1 run, 80 for 4. So in terms of games left in play, none left in Division 1 other than potentially if they could get back out somehow at Edgbaston. And in Division 2, well, Lancashire and Leicestershire look to be drifting away. Middlesex 43 to win. They'll be trying to knock that off as quickly as possible.
You can bet your bottom dollar.
And then this game. Josh Shaw runs in, he bowls, and Crawley is leaving alone outside off stump. Since they've got the running sorted, Crawley has looked as though he's the man in charge out there, the sort of steady figure that Kent needed him to be, because at one stage he was actually taking quite a lot of the strike, and he's taken that responsibility on. And at the moment it's him who is guiding his side through these treacherous waters as Shaw goes down leg side. Another fantastic piece of keeping from Bracey. The one-handed take down to his left-hand side and prevents byes, but it's another delivery ticked off. 13 overs left. It's getting towards the point really where Gloucestershire need really not just one wicket but possibly a couple.
Yeah, they
in
need a quick
very
bang
quick
bang, don't
succession,
they?
Yeah, in a couple of overs. Something needs to happen for them. Shaw in now, bowls, and forward is Crawley. There's hesitation about that single as well. Green will shy at the stumps at the non-strikers end, coming out from third slip. But Crawley is well home. Maybe they just decide not to run anything. Seems to be the safest way for these two. Crawley's on to 39.
Crawley's been like, his running's been like a rabbit caught in headlights, hasn't he?
Yes.
He really has.
Yeah. Whatever animal metaphor you want, cat on the tin roof at times. So it is Everson to face. 3 slips and, well, leg gully perhaps more so than leg slip. He goes forward. It's again that sort of step down the pitch and then the thump as they have to stop themselves immediately as there's no single there. It's one thing to look for the runs and still remain positive in the running. It's another thing that every delivery, even if it's hit straight to a fielder, gives a Kent supporter a heart attack.
Yeah. Another animal metaphor. No harebrained running.
81 for 4. Last ball of Shaw's 4th over. He's kept things very tight. Can he effect a breakthrough? Bowls, and Everson is forward and playing solidly enough up to mid-on. So Bancroft has cycled through really all the realistic options that he's got up his sleeve. Taylor's bowled 7, so surely you'd guess, given it that again it was either side of tee, they might just give Taylor one more go before the end of this.
Yeah,
Tom Price.
I'm wondering if Shaw has one more and then Price has the last
Yeah.
6 from the Nackington Road end, because I think Tom Price is, you know, when it's his day, it's his day.
Yeah, we know that.
You know, with bells on it, isn't it? After the only man in history of the game to score 100 and take a hat-trick on the same day. He's also taken a hat-trick on this ground in the past as well. He's got 2 hat-tricks in his career, and he's still only, what, 25 years old, isn't he, Tom? Graham van Buren is going to come in, so Bancroft shuffling his cards here, trying to just make something, trying to magic a wicket. Van Buren gets through his overs quickly. As that's played off the back foot by Crawley, up to mid-off. Left alone. Crawley's scores this season for Kent have been 1 and 31 against Northamptonshire, 0 and 58 against Middlesex, and he got 1 in the first innings. As that's played out through extra cover off the back foot, and it's going to run away for 4. Charlesworth can't quite cut that one off, and that's a very pleasant looking shot from the England opener.
Yeah, and he paid it due care and attention as well, because if he'd really gone back and tried to force that and hadn't realised,
you can
possibly,
chop it on.
Yeah, exactly, chop it on, or maybe a toe end to one of those fielders in close on the offside, but he really watched it.
Van Buren probing away. Crawley gets on the front foot, goes quite hard-handed at it though. So a huge seagull has just flown right across my sight of vision there. We've been circling for 4 days, or a gull. Crawley punches out of the back foot. I'll have to do an update for BBC Radio Kent in a minute, but you carry on, Ed.
Okay, so we've got 12 overs and continuing seemingly to ring the changes, Bancroft. Tom Price is marching in the direction of the bowling crease, but it looks as though it's going to be his brother Ollie to change ends. Don't know whether is this almost signalling that Gloucestershire do want to try and get through some extra overs now that they've got spin at both ends. But it's Ollie Price, second over. And, well, I don't know. You would think that this, at some point, needs to go back into the hands of Taylor and Tom Price. Over to the update.
Well, no more alarms here for Kent as they are 85 for 4. But this game, just when you think it's dying out, rekindles back into life and fires itself back up. Gloucestershire have 12 more overs to try and winkle out 6 more Kent wickets. But the way this game's gone, with both these sides going at each other hammer and tongs, you wouldn't bet against them. Remember, you can get ball-by-ball commentary of this game available via the BBC app and the BBC website. But here, Kent are 85 for 4.
So just a couple of dot deliveries to start this new Ollie Price over. Both worked with what turn there might be into the onside. There's a short leg, there's a slip. Close into the bat. Ollie Price off spinner bowling. And this is pushed back by Everson to the bowler. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover. There's a backward point. A mid-off, a mid-on. Fielder on the 45. And a man out at deep square. Ollie Price bowls over pitches, driven by Everson. Won't get it past the fielder at mid-off. Still just a couple of men round the batter. I don't know, it's easy to say sitting here, isn't it? But
certainly is.
You'd love to see one of those fields with everybody in close. I mean, I know I probably don't want everybody in close in this instance, because seemingly Everson in particular is quite happy to drive. Next delivery, oh, that's bounced a little bit, and Everson does play it out to Bancroft at short leg, but there were fielders hopping in the air for a moment as they thought a catch might just present itself. Skipper under the lid at short leg in Bancroft. Extra fielder drops back to the boundary for the last ball in the over in case Everson wants to keep the strike. Ollie Price in, and Everson on the back foot plays down into the ground for no run. It's a maiden over from Ollie Price, but it's another over gone by. And Kent starting to get close to the point where they can put those 2 hands up and start counting them down one finger at a time. 11 left.
What point do you think that both sides will agree? Do you think 5 overs left if Kent don't lose another wicket? Or do you think 3 overs?
Yeah, I think, well, in some ways you almost might as well, now that you've gone this far. We'll see. They're certainly giving it a go, still making bowling changes. Just the 1 over spell, I think, for Beeren.
Yeah, and before that, a 1 over spell for Ollie Price before, so it's the 4th bowling change, or 3rd bowling change in 3 overs from this pavilion end. Josh Shaw is going to probe away and see if he can conjure something up for the visitors. Here he comes, bounding in. And that's just onto the legs of Crawley. And he's got that into a pocket where he's going to pick up 2. 6-3 field. And Josh Shaw will just be probing away around off stump. Not angling it into Zach Crawley's legs.
Sorry, I just had a look and thought I'd check out what was happening in the Middlesex Glamorgan game, and I just saw Ned Leonard bowl a beamer.
Oh. Oh, that's nearly gone back onto the stumps. Crawley plays a defensive shot, gets a little bit late on it, and it dribbles back agonisingly close to his off stump. And he just pats it away with the bat, which you're allowed to do, obviously. You're not allowed to whack it to the boundary.
And you're not allowed to punch it away either.
No. As we saw young Mr. Kimber from Leicestershire do a couple of years ago, didn't he? Which is now obstructing the field because handle the ball is obsolete. It's now become part of the obstruction law. Shaw in, and Crawley pushes it into the offside. They think about a run. before Crawley yells no to Joey Everson.
Lancashire and Leicestershire match drawn at Old Trafford, and Middlesex require 26 more runs to win to beat Glamorgan at Lords, 9 wickets in hand.
So Middlesex will probably put themselves into the promotion, mix up, won't they? They'll be just behind Kent and Leicestershire. Kent going to Middlesex in 2 weeks. Should be a thriller at Lords. Shaw goes wide on the crease, angles it in. Crawley equal to it though and pushes it into the leg side where Van Buren does the fielding. Hurls it into Zaman Akhtar at mid-on. 3 slips in place. Ollie Price at 1. Bancroft 2. Cameron Green at... He's not really at a gully. He's at like a floating 4th, 5th slip there, isn't he?
Yeah, you sort of want him in that position, really. It feels like his natural position from what you've seen in Test cricket.
Well, he's got arms like Mr. Tickle, hasn't he? Do you remember him? That's full of length.
Oh, that's exquisite.
That's sumptuous there from Joey Everson. Down to the boundary, down the hill. Just lent on that. Lovely shot. And he moves on to 15. Yeah, Mr. Tickle used to be able to lie in bed and go and take a biscuit from the biscuit tin, didn't he, all the way down the stairs because his arms were so long. Cameron Green's got good reach there, and that's what you want in the slips. It's like having 2 slips for the price of 1.
Yeah, so you've got basically 1st, 2nd and 4th, but Green pretty much covers the entirety of 3rd and 5th.
Here's Shaw, last ballie over. Defended. Kent 92 for 4. There's 10 overs left in the day. Zach Crawley's 4 shy of a 50. Joey Everson, he's got 15. And these two are battling hard. And the draw must be back on to being the favourite. We didn't think that about 20 minutes ago. We thought Gloucestershire might go and snatch a victory from the jaws of a draw. But Kent have shown a little bit of steel here.
Yeah, and it's been quite a theme in the match so far, really, in terms of, with the exception of Compton at the top and I suppose to a certain extent Crawley in this innings, but wickets have tended to fall early. The new ball has been quite important. Green and Bracey batted wonderfully in the first innings in the middle order, and then Kent couldn't finish the innings off even when DeLange came out at number 11. Gloucestershire were unable quite to just kill off that Kent first innings. If they'd had Kent following on, I reckon they'd have really fancied their chances of winning. Ollie Price, new over, bowls. Oh, that's gone past.
How was that missed?
First slip underneath Miles Hammond, I think just off pad, and they'll come through for 2. In fact, not pad at all. It's gone right through everything, so it must have deflected off Bracey's pads and then underneath Miles Hammond. Wow. So first ball of this over. Oh, it's a pretty nervy poke from Crawley. A lovely flighted delivery from Price. Great pace to it. Not too quick, not too slow. Just missing off stump. Price bowls. Crawley goes forward and drives this one fluently through extra cover. And he'll take a single as mid-off comes across. 95 for 4. 9 overs left in this match. And I don't think that there will be any more. 19 now needed to win by Middlesex. I suppose if you're Glamorgan, you're trying to just create any diversion that you can, but I don't think that there'll be anything coming to their rescue with those few runs left. Turned leg side, next delivery by Everson. They do now have a 3rd fielder around the bat, as this is played to the fielder on the 45. Joe Phillips on as a substitute fielder at leg slip. Another thing we didn't used to see. We've seen a substitute wicket keeper, and there'd have been a fuss kicked up if you'd have had a specialist fielder under the helmet, as leaning forward, almost lunging at that one is Everson to play it back to the bowler. Times have changed. Laws have relaxed as far as subs are concerned. So it's Hammond at first slip, Joe Phillips at leg slip, Bancroft at short leg, as this is back of a length, allowing Everson to rock onto the back foot. It's not been fielded by Ollie Price, but it doesn't matter because it's deflected to mid-on.
You didn't used to be able to allow a substitute fielder to come on as a wicket keeper, but Kent have done that. They had a finger injury to Harry Finch, and Chris Benjamin has been on as a substitute wicket keeper.
Last ball of the overpriced bowls up to the bat, but Everson smothers it back to the bowler. And Kent 4 down, still, and 9 overs left. And he has just got the feeling of just getting away from Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Do they have one last burst in Taylor and Tom Price? They're running out of time to go to them if that's what they're planning, and it looks to be sure to continue.
Yeah, these two sides been in the heat of battle for 4 days, but are the embers of the fire slowly being extinguished here by this Kent rearguard of Crawley and Everson. Kent 95 for 4, Crawley's on 47, Everson 15. Josh Shaw comes in for what is probably the last hurrah from the pavilion end as Crawley gets forward and defends. 97 balls he's been out there now, Zach Crawley, and he's shown a little bit of steel. Talking about nationalising steel, Zach Crawley showing some steel out there. Sure. In. Left alone. Goes into the gloves of Bracey.
Yeah, well, he's shown, I mean, you mentioned it earlier in terms of how much he enjoys playing for Kent and still has pride going out there, and
yeah,
the team means a lot to him, and he's shown that in this innings.
Yeah, he has.
Deserves a lot of respect for that.
And you see him in the field as well. He throws himself about. He's not. Some England players, when they come back to their county, they have been accused of taking it easy, perhaps, over the years. As Crawley plays that one out to Charlesworth on the deep extra cover boundary. You know, I think Warwickshire fans never were overly happy with Bob Willis's performance, perhaps back in the day for them, or some counties said they never scored any runs for their county, didn't they? They were brilliant for England, but never scored any runs for their county. And there's always an accusation at certain players, and that's something that can't be, directed at Zach Crawley, because he's a man of Kent, and Everson gets bowled. Shaw castles him. Off stump, goes flying out the ground, stumps akimbo, and Everson has to depart. And just when you think this game's dying out, Josh Shaw strikes, and 5 more wickets are needed in just over 8 overs. That kept low.
Wow, I thought
Seaborn.
Yeah, I thought he had it. That's why I let out that gasp, because I thought that he'd got himself in a pretty good position to play it, and it was a moment of complete shock to see that off stump go lying backwards onto the floor, because, yeah, as you say, it kept low. It wasn't too dissimilar to the ball that we saw skid underneath the bat of Bancroft in the second innings. It's just that it was a little bit wider, and, yeah, well, Everson be walking off thinking there wasn't really very much he could have done about that. It's not as though he was looking to smash a drive or something. He was only looking to defend, and it's crept underneath his bat.
They've exactly 50 balls, 8.2 overs for Kent to retain 5 wickets, and out comes Harry Finch, the wicket keeper, who's been off the field with a broken finger, but he's a tough nut. He won't give it away, Harry Finch.
No, well, it was his knock as much as Ben Compton's steady presence in that first innings. It just helped turn the tide a little bit. He came to the crease at 129 for 5 in reply to that 472, and whilst it was a 44 and he'd have liked to have gone on, I'm sure, it was his innings that helped turn the tide. It was also him who was caught in that astonishing fashion by Ollie Price on the boundary, leaping backwards, wrong hand, one-handed catch out of nowhere at long leg. But here he comes, second innings. I'm sure be thinking, well, I can't get that unlucky twice in a row, but
the dichotomy, the irony will be the more wickets Gloucestershire take will be, did they leave their declaration too late? That will be the questions that go about here. But who saw this coming on a placid pitch? Shaw into Finch, and Finch just nurdles him down to fine leg, gets off the mark first ball, and a lot rests here on Zach Crawley. But just when you think this is dying out, it like just comes back to life, doesn't it? Explodes back into life, this game of cricket.
I need to tell you that Middlesex have just beaten Glamorgan by 9 wickets. Lewis Deploy smashing the winning runs over square leg for a 6. So Middlesex, congratulations to them. They have picked up their first win of the season.
Shaw in. Oh, that's in the air for a while, just short of Miles Hammond at point. There's drama nearly every ball here at Canterbury. Kent 97 for 5. They've got 8 overs to negotiate. Zach Crawley's on 48. Harry Finch on 1. Gloucestershire need 5 wickets to go back up the M4 with maximum points from this game.
So I wonder if that wicket there again just changes the thinking of Bancroft. It doesn't seem to be yet. Ollie Price is going to bowl, so maybe they aren't going back to
Is Tom Price on the pitch? Is that him at mid-on?
I don't know. It doesn't look like him. Matt Taylor's definitely on the field, though, so they aren't going back to their other opening bowler.
Well, Joe Phillips is on as 12thers. They've been rotating their 12thers, haven't they, between Dominic Goodman, Zaman Akhtar and Joe Phillips.
I think that is Tom Price at mid-on. It's quite a long way away from us. Anyway, it's Ollie Price bowling now, and this is chipped back towards the bowler and short of Ollie Price. And again, it didn't look as though there was a massive amount in that one, but they've, I don't know, it's almost as though, sometimes maybe the equivalent of like a chase of 130 or something can get quite nervy. As forward goes Finch and blocks this one away, almost the 40 overs, has that somehow got more nervy for Kent as they've lost wickets, because they've thought, well, we can't possibly get bowled out in this period of time, so it's adding to the nerves of batters going out there. But that was a nervy chip back towards the bowler first ball. Price in, edged and brilliantly caught at first slip. Ollie Price has struck, and Harry Finch has to go. And Kent now 6 down. The drama continues, and Tom Price not back into the attack. Bancroft sticking with the younger Price brother, and there's some bounce there. It's caught the shoulder of the bat, and that is a fantastic reaction catch from Miles Hammond, launching himself to his left. That was not an easy catch by any means. And Finch the latest to go for 1. Kent 97 for 6. Still 7 overs left after this.
This game's alive and kicking. I've got to do an update to BBC Radio Kent.
Well, presumably it'll have to be Grant Stewart to come out. He'd have been really desperate, I'm sure, especially nursing an injury, not to have to come out and bat. Seems to be tipping his helmet to somebody there. I'm quite sure who that was to. But here he comes.
Well, I'm not sure Chaucer could have written a more entertaining Canterbury tale as high drama continues here. Kent have just lost 2 more quick wickets. They're 97 for 6. Gloucestershire have got 7.3 overs left to take the remaining 4 Kent wickets and go back up the M4 with maximum points. Zach Crawley's still there, opening the batting. He's on 48 of 99 balls and showing real leadership qualities. Grant Stewart's just come to the wicket, but this is high drama here at Canterbury. And remember, ball-by-ball commentary of this game is available via the BBC app and the BBC website.
And magnificently timed. You have not missed a ball. Grant Stewart out in the middle with a slip, a almost leg gully now. Short leg, short straight mid-on really rather than silly mid-on. And Ollie Price into Grant Stewart, flights that one up, and Stewart, big stride forward, deadens the ball out into the offside. And Graham van Buren is able to field. Couple of balls left in this over for Stewart to negotiate. Just holds up Ollie Price for a moment. And the off-spinner comes in once more. In now, bowls, and oh, it's looped up and just short of short leg. 2 fielders in under the helmet. Bancroft's quite deep at leg gully, but it was too short for Phillips under the helmet at short leg. I think that came off glove and just didn't quite pop up enough.
Oh, this game. What a game of cricket.
There's a deep mid-wicket out there, almost a cow corner, just in case Stewart decides he wants a slog. Price bowls, going back, Stewart nudging nervously, past slip. He'll take 1, and that's all they'll beat because Hammond has energetically launched the throw-in. And that's potentially important because it means Stewart will be on strike for the next over. Crawley is stuck at the other end. Kent 98 for 6 and 7 overs remain. And it will be sure to continue.
Yeah, they didn't want that. They want Crawley marooned at the non-striker's end. They want him facing as much of this as possible, taking the heat. He's the international player. And they don't want a quick bang-bang in this over from Josh Shaw, because then all of a sudden they're 98 for 8 and they've got 6 difficult overs after this one. And they want Zach Crawley to be taking as much of the heat here as possible. Meanwhile, it's Grant Stewart who's going to be facing this over from Josh Shaw. Stewart having limped out of Kent's attack in the first innings on that first day with a pulled stomach muscle. Here's Shaw to him. As Stewart gets off strike, works it around the corner and goes through for a single. That first day seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? It really does.
It's just been a great 4-day game. And
what a game.
You know, I do understand those that love the idea of 3-day cricket. I really do. But 4 days, there's just that extra bit of time for the natural narrative to develop. And I think this has been a cracking advert for 4-day cricket. And again, if we hadn't lost that session, who knows?
Shaw in full of length and Crawley drives. That's going to be his 50. What a pleasant way to get there as well. 100 balls exactly. 52 to Zach Crawley. And what a gorgeous cover drive there. There's a way to get it. I think you're right, Ed. I mean, we talk about, you know, TV companies love T20 cricket, and I get it. It's got its place in the game, but it's fast food, isn't it? This is fine dining. This is haute cuisine. It is. It's the longer form of the game, and it's one for the connoisseurs. Here's Josh Shaw to Crawley. Left alone, goes through to the gloves of Bracey.
Well, he really showed his class with that drive for the 50, Zach Crawley. I mean, to play it in that situation with 6 overs left, he knows if he gets out,
if he nicks
then
off,
it's the tail.
Yeah.
It's very much the tail. Jas Singh's in next, Kashif Ali, Nathan Gilchrist. There's not much batting to come for Kent. These are the last 2 that they would really want out there.
Yeah. It's under 40 balls now. As that's down the leg side, sure. Theatrically appealing, but I don't think you're going to get much joy for that one, Joshua.
Got to give it a go, I suppose.
You have. You've
So
got
what-
to ask the question.
Yeah, well, he's having a bit
But
of a
he's
laugh with
laughing,
Paul Baldwin.
yeah.
It's one of those where you just kind of got to, really. It was maybe threatening a second set.
But it's been played in good spirit between these two sides. You see the players warming up and they have a chat with each other in the morning. And they've played it hard on the pitch, but fair, haven't they? Sure. Bustling in. Full and driven. And that's a great stop. They're going to come through for one. But Joe Phillips there. Lad from Cornwall on his 12thers. Diving across and saves a certain boundary. I think we referred to him earlier as the Truro Tendulkar, didn't we? He's a fine player.
And
yes,
you did. I think I should clarify.
He'll get his run in the side sooner or later.
Nothing like building somebody up, is there? Tendulkar.
Ooh, full. Slower ball there by Shaw. Out the back of the hand, I think it might have been.
That's such an intelligent delivery because he knows that Crawley is still going to drive him. He's seen it. He's brought up his 50 with a drive. So just bringing that cover fielder into play with a change of pace, and if Crawley hadn't spotted it, which he had, then that could have produced the key moment. And, well, of all the things to mention, also the weather as well. I mean, we were supposed to have a deluge, I think it was, at about 1 o'clock today.
They lied, Ed. They lied
did.
to us.
They've stitched us up good and proper, and they might even have, to be honest, might even have stitched up Gloucestershire a little bit if they've been having a look at that,
Yep.
thinking about what may have happened in terms of the weather anyway. I know they say you never play the weather, but still.
Yeah. Phil O'Rourke's been in touch. He said that Kent chasing 316 last week against Middlesex. It was understandable that Cameron Bancroft made sure a Kent victory wasn't on the cards when the declaration came. He is utterly transfixed to the radio. Come on, Shire.
Ollie Price in and bowls, and Stewart pushes into the offside for no run. There's just something about last hour, men round the bat spin bowling as well. It just creates that extra pressure having the people round the bat, and Grant Stewart is the man in the firing line. 5 overs left after this. Forward goes Stewart and keeps that down safely into the offside. There's no fielder under the helmet on the offside. I mean, I can sort of understand why they've got the cow corner back there, but I don't know. I just think you can never have enough men round the bat in this situation.
Yeah, in a way you want to tempt Stewart to play that shot.
Yeah. Stewart forward again. He's not tempted this time. Not with the fielder out there especially, just blocks it into the offside.
Adam Borland said, give me the longest cricket matches possible. I love it. Bring back the timeless test. He's all for it.
Gosh. Well, thankfully Dan and I don't have a boat to catch.
That's England in South Africa, wasn't it? In 1938.
Now, there is another helmet that is being called for. There's a couple of helmets coming out.
They're going to run out of helmets soon.
I think it's Ben Charlesworth, who's the man who's going to don the lid. And
See,
yeah.
Charlesworth always used to be at short leg. It's like the
did have-
youngest
yeah.
person in the side. Joe Phillips has got the gig now.
Well, yeah, Bancroft, the captain, has stuck himself at short leg a lot over the last couple of years. Even as overseas player before he was captain, he seems to enjoy it. Aussies.
A glutton for punishment.
This is where it gets really entertaining to try and describe the field, especially in a short space of time. We've got a slip, we've got a leg slip, we've got a short leg, we've got a silly mid-on, and we've got a short straight mid-on as well. So there's still no fielder on the offside catching other than slippers forward, Stewart and defending, and Charlesworth crawling along the pitch, but the ball's fielded at the short straight mid-on position.
Cameron Green, having just come over here, he must think every game of county championship is like this. I think he's got, he's been spoiled, hasn't he? Is that Crawley there, just walking down the wicket. Stewart just taking his gloves on and off, just ensuring that Gloucestershire don't bowl any more overs than the last hour.
Yeah, so we've got, by my reckoning, if I wrote it down correctly, we've got 17 minutes left or 5 overs.
Oh, I can see a bit of
Alan Titchmarsh gardening going on out there.
So they now do have a catcher in close on the offside. Stewart drives, won't get a run as it's stopped at mid-off by Shaw, one of the few fielders now not in close catching. So they've taken out the man on the slog and have Charlesworth at silly mid-off. Last ball of this over, 5 remain after this, 105 for 6. Price bowls, throws it a bit wider, and it's just driven into the ground and off the body of Charlesworth. He's thinking, great. I've been watching as all the other close fielders haven't taken any blows at all, and as soon as I go in there, I get one in the back. It's a maiden over from Price. It's 105 for 6. Gloucestershire need 4 wickets. They've only got 5 overs to get them in, but they will have the tail coming in if they can just get one more.
Yeah, and if they can get that immovable object as Zach Crawley, it's a big, big one, isn't it? But Ollie Price thought he'd sneak through Grant Stewart there. He jumped up like a jack in the box. 105 for 6 here. 5 overs left. The runs are immaterial. Never mind that Kent need 308 to win. They're not going to get them. But what they do need to do is keep those 4 wickets in hand. Here's Josh Shaw short, and Crawley pulls out of the pull shot.
Yeah, good discipline. Just to tie the knot then on the other fixtures, match drawn now between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire as well. So Nottinghamshire
with the last one going
have been really frustrated by the weather. They're 93 and 181 for 6 Warwickshire to Nottinghamshire's 367, but they just didn't have enough time and some resistance today, particularly from Ed Barnard. 149 balls faced for his 40, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby 62 balls for a 7.
Oh, grind it out. That's a thick inside edge from Crawley, and dribbles into the leg side, and they come through for a single. Crawley moves on to 53, Stewart on 3. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ed Seaborn. I think we're still on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, aren't we? And what a game of cricket we have here. It's been fascinating from ball 1. And these two sides have put on fine entertainment. Both should be applauded for how they've conducted themselves over the last 4 days. And I don't really know what to do, because Kent's previous wins have come in 2 days and 28 minutes and 3 days. And, you know, I've had a day off. I've had almost 2 days off in the first game. And now I'm on overtime.
Quite used to it with Gloucestershire.
That's full of length and just pushed into the offside by Grant Stewart. Western Australian with an Italian passport. But there was a couple of other Western Australians in the slip cordon waiting for his edge. Cameron Bancroft and Cameron Green.
And also plenty of Western Australian connections as far as Gloucestershire are concerned as well. A lot of them go out there. It feels like little Gloucestershire over in Perth.
Ollie Price has been out there, hasn't he? And I think Dominic Goodman.
James Bracey.
Yeah. Shaw bustling in. Oh, that's good areas. That's where he wants to be. Probing away outside Grant Stewart's off stump.
Just to lighten the mood.
Go on.
It is interesting that the board still gives the required run rate. In case anybody's interested, the required rate is 70.9 and over.
Ah. Yes. Current run rate's 2.9.
Yeah, a bit of acceleration needed.
Shaw in, Stewart defends. 25 balls to go. 4 wickets for Gloucestershire to take.
We've ensured it's going down to the last one now.
Is it a bridge too far? But both sides have played their part in an amazing game of cricket. Credit to both. I'll tell you what, it hasn't been boring on any day, has it? It's been just fantastic entertainment. And credit to the grounds staff here at Canterbury as well. for preparing a wicket that's been a good cricket wicket. Full and driven up to Matt Taylor at a deepish mid-off, and Stewart will retain the strike. Kent 107 for 6. We've got 4 overs left in the day. How many minutes have we got? I don't think they're going to get those 4 overs
we've
in.
Only got 12 minutes.
I don't think they're going to get any extras in, are they?
I don't think so. And I think realistically they need to keep a seamer going as well as a spinner. I think that's probably their best shot, really, especially if they take a wicket in this over. Then you will be having the number 9 coming out in Jas Singh, and you probably would want to have some pace there. Jas Singh averaged 10.2 in first class cricket. He's got a higher score of 18.
Kashi Valley can bat.
Kashi Valley has certainly shown that he can hang around, but that does show a little bit of what's to come. Still immense pressure on Crawley and on Stewart, and Ollie Price to bowl. As Stewart goes back and negotiates that one safely down into the ground. There are 5 men round the bat. This really is, for me, as good as cricket gets.
Yeah.
In this situation. Last hour blocking out for safety with men round the bat. Spinner bowling. Price bowls, and that's pushed into the ground. Well played by Grant Stewart. He knows for the most part he can hang on the back foot with Ollie Price bowling. He's a tall spinner. He does get some bounce. He's feeling that hanging back's the best way to negotiate what might come off the pitch. Price bowls a little wider, and again, well played by Stewart.
Yeah,
it was a lot of theatrics from Gloucestershire there, because they saw Stewart go across his stumps and they were thinking, oh, he's just going to walk too far. And if it had turned a little bit more, but it didn't, Stewart watched it, rolled the wrists into the ground, and those 3 hungry fielders in close on the leg side were thwarted. Price bowls forced away by Stewart past Charlesworth. It's not Charlesworth, excuse me, it's Phillips who switched sides.
Yeah, they just swapped over.
Forced past him and out to Van Buren at extra cover. 4 balls into this over. 6 down, Gloucestershire. They need another one pretty sharpish. Price bowls forward, Stewart nudging defensively as Price goes over to field. Last ball of the over, so a couple of fielders will drop back. It'll be, well, would you talk about an in-out field? This will be really absolutely in-out. 5 round the bat, but everybody drops back, allowing Stewart the single if he wants it. Price bowls, throws out wider one. That was the one that he got Stewart with in the first innings, but Stewart doesn't play a shot this time. You're not going to fool me twice. Left it alone through to the keeper. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4 from Ollie Price. He's been nagging away at these Kent batters, but has come up against a couple in Crawley and Stewart who are determined not to continue the procession back to the pavilion for Kent. 3 overs remain, and they've seemingly decided, surely you'd have gone back now, that Tom Price did all the early damage. 4 for 33, removed Compton for 1, Bell Drummond for 2, Muyaya for 20, and leaning without scoring. His work for the day appears to be done, and it's Messrs Shaw and Ollie Price who have the task of taking 4 more wickets. 3 overs left.
And here is Shaw from the pavilion end, and that nearly sneaks through Zach Crawley's defence. Dribbles out to the deep square boundary. I'd have a short leg in here. I'd have a short leg. I'd stick one, maybe a silly mid-off and a short leg. The runs are immaterial.
I mean, especially if you're going to dig it in.
The run rate required's gone up to 107.7 and over now.
That's when it reaches 3 figures. That's when you really got to
go. Yeah, but never mind going down to Drury Lane or to a West End show. This is proper theatre here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Shaw in, and that stays a little low. Stewart digs it out. This pitch now starting to show signs of a little wear and tear, isn't it? The odd ones just snaking along the deck.
Yep, and again that will only add further fuel to the conversation about was there actually enough in this pitch possibly to really have a go over 70 or 80 overs.
Yeah. But hindsight's a wonderful thing, and Kent's chase last week against Middlesex, where they chased down 316 in 2 sessions, has planted the seed of doubt. That's short, and Stewart gets up on his toes and pushes it into the offside to Ben Charlesworth. 15 balls to go.
It's quite a high ratio of balls to wickets now.
Yeah. One now would get the nerves jangling in that Kent dressing room, wouldn't it? Oh, no one's left the ground. It's been a sparse crowd today. We've had some good crowds here at Canterbury this season. It's been a sparse one today, but no one has left. Shaw in, and Stewart again defends, pushes it out to Miles Hammond.
Yeah, I was looking earlier when I think Kent were about 3 down, even 4 down possibly, and Leaning had just left. Everson and Crawley were going. It was looking fairly serene, and most of the spectators were leaning back still in their seats. The edges are definitely getting used now.
Certainly are. Everyone's gripped, everyone's transfixed. Shaw just wants the leg slip finer. Well, so we've got 2 slips, a floating slip, Cameron Green, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a leg slip. Oh, and that's a thick inside edge that runs away down towards the Nackington Road end, perilously close to Grant Stewart's leg stump. But he survives, and off the penultimate baldy over, Josh Shaw's got his hands on his head. Oh my godfathers.
That was another slower one from Shaw. He tried to tempt Stewart in the same way as he tempted Crawley, and the attacking instincts of Stewart, you could tell even in this situation that he's struggling just to keep those instincts at bay. And he so nearly had him with that slower ball trap. That looked as if it was heading straight back onto the stumps. Really canny bowling from Josh Shaw. Saw it in Gloucestershire's run to the T20 title last year. He's doing it again with a red ball here.
Here he comes, the man from Wakefield. Oh, and that keeps a little low as well, and Stewart just about jams the bat down. And that is the end of a wonderful probing over from Josh Shaw. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. And there's just 2 overs left for Kent to negotiate.
Yeah, and I don't think really you can change the bowling now. You can't risk looseners, even one delivery that just goes away, because there are 12 deliveries left in the match, and 4 of them now have to take a wicket. But the way that this has gone, there is nobody that isn't thinking that there's still the slightest possibility of this still ending in a Gloucestershire victory. You just can't rule out that possibility, even if it seems as though Crawley and Stewart have got Kent towards the brink of survival and a draw. Field closes in again as Price is in and bowls, and Crawley's forward and playing this one straight back to Ollie Price as if to say, give me another. You'll have to do better than that. He's got 54. And it's Crawley, for the most part, who's defied Gloucestershire here. Oh, that's looped in the air and it's gone into a gap. There was a fielder there not an over ago. But Gloucestershire have gone with the short mid-wicket and the short straight mid-on. And there was some bounce again there from Ollie Price. It's not right out of the footmarks, but it's drifted, it's gone through. I'm not sure, was there bat involved? It's gone off Bracey and to leg slip. Next delivery comes in, Crawley forward and tickling this one just about with the bat wide of slip. And again, there's no run. 9 deliveries left in this one. Was that Gloucestershire's last half chance? I don't know, honestly, whether there was bat involved in that previous one, but great bowling from Ollie Price. Next ball comes in, it's a wide one. He tried to force Crawley to cut, but it's just left alone with nonchalance from Zach Crawley. I've got great experience for Ollie Price as well, a man who's had his workload increase this year with the departure of Zafar Gohar to Middlesex. Price getting a chance to show his all-round capabilities. He's bowled beautifully in this match. Next ball, it's a flighted delivery. It's gone through everything again. And that, I think, must have bounced right over the top of the stumps. And it's going to be byes, and the ball does get to the boundary. Some Kent fans shouting next to us. They wanted them to run there because they weren't running at all. They wanted Crawley to run so that he was on strike for the last over, but they haven't run. And with 7 balls left, it's still Crawley on strike. 116 for 6 is the score.
We went for 4 byes, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just crossed the boundary, but it might have held up, I suppose. So they wanted Crawley to take the 1. As it is, it wouldn't have mattered. But right through Crawley. It's a really nervy shot. The last ball of the penultimate over of the game. It's another loopy delivery, but it's full, and Crawley can squeeze it out into the offside. And there is just 1 over left in this captivating match. And even though at times today it has looked as if it was going to drift, we've still been treated to an absolutely cracking conclusion to this match. And with the last over being bowled, there's still a mathematical chance for Gloucestershire, but Grant Stewart just needs 3 of these deliveries to be sent to safety.
High drama here at Canterbury. 116 for 6. Gloucestershire now need 4 Kent wickets. The experience of Grant Stewart should see them home, but you never know with this game. When you think it's just dying out, it flickers back into life, doesn't it? Silly point and a short leg in now for Stewart. Josh Shaw. Is there any wizardry from him? Here he comes. Into Stewart. Last over of this game. Short, and Stewart gets up on his toes and defends.
Well, he's sort of got to dig it in with this field now, with everybody in close. I think, in this situation, he's probably got to mix it up a little bit as well, because it's sort of telegraphed the short ball, isn't it? Is he going to go to the fuller one and hope that it keeps low now? That might be the last throw of the dice for Gloucestershire, hoping that one can just skid through on Stewart.
Shaw from the pavilion end. Full, and Stewart crunches this through the offside. Never mind defending. Attack is the best form of defence if your name's Grant Stewart, and that is a lovely cover drive, actually. He goes all the way along the carpet for 4 runs.
Well, he had the confidence to tip his helmet to somebody as he walked out to the middle, and he's shown that confidence there.
So this could be the last ball of the game here. There's no wicket. It will be.
Yeah. Gloucestershire need 4 in 4.
Shaw to Stewart. Oh, and he's crunched him through the offside, and that completes the game. So Josh Shaw will end up with 9.3 overs. No maidens, 1 for 38. But both sides have played their part in just a wonderful, wonderful game of cricket, haven't they, Ed Seaborn?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a memorable one, this, with so many things to take away. Cameron Green's debut, 100 in his first innings for Gloucestershire. James Bracey, another reminder of his immense talent. 151 not out, 7 wickets for Nathan Gilchrist, a career best for him. Ben Compton's patience, Ollie Price's extraordinary one-handed catch with his wrong hand on the boundary, and then just when we thought the game was heading in one direction, Gloucestershire set something up that looked as though there was going to be no bother for Kent, but Kent got themselves into trouble. Tom Price got Kent into trouble with his 4 for 33, but Gloucestershire just not enough time in the end to take these final 4 Kent wickets.
So many heroes in this game. Cameron Green with his 100, James Bracey with his 100, Nathan Gilchrist with his 7 wickets, Ben Compton with his 178, Tom Price almost turning the game on its head on this final afternoon, and Zach Crawley standing firm with 54 not out. Thank you so much for your emails, for your interaction over the last few days. Thank you to Keith Dudgeon, thank you to Liam Knight from Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, thank you to Nikki Chowdhury, and thank you to Rita Green, who've been our third voices. But from Ed Seaborn and I at a battle-scarred Canterbury, this game has finished in a draw. Kent 14 points, Gloucestershire 16. From Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, we wish you a very happy Bank Holiday Monday. Good night.